BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught!
Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in front forward.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Okay, so we will introduce ourselves properly, but just coming onto your screen now, we have the second semi-final of the men's inter-lightweight singles. 3 progressing to the final. It was a close race right out into the end by the 3 middle lanes, Nottingham, Surrey and Cambridge. So they'll take a place in the A final, and then just crossing the line, you'll see on your screens on that far side, lane 6, Harper Adams and Nottingham Trent. And then the Strathclyde Sculler will just come through your screen now to finish off that second semi-final.
Yeah, amazing there. The sculler that won that's Lorne from Nottingham, is in fact a fellow commentator. He was with me at the British Rowing Junior Championships last year, a very prestigious event, and it's good to see him making that A-final. And I think on your screens now you're seeing BUCS TV, and we're back on the racing. That is the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls Repechage 1. In lane 1 we have Nottingham, in lane 2 Strathclyde, in lane 3 Queen's University Belfast, in lane 4 Derby, in lane 5 Edinburgh, and in lane 6 Oxford University.
So, just to bring you up to speed with what we've had this morning, we've had the time trials. We'll bring you some of the kind of highlights of that in a moment while we're waiting for a race to kick off. On your screen at the moment, you've got the men's champ lightweight single repechage. So this is the last chance for these crews to get through. Just before this, if you run your feedback, you may pick up the two men's inter lightweight single semi-finals, which have taken place. So, just looks like we're waiting for the Edinburgh sculler to get attached, and then I guess they'll send that race pretty soon. We're running a few minutes behind at the moment, so if you kind of look at what you're expecting, this race was supposed to go off at 11:27. It's now 11:47, but the race organisers will do their best to try and get back onto time. So if I just have a quick look at the time trial results of this, there were 7 that went earlier on. Strathclyde, Ben Parsonage went straight through to the final, and then the other 6 are now going to race. So I believe it should be 5 through, just 1 eliminated. So a bit cutthroat here. Just make sure you're not last. That's going to be the key.
Yeah, some very high-level analytics there from my co-commentator. Just to introduce ourselves, my name's Andy. I'm your commentator for the first part of this morning. I'm from around this area, so I used to train on this lake as a junior, so I know the course relatively well. I hold I couldn't even begin to hold a candle to the prestige of the man sat next to me. That's Mr. Uni Rowing himself.
Yeah, I've been recognised by a few people. I try and keep my profile a bit low, but if you come find me, not right now, I'm working, right? But I have some vinyls and things. I might even put on my flag. I got my flag here. You know, it's pretty cool.
Are we allowed to flag down in the commentary tower?
I was thinking I might hang it out the window. Do you know what? I'm doing it. Let's put it out the window. Go on, you talk, Andy. I'm going to sort out.
There's nothing happening at the minute, to be fair. Oh, and they are actually off. Whilst my co-commentator messes about with his flag, we do have the start of the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. That is Nottingham in lane 1. In lane 2 we have Strathclyde. In lane 3 we have Queen's University Belfast. In lane 4 we have Derby. In lane 5 we have Edinburgh. And in lane 6 we have Oxford University. And it looks like it'll be a pretty good race. You know, this is a repechage, so these are the guys that just missed the A final cut-off. And it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. They've just powered through the 250, just finished that sprint. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any early leaders.
So in the time trial, Zachary Abel would be the one that's going to get knocked off being 18 seconds slower than anyone else. But you never know if they're just playing the game a little bit, like racing hard enough that it looks like you're putting the effort in the time trial, but knowing that you're going to end up in a repechage anyway, trying to save some of those magic beans for this race right here. So Andy, you've done plenty of rowing here, right?
Yeah, I have. I trained here from J14 to J18. It was truly an exhilarating experience.
Lots of time in the single or not?
Yeah, a lot of time. I wasn't ever quite quick enough to make the quad, so I found myself in the single very, very often doing time trials up and down this. It's just unforgiving, this lake.
So most people here would be like, what's going on? It's flat. It's not windy. Is it? Come on, you've been here a lot. Is it normally windy?
Oh, it's normally horrendous. It's normally horrendous. We are actually getting a call in the booth at the moment.
Go on, we'll take this call.
We're going to take this call. Callers, hold on.
So it looks like Hugh Moore is leading from what we can tell. It's a bit of a parallax error at the moment, but Hugh was quite unlucky earlier. He missed out on the auto qualification for the final by half a second. So, 0.6 seconds quicker and he'd be feet up, chilling, maybe sunbathing. There is actually, the sun is at risk of peeking out, I think.
Make sure you wear your suntan, guys. Get that Factor 50 out there. Of course, other brands are available. But yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. It's quite unforgiving in the championship events because instead of just putting the first 12 through to AB semis, I think it's the first 2 go through to a final and the rest go to repechage, which is always a bit of a tricky one. And it's quite interesting to see how it plays out, and I guess it keeps it exciting in these championship events because there's less people that enter them because they're slightly higher prestige, so it does keep everyone on the edge of their seats as they watch this championship lightweight single sculls repechage. What is it?
I say repechage, but then I do chat a lot of rubbish, so
Yeah,
I'm going to weave the word bruv in here as many times as I can. It's going to have to be a good finish though.
Is it the first 5 go through?
Yeah, from this one, I just had a quick look. Some of the champ events, yeah, they do send 2 through, but this one and the quads, they've sent 1 through. I think basically if there's 7 in, they've sent 1 through and made the others race again. The others with a bit of a deeper field, they sent 2 through, and then the rest will race off in, I guess, semi-finals, or Rep 1, Rep 2, they're calling it.
Yeah, that's pretty deadly. It's interesting, as you can see on your screen, actually, it looks like that it is in fact that Queen's University Belfast sculler. That's Hugh Moore, who has taken a lead as they come through the 750 metre mark, but also being challenged, I would say, by the sculler in lane 5. That's Harry Richardson of Edinburgh University, who actually he used to train here. He was at Nottingham Trent University for years and years and years. He rode at Nottingham Rowing Club with myself, and be interesting to see how this home advantage is playing out. It looks like it's playing out pretty well, as I think, looking down the lake from our tower position here, he looks to be probably challenging second or third. I don't think you can see him on your screens there, as it's slightly just off to the left, but it'll be interesting to see if this home advantage does win.
So Andy, would you race for lane, or you just take any lane? What do you reckon? What would you do?
In these kind of conditions, I don't think lane is really quite an important thing, because if we just look opposite our tower, we can see the windsock, and it's looking pretty motionless at the minute. So I'd say the only wind that's predicted is to be a slight headwind, no particular crosswind, so I don't think lanes would really come into it. Of course, you want to be, there's the mental factor of it, you want to slightly show your opposition that you are, a serious racer, you're racing hard, and you're someone that, should be a risk. But it'll be interesting to see if these kind of scullers, who really it's a race not to be last, to see if they play out that mentality in this repechage.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the guy we mentioned before, the Oxford Sculler in 6, looks like he is going to come off as the one that doesn't make it through to the A final. So, yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't think I would show my hand here. I would just sit, take my position in there. If you don't want to let people know what your sprint is or what your strategy is, just tick over, take your lane. Like you say, it's pretty neutral. I think the wind's going to pick up a bit later on, but not to the point where there's really going to be seeded lanes. It's just going to be whether you want to be fully in the middle of the mixer or dark horse it on the outside, I suppose.
You can really see that a lot of these racers, they're clearly experienced guys, in the championship category. They've really decreased their rate as they come into the red boys here, the last 100 metres. On your screens you can see the Queen's University Belfast sculler, that is Hugh Moore. He's really taken it down, and so is Harry Richardson from Edinburgh University, just on the far side there. And it looks like, yeah, I would say that's the Oxford University sculler, Zachary Abel, who will be eliminated at the moment.
You could say he wasn't able to make it through.
Good chat. But yeah, it does look like that it is the Queen's University Belfast sculler who will take first, followed by the Edinburgh University sculler, in turn followed by Strathclyde, and then Derby and Nottingham, with Oxford University taking up the rear.
Right, so next race, just going off, you can see on the screens now, is the first semi-final women's beginner singles. And we do have some Edinburgh crews, so you may remember a couple of years ago where we had just 6 Edinburgh scullers in the A final. It's not going to happen this year, because there's only 3 that have made the semi-final, but there's still a lot of Edinburgh representation. We've got, it's good to see it, Kingston, Katie Edwards, we've got Edinburgh, Sophie Morgan, Leeds, Holly Bentley, De Montfort, Lizzie Webster, Edinburgh again, Vilda Ellingson, and then Harriet Watt, Isabel Huskay. That's our 6 scullers.
Where's that university? Harriet Watt?
I believe it's Scotland. It might be Edinburgh again. I'll have to double check that one. It might be the second university in Edinburgh.
Second university in Edinburgh. But
Not
both
second
they are
best,
both even
wrong,
in
just
academic
another
and,
one, yeah.
Cultural ability, of course. But yeah, it looks like
quite a spread from our screen from the looks of things. So who's that sculler in for?
3 or 4, I'd say. But it looks like they're down the sculler, I think. I don't know. No, I'm lying to you. I've lied to you there. The sculler is actually... I'll
tell you what though, the sculler in lane 1 is very camouflaged.
Yeah.
I can barely see him. Fair enough.
I only saw the shimmer of the white blades as they...
I did get the Specsavers, you do your next eye test the other day, so... but they're definitely coming more into view now. But yeah, I'd say lane 4. Is that De Montfort?
De Montfort, yeah.
Slapping this semi-final, right?
De Montfort University, they're based in Leicester, I believe, but I think they train at this lake.
I think they must come here a bit. Don't they only scull now as well? I don't usually see much sweep going on over there.
I think they do some women's sweep, but I'm not entirely sure that's reciprocated in the men's side of things. But I don't. De Montfort University, it's an interesting programme. We haven't seen too much of them in the last couple of years, but it's good to see that they've got a novice programme that can make this AB semi-final.
So, yeah, it looks like De Montfort just by eye. Lane 4, then we've got lane 2. Who are we looking at? Edinburgh, Sophie Morgan. So those two look like they're pretty comfortable. And then I reckon, what, lane 3? Leeds. Looks like the 3 that are going to make the A final. Everyone here is going to race again. They're going to make it at least a B final. So,
which of course is a good honour to make. You know, on many of these, this will be their first BUCS Regatta, perhaps one of the first regattas they'll ever race. So to make a B final on your first attempt at a national race such as this is it's a very, you know, it's an impressive feat.
yeah, so we had 24 entries. So these are part of the top 12, like the top half, I guess. Then it's quite a nice even split. So yeah, we're still watching this first semi-final come down. Not much has changed really in terms of the top 2. So De Montfort and Edinburgh just cruising. Again, we're not expecting a sprint. Whoever's in 3rd there, was that Leeds?
Looks like it. Yeah.
They're under a little bit of pressure, not much, a little bit of pressure from the outside lanes. But you know, if lane 5 or 6 really sticks it on it now,
That's terribly harsh of the umpire there as well. Pulling right ahead of that sculler in lane 1.
I think at some point you just got to say we have to keep up with the front of the race.
Yeah, in the very lane. Oh god.
It's actually better. You don't get the side wash, I think.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. If you got to wash them down once, but then yeah, just get in front. That will work. So yeah, you can see as the camera pans around. The camera is set about 50 meters up from the finish line, so it's just panning around now. You can see a pretty good sculling here from De Montfort. Who's this? Lizzie Webster. I don't know if Lizzie Webster follows uni rowing or not, but well done, Lizzie Webster.
Lizzie Webster, actually. It's the beginner race, isn't it? And she's in a rear wing Wintec, I think. Is that Wintec International? I think that's quite interesting. You don't often see them with, you know, properly formed. It's the same with the sculler.
Edinburgh got the same. I'd say newer model as well. Just looking at the little vinyl stripe on the side. Yeah, that far one's a bit of an older model.
But that's interesting that they're racing in the rear wing boats. I normally see.
You saying they're doping this? You saying they're cheating by using good equipment?
No, not at all. You know, of course, other brands are available, but it's interesting to see because when you think of, you know, beginner rowing, you think, you know, yellowed out Janiseks, you know, scuffed Concept 2 blades, but no, I think, and the other Edinburgh sculler is in a rear wing as well. Wow.
I'll tell you what though, Yanni coming to the line now. You can never stop a Yanni. Go on, Leeds.
Leeds University with the Janisek. Would that be a world-class start though?
You know, that's what's going to, you know, after the, you know, if there was ever a nuclear war, you can have left is cockroaches and Janiseks. They'll just be left over. So we got two rear wing Wintecs and a Yanni going through. We got a couple of those, both Wintecs over there. Definitely another Wintec.
The
model of choice for these beginners, and then well, hopefully this, I don't know if this sculler here has had an issue because they're paddling it down pretty light. You know, maybe they've injured their back or something like that. But they better keep moving because
looking around. The finish line has not moved.
We've got 250, 400 meters maybe till the race after. So
be interesting to see if they get. Well, if you can appreciate the lane 1 sculler in the race behind is.
To be fair, yeah, doing them a favour there, doing them a solid.
And is actually pointed deadly at us at the moment, that lane 1 sculler. So she may have to correct her steering if she is to continue down this race. So but who is it? Who is it in that race? Tell us.
So we believe, unless anything's suddenly changed, that's a Plymouth sculler you're looking at there. Becca Kitt in 1. Lauren Cole from Edinburgh is in 2. Edie Crouchley Hartbury in 3. Emma Leslie from Bath in 4. Elle Sutherland from Glasgow Caledonian, that's not a common crew to race here, so fair play, in 5. And then Maya, it might be Maya or Maya, we have both in our club, there's one of each. Anyway, I'm going to say Maya Solly, from Durham is lane 6. So the Kingston Sculler in 1, Katie Edwards just coming to the line now. You won't see him on, but we can see here. Launch, just follow along with them.
Classy sculling there, actually.
Got to mention the brand as well. It's a Swift. We can't just not mention that one if we've mentioned the others.
Yeah, of course. With croaker blades, I think that's the
the
iconic
distinctive,
pink.
Iconic pink, no doubt. Right, Andy, do you want to fill him in on what's going on in this next race that's about, what, 400 metres out?
Yeah, I
350?
certainly can. So it looks like it is the Scullers in lane 3 and 4. That's the Edie Crouchley from Hartbury and Emma Leslie of Bath University, who appear to maintain an advantage at this point. But they're being challenged by that Sculler in lane 6. That's Durham's Mayer, Solly. Ms. Solly, we'll call her for now. The rest of the field just taking a slightly back foot, particularly that Sculler in lane 1. That's Plymouth's Becca Kit. Plymouth, do they mainly coastal rowing based, aren't they?
No, I think they row on the Dart. I think they're linked in with Dart Totnes. I know they coach Steve. I'm pretty sure they row on the river. Yeah, so
That's me, Tom.
I believe I've not gone down there. I think the real race here is actually for third. Looks like Edinburgh won it, but it also looks like lane 6 won it. Who's that? Durham?
Yeah, does it?
M. Solly. Yeah, okay.
Not Solly.
Here we go. So we got a pretty good race now.
It looks like that Sculler in lane 4 is just taking the lead off the Hartbury Sculler.
Yeah, a little wind up there as we go into the Red Boys. So you can just see it on our screen here. Yeah, definitely overrating. So the Hartbury Sculler's probably just gone. I'm not too worried.
That's Bath.
Looks like
Emma Leslie who's taking the lead there. Classy sculling there, and I think both of those programs are world-class star affiliates, aren't they?
Yeah, but I don't know if these athletes are or not. But definitely, even if you have them around,
it's a winning mentality
kind of thing. Now, okay, you're going to call this. I think the Durham Sculler's really wound up,
and the Edinburgh Sculler is. I don't know whether she's seen over her left shoulder the impending threat that is Durham. That's a rivalry as old as time, Durham and Edinburgh, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we had 2 from the southwest doing pretty good, and then it does look like, a length and a half. You just see, it looks like just about open water here, crossing the line. So it's going to be Bath, Hartbury and Edinburgh joining. Who was in the previous one?
I think it was Leeds.
De Montfort and Edinburgh?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be our final.
And that's just the Sculler from Plymouth. Oh, you can't see her on your screen, but Plymouth's Becca Kit has just made her way across the finish line.
Right, am I about to get excited? I think so. We've got women's pairs, right?
Women's into pairs.
Got one of my pairs in here. They dark horsed it into the top 12.
Who's that? Give us the lowdown. Who's racing?
So you got Izzy O'Toole, who even on the BUCS thing, they don't know whether it's an apostrophe. It's Izzy O Toole apparently, and Emily O'Connor. So the 00 agents themselves are in lane 1. We've got Durham in 2. Daisy Jackson's one of the Scullers. I don't have the other. We've got Gemma King, who I don't know if she's going to be with her sister. Maybe. They've done that before. Katie Kersey, one of the 2 Nottingham Scullers. Sweep artists in 4. And then Glasgow Caledonian in 5 again. They're kind of taking ownership of that lane. And then Surrey. Eleanor Stratton is in with, I think it's Amy Lavelle, I think is the other.
Well, I'm no expert. However, it would look like lane 1 have taken a slight diversion.
Does look that way. I did tell them to leave nothing out there, but that does maybe explore the race. But yeah,
it would appear that they have ventured into lane 0.
I told them that they got nothing to lose. They came in at 12th. Like if they pick any crew off, then
I don't even think they're last, are they? I think they're challenging 5th/6th.
Yeah, so they've got 3 out in front here. So we got lane 4, 3. I go 4, 2, 3 is
4,
the
2,
order.
3. That's Nottingham, Durham, and then Cambridge. It looks like.
So those are the 3.
And they've joined. They've joined Durham in lane 2 now.
Well, it's clearly a faster lane than lane 1. So. They do normally go a lot straighter than that, so maybe they just put a bit of an overkill burst on there. They're not going to meet the top 3, but straighten that out, and maybe we can do some damage in the B final. But yeah, well done to them for getting in there. I have to just double check something like this, whether the steering's all right.
Yeah, it's quite impressive actually how they've managed to straighten up after that. Are they foot steered or are they pressure steered?
They're foot steered, but I don't know. I hope a rigger hasn't come loose. They're on the quick releases. That wouldn't help. Anyway,
Nottingham actually pulling out to a relatively substantial lead here.
yeah, Nottingham look like they've cruised their way out. I mean, they must be really familiar with this, right?
Yeah, they had their Easter camp here probably a couple of weeks ago, so they'll have been powering up and down this lake.
There we go, I've just checked. So, yeah, we've got Anna Kemsley and Katie Kearsey.
Shout out to Anna Kemsley. I row with her boyfriend Harry.
Oh, okay. There you
Shout
go.
out.
And a little sprint here. Durham in 2, Florence Snelling and Daisy Jackson just holding off. It's Molly Foxall and Gemma King this time. So that's the 3 that will go to the A final.
Looks like 4th place is going to be pretty well secured by Surrey.
Yeah, so yeah, Amy Lavelle, Ellen Stratton, they were both on the BUCS development camp last summer down in Caversham.
Well, there you go.
And then 5, we've got Glasgow
Caledonian.
Caledonian, Abby Pringle, Kirsty MacArthur. And then approaching the line, in their lane, to be fair,
Well, there you go. That's all that matters.
we got the 2 O's, Izzy O'Toole, Emily O'Connor, just crossing there. So you just see on your screen that was Nottingham's paddling off. Looks like they worked hard. It's difficult when you go 2,400 metres though.
You know, if they'd gone straight, they would have done some damage in that semi.
Definitely would have done. But
You know, B
you
final,
have to go straight,
B
right?
final will be good. B final will be good if they can get that steering locked on.
To be fair, I've never seen them come out of lane like that before. They usually steer it pretty sick.
Perhaps
we're down at
the
Dorney in the
excitement.
wind and it still went straight, so I don't know.
Maybe they were trying to compensate the Dorney wind with no Holme Pierrepoint wind, and they were just.
When we got one of the other guys who was here, it was pretty windy, right, Alex?
Some awful conditions, choppy. Yeah, it was not very good for some nice rowing like today.
I had a quote in 05. It was like rowing at sea, but that was actually about the Trent here, which we can actually see. It's beautiful off there, isn't it? The Trent.
Yeah, and actually, you won't be able to see this if you're not here in person. I don't know why you'd be watching us if you're here in person. You can actually see just across the I think it's the old Nottinghamian cricket club. Just there, they're clearly prepping the greens for some tremendous cricket.
Well, I hope they're not like the boating area or the trailer area, because they need to get some straw in there or something.
They really do. They really do. You just heard Alex there. He'll be taking over from me imminently, perhaps at the end of this race, I imagine. So a little taste of what's to come there.
Go on, Andy, then fill them in on what's going on our screen.
What's going on the screen? That's a good question. It looks like it is the sweep artists from, I'd like to say that's Bristol, that look like they're in the lead. It's a difficult angle to tell, but it looks fairly level. I'd say it's probably the crew from Bristol or the crew from Cambridge that maintain an advantage at this point. But it looks pretty level pegging as they come through the 1,000-metre mark.
Yeah, these 2 at the front, it's a bit of a banger, this one, isn't it? The 2 at the front, the middle lanes, it's all working out. Bristol and Cambridge. Cambridge D, I don't know if that matters, you know, it's just BUCS, isn't it?
It's just order of entry, isn't it, generally?
Yeah.
Apart from when Brooks do it.
Yeah, because their Eve crew's always the fastest, right? Yeah. So yeah, Bristol, Cambridge, they're in the middle 2 lanes. If we just kind of go across, you got Glasgow 1, Newcastle 2, Bristol 3, Cambridge 4, Oxford 5, and Cambridge again in 6. So I think it's kind of going to form. The middle lanes seem to be going through again. Still pretty close between the front 2 that are Bristol and Cambridge, and then it looks like lane 2, that's Newcastle. I think they look like they're 3rd, but then it's pretty close between the other crews behind them. So
we've got some times here on our little iPad. Looks like it's the University of Bristol who were in the lead at the 1500, but with 0.3 of a second behind it is the University of Cambridge. That's Hannah Prince and Rosa Millard of Cambridge, and Aoife?
I think it's Aoife. I'm pretty sure Aoife was on that camp I was talking about.
Aoife Wilson and Maisie Barnes of Brizzle. And it looks like it is Newcastle who are going for a bit of a push for 3rd place here. If we look just a bit further afield, actually challenged by Cambridge A, I would say. In lane 6? Lane 6.
If the challenge is coming from anywhere, it's there. I mean, Newcastle might even just be sort of nosing up into this front 3. should be quite experienced athletes at racing. So as long as they can just kind of have a look to their left and their right, we assume it's the bow person steering here. But yeah, good thing about rowing, you get far enough ahead, you don't even really need to look side to side. They're just all in front of you.
Unfortunately, I've never had that experience, sadly enough. I've always been peeking over my shoulder, throwing my set off, but but oh well, and it is, as we come into the red boys here, looks like it will be University of Bristol that is taking the lead and will possibly take the win in this semi-final. With Cambridge actually slightly mismatched there. They've got a blue t-shirt and then one in the all-in-one. Wow.
Egregious, that is terrible. Get the fashion police out there. No, it's alright. But the thing is, Cambridge, they say the kit's blue.
It's green.
But is that under the layer, not blue?
That is blue. But it's it's eggshell green. It infuriates me.
That one's for Gabby. Gabby loves that stuff.
It infuriates me. And I'll be speaking to Matthew Holland, Cambridge legend, who's actually now at the University of Oxford, funnily enough. Oh, we had a little whoopsie daisy there from Oxford University.
Speaking of Oxford, yeah.
But yeah, Matthew Holland, he's a stickler for the Cambridge blue, which is actually green. I'm sure I'll have a word with him.
Well, apparently, until the orange was called the orange, that was just a shade of red, apparently.
Wow.
Weird, isn't it? I suppose if you don't know the fruit called an orange, you can't name the colour after it.
Wait, the orange was named after the place, wasn't it? In Spain. The Duke of Orange.
No, maybe.
I thought it was his Duchess's favourite fruit, so they thought, oh, we'll name it after where we live.
Well, I heard it before that it was just called a shade of red, maybe in this country. Look at that good red launch over there. No one knows what we're talking about, but it's orange.
If you were here, you'd love it. Yeah, you'd be laughing.
So on the screen, you can see we've got the women's champ pairs.
Rep 1.
The Rep 1. So that's Nottingham, Edinburgh, Cambridge, Durham and Oxford. There's only one rep, of course, so let's just double check. I think it's going to be 2 through from the original thing, time trial, and then we're going to expect to have 4. So we'll have a quick look. Yeah, 4 to the final here.
Okay. And again, not to be biased towards the University of Nottingham pairs, but shout out to Georgie Thorpe there. I actually rode with her boyfriend as well downtown, so wow, everyone's turning up at the University of Nottingham women's pairs today. Yeah, there you go, bosh. And we've got some data here on our iPad. It looks like it's the University of Cambridge that currently maintain a lead, with Oxford University in second place. I don't know if that's still playing out as we look onto your screens. It's quite difficult to tell from your angle. You can see that the middle lanes have a slight advantage, but apart from that, it's difficult to tell. But looking out the tower where we are, I would say it's probably lane 4 that has an advantage. And it looks like, is that a crew being warned? Is that Oxford being warned?
If it's Oxford in 6, definitely being warned, and they're not second anymore, so they must have come up blistering, and then something's happened here. They were the slowest crew in the time trial, so being second through the marker point surprised me a little bit, but that was the 500, so
well,
a lot of race to go after
happens
that.
to the best of us, to be fair.
So it looks like it's lane 4 again. That's, a bit deja vu-esque, but lane 4 have
like
the lead here.
Lane 3 are making a move to go to lane 4 there.
Possibly. I think what are we saying? Lane 4, 5 and 3 this time.
Yeah.
Lane 2
4,
trying
5,
to
3.
shift on it, yeah.
Lane 1 actually pushing on lane 2 there.
So 4, 5 and 3, we're looking at Cambridge, Durham and Cambridge again. And then we were Edinburgh, Nottingham and Oxford looking like they're going to miss out at the moment. But it's pretty close here.
Nottingham's pushing there for... I don't know whether they'll be able to make top 3, but it looks like they're pushing hard for 4th.
They are definitely winding for 4th, and then obviously Edinburgh are going to try and wind up as well, coming from lane 2. As long as you're in sync, you can make a pair really just go. As long as both of you just do it together, it can just pick up and move. It's a bit like your single, as long as you just kind of make the decision, it's go time. You can pick it up and go like this. There's not a heavy hull. So lane 4. They've got, I reckon, 3 lengths of open water we got here. We got the zoom in on them.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably at least 2. At least that Cambridge pair of colour coordinated. They've even got the black caps. Wow, I'm impressed.
So it might even be Cambridge 1-2. It depends. That Durham crew and that Cambridge crew racing pretty hard for second place. So
I'd say Durham have a slight advantage.
yeah, so on your screen you can see the crew in 4 from Cambridge. That's who's on your screen at the moment. The closest racing is what's going on just behind. Edinburgh's still coming. They're trying to get on terms. I don't think they're going to have enough racetrack left.
No, I don't think so.
So Cambridge just getting to the line now. We just cut to the side-on view. You see this
Slightly
is
just
Cambridge in 4.
Oh wow, look at that. Cambridge have really moved to Durham there. I think Durham just chilling out a bit.
Yeah, so it will be Cambridge 2nd, Durham 3rd. Edinburgh do hold off a charging Nottingham, but both of those will unfortunately be eliminated because in champ events all we have is the A final.
And Oxford University just finishing in lane 5, which is good of them. There you go. Anyway, that's all from me for now, folks. I'll be on the tannoy. If you're here at the lake, you'll hear my I don't know, my chords, and I'll be joining back on the YouTube live stream at the very, very end of racing at about 6:30 until the end of the day. So it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much, Mr. Uni Rowing himself. I'll be handing over to Alex now. So.
That's all right, Andy. I'll catch you in a bit.
Yeah, please follow me back on Instagram, please.
Okay.
I'll put it on the live stream now. He's got to. All right, cheers, guys.
Right, so we've had those pairs, they're out the way. It's time for men's into singles. Semi-final 1. We got Alex Lancaster-Lennox here.
It's the Alex takeover now.
It is indeed the
and a
Alex
Birmingham takeover. So in this race we have in lane 1 Durham, Stuart Brunton, Reading, Tommy Fuller. In lane 3 we have Reading, Jacob Harrington, 4 Queens, Fergus Bryce, 5 Cambridge, Thomas Marsh, and in lane 6 we have Nottingham and Sam Maloney.
It looks like we don't have the Sculler in 6. Looks like they've scratched, so we just have the 5. It's 3 to final. Going through the 500, the Queen Sculler, Fergus Bryce was in 1st. Tommy Fuller of the University of Reading was in 2nd. And then Jacob Parrington of the University of Reading was in 3rd at that point and had about a 4 or 5 second lead over the Cambridge Sculler, Thomas Marsh, who was in 5th. Stuart Brunton, he was at, not Durham last year, where was he? DMU? I think he was at DMU last year. He's in 1 at the moment, just a little bit off the pace unfortunately. He's not really making inroads into this, but knowing you're going to have to race again, maybe it is worth just saving the legs a little bit, going through to your B final and then laying it all on the line there. Whereas these Scullers out at the front at the moment, so still looks like Queens are out in front. If we just look, you can see the zoom in there. Got a nice matched bucket hat and kit. Queen's kit always very distinctive.
I was going to say that's a nice little matching number there from the Queen's crew, who's very much staying in the lead for this race. However, in lane 4, is it? 3. In lane 3 we have the Reading crew catching quite quickly now.
Yeah, so it looks like the 2 Reading Scullers, that, you know, they're just happy 2nd and 3rd. It looks like. Who's that over in 5 again? Remind me. 5 is Cambridge, Thomas Marsh. Now that's the kind of lycra that stands out. You can really get behind that kind of thing. It's like a summer day. Do you know what I mean? It's just beautiful. coming up to the line now is that Queen Scarlet. Like, it hasn't really rated up too much, but it's just gone with a nice little press. Like, that's tasty over the line now. So you'll see, just come up to the yellow. Queen's comfortably out in front there. Fergus Bryce, good job. And then we got our Reading Scullers coming through here. We've got the Empacker coming through the line. You just see crossing now. So that's lane 3
with Jacob Parrington.
Jacob Parrington and Tommy Fuller is this? Yeah,
Yep.
Tommy Fuller coming through now.
Closely followed by the Cambridge rower of Tom Mark.
So I assume that'll be the college kit, but you just have to enter as Cambridge. So I can't give you which one it is. I'm not a Cambridge kit spotter. Neither am I an Oxford kit spotter. So we'll just say the Cambridge Sculler.
All the Cambridge students right now will be screaming the college at us, but
tough, if you come and do the commentary for us, if you want to say who it is, we always want volunteers for commentary. Then I can ride up and down the side a bit more. Stuart definitely just paddling over here, no doubt about it, just saving it for the B final. We got the other semi-final on. Go on, Alex, give us the rundown. Who's in this then?
So in this semi-final we have in lane 1 Manchester Met with James Cox. We then have Manchester with Felix Rummel in lane 2. In lane 3 we are then followed by York and Ben Newton. We then have Durham and Finn Gordon. And then we have Cambridge, Orlando Morley. Finally in lane 6 we have Plymouth with Harvey Lunn.
So I was walking past the Manchester marquee tent, whatever you want to call it, gazebo earlier on, and some of the girls were like, "Oh, Felix, done really good. You can just cruise through your semi and then go and win." So we'll see if Felix does just cruise through the semi and win. I mean, that's what the girls said. I'm not saying they will or that he will or won't, but that's what they suggested he should do. I mean, if only Rome was as simple as that: cruise through your semi-final and then go and win. I mean, he's second through the K. York have led from the start. That's Ben Newton.
It's a very close race though still.
Is Ben Newton a start boy? I can't remember. Is he the massive guy? Not sure. He might be. If he is, he's absolutely massive. What a dude. He's been out in front. What was the gap here to second? That's a second and a half at the 500, and then second at the K. So
he's definitely pushing for this A final. He was in 5th place last year in the B final, so he's definitely probably trying to aim to get into that A final this year, which he's definitely doing so far.
It's good research. It's the kind of the stats we need that I just can't provide. Memes, I can do those, but stats.
I've got the numbers, you've got the memes.
It's a good combination. Who's this in 2? Lane 2, just pressing through. Don't tell me it's Felix Rummel.
It is Felix
Don't
Rummel,
tell me it's Felix, just like, I'll just cruise through the semi and then go and win. Because it looks like he's cruising through here. Just done enough.
Just doing enough.
Yeah, just like, oh, is that your bow ball? I hope you said bow ball on the way past. Disappointing if you didn't. Big Ben Newton just sort of, it looks like he's rated up a bit. I don't know about these New York Lycras. I'm getting a kind of feel for them.
I quite like them. I think they stand out in the course.
They do stand out more, but I don't know. My eye isn't trained to them yet. This lot are having an actual race.
Yeah, big sprint at the end here from the Cambridge rower. It's looking like an almost neck and neck finish for the people in lane 4 and 3.
So Felix did do enough. Yeah, just about.
Just to cruise through.
Just to cruise. Yeah, that was a simple cruise there from Felix, just holding Ben Newton off. Use that over there. Next lane over. Finn Gowden, was it?
In the Cambridge.
Oh, Cambridge crew. Yeah, sorry.
Orlando Morley.
Orlando Morley made up the 3rd place there. So that was a pretty good race. Orlando was hunting on that far side. He's in one of them bright yellow Lycras as well.
Must be a good college.
Sure, it's not blue. Could be a blue Lycra. It's Cambridge, isn't it? Like, it looks yellow to us, but it might actually be blue. It's just a shade of blue, I think.
Duckhead, maybe.
Yeah, there you go. Which is clearly blue. Yeah. You can tell we still don't think it's blue, but it's a blue Lycra over there. Yeah. There is actually a blue Lycra though.
There is a blue
Plymouth.
Lycra
Plymouth are in that.
more of a blue than a Cambridge blue, in my opinion.
So yeah, but that was pretty good racing at the end. They didn't have to, but yeah, Felix did the job. Just cruised through, and now he has to go win. So he's done half of the job. Yeah, he's just got to do the second half of the job. Was that the second semi-final?
That was the second.
So that means it's men champ single time. This is big dog land.
Mm.
So who we got here? Who are the big dogs in this?
So in lane 1 we have from Bath Uni Angus Pollock, followed in lane 2 by Nottingham Trent and Max Parker. Then we have in lane 3 Edinburgh and Josh Matthews. In lane 4 we have Cambridge and Matthew Edge. And then in lane 5 we have Reading and Lewis Powell.
So we got 2 repostages. I think we might have 5 in each. Looks like it.
Yeah, 5 in each, yeah.
5 in each. 2 to go through. Everyone else getting the bin. So far, Aidan Thompson of Surrey had qualified through, and Josh Lyon qualified through. So there's only 2 more spaces from this repechage, and there'll be 2 from the next repechage as well. Looking at it down there, I would say it is lanes. Whoa, we only got 2 allowed. So lane 3, it looks like, has capitalised on this. It's either lane 1 or lane 5. It's pretty close between those. So lane 3, we've got Josh Matthews of Edinburgh is in lane 3, and then on the outsides we've got lane 1 Angus Pollock of Bath and Lewis Powell of Reading. Those are the 2 racing for that second place. At the moment it looks like Edinburgh and Bath are going to go through, but there is a big challenge. Sorry, Edinburgh and Reading going through, but a big challenge from Bath over on this near side. So on the zoom in at the moment, who are we on there? Lane 5. That's the Reading sculler who's trying to make a move. Might even be in the lead now. It's kind of gone, I don't want to mess around here. I just want to get out and do my business.
He's definitely marking his territory in this semi-final. He came second to last in the time trial, so he's definitely trying to assert his dominance in this race and set himself up better for the final in this category.
Rugged. I mean, look at this guy. Rugged as hell. Can't beat that. Okay, Lewis, well done. Rugged finish just to take the lead. Going through our line, you'll see it now. There you go. Lewis takes it. Josh Matthews of Edinburgh second, and then unfortunately that means Angus Pollock of Bath is going to miss out, along with Matthew Edge missing out as well. Got Max Parker just coming up to the line. We'll see if we stay on it. So you can just see Max Parker coming into here. But those guys unfortunately will be eliminated because it was just 2 through to that A final. So that was the first repechage of the men's champ singles. Well done to Reading for making their way through, along with Edinburgh.
And we're now into the second repechage of the men's championship singles, and we have in lane 1 Charlie Warren from Durham, in lane 2 Kieran Purdy from Queens, and then we have Sedal Daffyd, is that how you'd say it, in lane 3 from Bath, and then we have Cambridge with Brett Taylor in lane 4, and then finally in lane 5 we have Bath again with James Garr.
I definitely don't have any way better of saying that name, so I'll go with your word for it. I don't speak Welsh. Where's Erin when you need her?
Where is Erin when you need her?
Erin Meredith. Second in that time trial, mate.
Yeah.
Along with the beginner women. It's fast.
Very fast. And also second on the time trial, out of the people who have to go through the repechage, is this Sedal Daffyd. Who was, where is he in the race currently?
Looking out, what you're seeing on your screen, this is from near the finished hour, just 50 metres up from the finished hour. So those scullers are now hitting the 500 metre go mark. That's basically where they are. They're 1500 in, 3/4 of the way in. It's basically the go time. This is where you got to hit the big red button if you're not in position to go through. So looks like, to me, lane 3 is coming out on top here, but close between the ones afterwards. So lane 3,
Very close.
yeah.
Lane 3 is our mate Big C.
Big C from Bath.
Big C from Bath.
I think you're saying it right. I mean, I'd say Sedal Daffyd. I mean, that's what I'd say, but like I say, not an expert in linguistics. Isn't that your job there?
It is. If you give me a Spanish athlete, I'm there.
Now, Alex, I'm going to say, if there are any really close races, you're going to have to take it to the finish line like a Spanish football commentator. That's the only way forward.
Messi.
I think that's the only way of doing it. Do you reckon Spanish people, if they commentated on the Grand National, do you think that would make it even more exciting?
Yeah, I think it'd make it even less able to listen to. Be even harder to listen to.
So, Settle Daffyd, lane 3, looks to me like clear water, but then a really good race here over in lane 5 and lane 2. So lane 5, we've got James Gare of Bath, and then in lane 2, Kieran Purdy of Queens. They look to be the ones battling, and in between those, over in lane 4, trying to get on turns, Brett Taylor of Cambridge, just kind of off the pace a bit, Charlie Warren from Durham. So we're just going to have a look. Is it going to be Settle Daffyd? Just hitting the red boys now, has about a half a length lead over James Gare over in 5. James Gare's still a student. I swear I've been saying that name for years.
James Gare won the men's Inter last year. It came third in the men's Inter last year. And so this is a great success from here today.
So it looks like James Gare is stepping his way into, just had a look to the right.
Just to check.
Had a look, and you can see there, just cruise through the line. Queen Sculler couldn't quite get back there. Kieran Purdy, again, I recognise that name. Couldn't quite make his way into the A final. So that'll be the end of his single sculling for the day, along with the Cambridge athlete Brett Taylor. They're going to miss out too.
And then finally crossing the line now, we have the Durham athlete Charlie Warren.
Right, so we're not going to get mad excited yet because it's semi-final 1, but it's women's beginner 8s. This is an event right here. I mean, everything's an event, but women's beginner 8s, that's a solid event there. Like a lot of 8s rowing in beginners. That's what happens. So this is supposed to kind of be like the best representation of what's going on.
The peak of beginner rowing.
I'd say so. I mean, opposed to the trough of the beginner 8s at Bristol Head, which is absolutely genius.
Do you not get a chance to get much uni rowing content here in the women's at beginner 8?
No, everyone can kind of row by the time you get here, which is definitely a good thing. Like you can see on the screen, they've already punched off. Like there's nothing like the start of an 8s race.
Absolutely.
Really sick, the start of an 8s race.
So in this semi-final, we have in lane 1 Cambridge, lane 2 we have Bristol, and in lane 3 we have Liverpool. We then have in lane 4 Edinburgh, and then in lane 5 we have Cardiff, and in lane 6 we have Manchester.
That's a pretty solid field, you know. Cambridge with their sort of dev group, Bristol. Oh look, this is a Spanish-looking name to me, Cecilia Parra Garcia. Also we've got like a Greek.
We've got I'm guessing that's Portuguese in the cox there.
Looks like that in the Bristol crew. We've got Eleni Papaphilippou. Eleni Papaphilippou in there as well, so either Greek or Cypriot.
But there's no surprise in this race that the Edinburgh crew has started off the fastest with a 1:47, 500 metres.
1:47 compared to who's second? 1:55. They've got like
the University of Liverpool.
7.5, 8 seconds on it. That's hot. That is a hot start right there. 1:47 compared to 1:55. Untouchable speed.
It definitely asserts their dominance in this race and for the whole competition in general.
I mean, they were 15 seconds quicker in the time trial, so
I thought maybe they'd be tired after that, but clearly not.
Just cruising, just got unreal cruising speed from the looks of things. So
as you can see on screen, they are looking very comfortable.
They're not even like working that hard. They obviously just kind of go, right, let's hit the first part, let's work our way out to the K and control the race. It's a smart way of racing. Just go and save as much energy you can in the second half. Like everyone's got that adrenaline. Everyone wants to pump it off the start. There's no point going slow off the start. But, you know, cruise out into the middle K, just long and loose, mean, it looks to me like they could be a bit sharper at the front end if I was going to give them anything, but like, think how formidable they'd be then. It just wouldn't be fair.
Would have to enter the intermediate category.
It used to be that the top novice crew would then get put into inter and see how they would do. Like, they would usually get pretty close to the medals, like if you win the novice. So it doesn't really work like that now. But it used to be a fun little thing. Now, okay, they're not as sharp as they could be in at the front end, but you know what? They're all going in at the same time.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
there is something to be said for, like, if you're going to do it not quite right,
Do it together.
do it together. Like, but as I say, that's just us picking away at like what is a phenomenal performance. It's not a criticism. It's just, you know, they're on a journey, and you know that's something they can kind of gain. Like if they kind of land on their catches a bit more, is a sort of phrase. You know, like if their blade was in at the point where they changed direction, they could just maintain a little bit more hull speed. But they've already got plenty of hull speed.
I wonder if this is the exact same 8 that dominated at Weehor as well.
Possibly. I think, you know, having beginner singles on the same day as the 8 means that they can't, you know, enter both easily. So maybe that's why we didn't see like a dominance in the singles that we've seen before. So maybe some of their best athletes are in here. Well, based on the speed, you'd hope these are pretty good athletes because they're crews now in front. Let's just run through it again. We've got Cambridge, we've got Bristol, Liverpool, Edinburgh, Cardiff and Manchester. So Edinburgh were the quickest through in the time trial, as I say, by 15 seconds.
Liverpool were 4th in the time trial, followed by Bristol, and
Bristol
then
were 5th, yeah. Manchester 9th. We say Cardiff were 8th. And then the Cambridge crew snuck in 12th by 0.1 of a second over UEA. Squeaky bum time, that is.
very, 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 very close racing.
So what happened at the K? Well, unsurprisingly, Edinburgh kept on going fast, but they did actually drop their split by 9. They went from 147 to 156. Didn't matter though, because the crew that, for example, was in second went from a 155 to a 205, so they dropped their split by 10. Looks like the Bristol crew dropped off by 5. There's always a settle in there, you know, it always happens.
Absolutely.
So going through the K, it was Edinburgh first. Second, it was Cardiff, who were 15 or 16 seconds behind them, who were pretty much neck and neck with Liverpool. The crew in 4th were 2.5 seconds behind that. That was Manchester. So we'd expect that to be the kind of race coming down. So really, we're going to commentate on the race for second,
Absolutely,
which
yeah.
you can kind of see in the background a little bit. So you've got Edinburgh in the middle of the screen there. Manchester chasing quite hard on Cardiff. Those are the crews in 5 and 6, or 6 and 5, I suppose, depends which way you're thinking, left to right, 6-5. But I would say just in lane 2, they're also in the mix here as well. So
That's Bristol.
Bristol in 2, not 2, sorry, who's in 3?
3 is Liverpool.
Liverpool, they're
So
in the mix. Bristol
the
are
next
trying to hunt
fastest.
them down, yeah. So I would say it's Liverpool and Cardiff are the ones like in position to be second and third, but being chased really hard by.
It's a
by
huge
Bristol.
lead from Edinburgh.
Yeah, I say like Edinburgh can just survey the race. They're going to finish 100 metres ahead of anyone else, pretty much.
If you were their coach, would you be telling them to slow down now and preserve energy?
Not slow down. I think you just don't do anything crazy. Like it looks like they've been rowing like this the last 750 metres. There's no point in changing anything. Just stay loose. You know, last thing you want is to liberate any lobsters or catch any crabs. None of that rubbish. So you can see Edinburgh. They're being featured on the feed right now. They are cruising.
Starring Ramsey.
Yeah, excellent stuff from them. Looks like Cardiff just over Liverpool. Bristol are obviously not going to give in on this. That programme is ascended really well. And I know it's not their top men's crews, but the level of their top men's crews is going to help drive that whole programme. So it's Cardiff just trying to fight off Liverpool at the moment. They'll come into your screen soon because we'll cut to the side-on view of the finish. So, yeah, I think these two crews, they should be fairly calm. They've got enough open water on this. So Cardiff now, they're just coming to the line. So
Followed by Liverpool.
Liverpool, they're about a length, just a bit less than a length now. 3/4 of a length down. Those three are going to proceed to the A final. Hands go up from the Liverpool crew, good celebration. And Manchester do actually just pip out Bristol for 4th place in there. I mean, some of the Liverpool athletes are actually splashing up water. They are elated to make that final. Well done to them. So they've made the A final. That's kind of what you come here to do first.
And then crossing the line as we speak now, we have the final crew from is that a Cambridge crew?
Lane 1, yeah, it's going to be one of the, let's say, like the Cambridge Dev group. I would guess it might be a college crew, I suppose, but yeah, they're in lane 1, so they'll also be in the B final. So it looks like there should be some good racing between Bristol and Manchester in the B final. They were very close in that, and if you look at the times, like there was a little bulge in the middle there you wanted to be on the correct side of. So 5th was 5:45 and then 9th was 5:47, so there's only a couple of seconds separating the crews in the middle. So the whole point of this BUCS process, run the time trial to try and create some quite close, even racing, and that seems to have happened in that case. So that's what we saw in semi-final 1. Right, time to get excited in the booth.
Very excited
2.
now. So semi-final 2 of the women's beginner 8, we have in lane 1 York, York A. In lane 2 we have Queen's Belfast. In lane 3 we have Nottingham. In lane 4 we have Birmingham. In lane 5 we have Exeter. And in lane 6 we have St Andrews.
So those crews look like they're about to get attached. Looks like they're backing on now. Hopefully it's not a restart or anything. Birmingham are not very good at going in a straight line off the start.
Must be
They're
a trait
fine
within
once
all
they're
Birmingham.
going. It's just I think a power imbalance on the first couple of strokes. So we'll see what's going on here. But it looks like they're just kind of
Getting ready to dock rather than a restart.
yeah. Well, they're coming back to lane, so I don't know if there was a previous start. I would have thought that race would have started by now, but I don't know.
While we wait, I was going to ask, do you think the conditions here at Nottingham today are lulling the beginners into a false sense of security, especially ahead of the weekend, or just in future BUCS?
Look, you just got to take advantage. A bit extreme. It's alright, they're tapping around now.
They heard that lane 1 from Emily was the fastest lane, so they must be trying to get into that one.
Oh, must be, yeah. I mean, I think Emily might have thought lane 0 was the fastest for a while, but trial and error. Crews are getting attached though, so let's just run you through it again. York, Queens, Nottingham, Birmingham, Exeter, St Andrews. So a good mix again.
According to the time trial, this should be Birmingham's race. However, it's very close between all crews, so anything's to play for.
Yeah, so between 2nd place Birmingham 5:37 and 11th place York 5:58. There's 21 second spread. But that was time trial. this is side by side. This is where you got to hold your nerve.
This is where you see the fighting spirit of these beginners come out.
Yeah, that's what we want. The fighting spirit of the beginners. Make sure you rein in that enthusiasm, though, because you don't want to mess it up in strike 1. You don't want to mess it up in strike 100 either, but certainly not on the start. It really does set the tone for your race, your start. If you can come off clean and put yourself in the race early, you're going to feel good. If you put yourself on the back foot as they fire off here, let's see. Yeah, Birmingham do swing a tiny bit, but that's fine. Pretty much straight up the lane. Clara's got that under control.
It's a strong start from Birmingham there.
Looks like also lane 2 come out pretty good. So Birmingham and Queens are the two crews that have punched out, just sort of leaving Nottingham a couple of seats down in lane 3. So as you look coming off the start, it's lane 1 on the left, lane 6 on the right. So York on the far left, then Queens, then Nottingham, then Birmingham, then Exeter, and then St Andrews. St Andrews seem to have got off all right as well. So Birmingham probably going to get told to return to lane in a moment. It's getting a little bit tasty over there. I mean, that's the only thing that can scupper their race here, is just stay in their lane.
The steering.
Umpire's gone over there a bit and told them to move across. Hopefully they can get far enough in the lead where it doesn't really impact anything. That's what we would hope.
They seem to be moving over now, though.
Yeah, so umpire has told them to shift, but they are making a move on it. Hard to tell what's going on from here, of course. We don't have the side on. We don't have a car running down with it, for example. We're just doing our best to see what's going on. But you can see Birmingham in the middle of the screen there. To the right-hand side of the screen, you should see Nottingham there, the lane next to them. You can also see Exeter to the left-hand side. Those are the 3 crews you can see featured at the moment. Birmingham, Exeter and Nottingham. They haven't hit the 500. Well, we haven't had a 500 metre update yet, so we assume they haven't hit the 500 yet. But yeah, this is the second semi-final of women's beginner 8s that you can see at the moment. So umpire hasn't told anyone to move again recently. So fingers crossed that Birmingham crew just settled into rhythm and they can just walk out on this race. That's what we hope anyway.
We've had our first 500 metres through now, with Birmingham at 152, followed by Queens at Nottingham at a 153, and then Queens Belfast at a 154 for the 500 metres.
So pretty close, just a couple of seconds between those, and then we sort of go to 158, 200. 200, so pretty close between 5th and 6th, Exeter and York, but pretty close between the front 3 crews as well. So those 3 crews, it's only 500 metres, everyone's kind of revved up at the start. Those 3 crews have made a little bit of a gap, but not huge, not enough to sit on.
Back. There's been a distinct lack of Surrey this year in this category, don't you think?
Yeah, I don't know if they're focused on quads maybe, or 4s possibly. Might be focused in on the small boats. But we obviously know Surrey have been really strong in the beginners recently, so it might just be that they've decided we're not going to focus on the 8. To be fair, these guys haven't focused on the 8 much recently either in our 8. They were earlier in the year really focused on it, but it's more about the 4s at the moment, I think, for them. So it bodes well that they've moved well. They did pick up the bronze at the head. It's always harder to medal here at the regatta though, so more field, different style of racing, but they obviously did quite well in the time trial. So we can see these crews still just ticking along nicely, looking up the course. Let's have a look at the markers. That's my 250, 500, 750. So they're approaching the K right now. Should get some updates on times. You've got the little zoom in there of the Birmingham crew. Now they'll hate me if I don't give them a shout out. So we got Maisie, we got Naomi, we got Maya,
Emily.
Oh, Emily's not in the stroke seat anymore, of course.
No.
Emily, we got Darcy, Isabella, Hannah, and we got Ella and Clara as well. So those are the crew. That's the Birmingham crew. Just to give them a shout out. You've also, it looks good. Like it's the angle that makes this look good. But you've also got Nottingham and Queens being featured in our shot right now. good work from our camera crew here, giving you these shots.
The best angle of
What's
the
going
race.
on. Yeah, I always think that angle looks pretty good. Alex, you want to take them through what's happened in the middle of the race here? So we've got the 1K time.
Through the 1K mark, we have still got Birmingham. Is it Birmingham in the lead?
Yeah, it's just these little like in bracket numbers.
Yeah, Birmingham in the lead with a 12:50.
Nah, ignore that second one. I don't know what's going on with the split, but yeah, they're about a second ahead of second. Aren't they?
Yeah, just a second ahead
Half a
there
second, in fact.
of Nottingham, followed closely by Queen's Belfast, and then following that we have University of Exeter and the University of St Andrews, sort of close neck and neck, and then finally we have University of York in lane 1 with 4:18 through the 100 1K mark.
I mean, based on these times, like it looks really close here. Like you said,
Very close race.
So someone's going to have to pull something out in the second half here.
It's definitely not as comfortable as Edinburgh had in the first race.
I mean, I would question some of that timing, because doesn't it say 5th and 6th are kind of right up on it, 4:18 rather than 4:15? I would look down. There might have been a mistiming, because actually looking down the course, there are 3 crews out in front of the others. So it's definitely lanes 2, 3, and 4 ahead of 6, 5, and 1. So lanes 2, 3, and 4, they're the crews that are in the kind of the 3 go-through positions. Queens, Nottingham, and Birmingham. Those are the 3 most comfortable right now. It looks like a decent gap, so those times we said might not quite be representative of what's going on, but it might be Nottingham out in front here ahead of Birmingham potentially. But those 3 crews, like, they don't need to race to win, they just need to race to get through. So where are they? 400 meters to go. Let's see if any of these wind up, if they're just happy to go with a 3. So coming up to the line, we're just going to commentate on this by eye. So it looks like Birmingham just ahead of Nottingham, maybe half a length.
Yeah, exactly.
Who possibly have half a length on Queens. Those are the 3. So it'll be about a length between Birmingham and Queens. Queens just going to the shadow of a cloud for a moment, now pop back out into the sunshine. Birmingham and Nottingham are racing hard. Nottingham might have put their nose in the lead. They definitely look like they've rated up to try and take that lead. So it might be Nottingham first, it might be Birmingham first. We'll see if they get drawn into an actual race. These 2 will either end up in lanes, well, it's going to be 3, 4, 5 or 2. They're going to be a central lane kind of crew either way, these crews here. So Birmingham they don't look like they've kind of rated up at all. Definitely Nottingham have wound. They've wound up pretty hard. Looks like Queens have also wound up again. Birmingham look like they might just be conserving a little bit of energy,
Trying to keep it cool, ready ahead of their actual final.
Yeah, but it's definitely a sprint here from Nottingham, which is fine, absolutely. You want to practice your sprint for the line on some occasions, but sometimes you just want to kind of tick along and get there.
It's 2 very different racing tactics, but both are very credible.
I mean, I wouldn't mind, like, if personally I would ramp it up a little bit and then probably shut it back down about now, just to kind of go, this is when I'm going to go. So you just kind of throw a little bit in at maybe 150, go to sort of 80%, 90%, just for 5 to 10 strokes, then just kind of go, all right, that'll do.
As we draw closer to the line, it is Nottingham taking this win, closely followed by Birmingham and then Queens in lane 2.
Yeah, so Nottingham you see on your screen just crossed now, about 3/4 of a length. Birmingham behind them and then Queens. So it will be Nottingham, Birmingham and Queens going through. Exeter just crossing the line next. They're going to cross 4th.
A very evenly matched race then here in lane 1 and lane 6.
Yeah, so these outside lanes racing pretty close. York and St Andrews just coming to the line now, but they are going to end up in the B final later on. So, I'm coming towards the end of my shift. I'm going to be handing over to Carol for the next hour or so. We'll then be on for a couple of stints. And I'll be downstairs, so you won't hear me again today. Maybe that's a good thing. But I'll be back on tomorrow. I mean, you might hear me if you're at the centre, because I will be back on there being DJ Darbs. But yeah, I'm going to hand over to Carol. If Carol's happy to take over, or if you want a couple more minutes. It's hot up here. Yeah. But anyway, at the very least, Alex can kind of run through who's in this women's champ double while we do a little swap over.
So yes, in the women's champ lightweight double, we have Leeds in lane 1, we have Imperial in lane 2, we have Surrey in lane 3, and we have Nottingham in lane 4, and then finally in lane 5 we have De Montfort. And according to the 1K mark, we have in the lead here, we have Surrey in first, closely followed by Imperial College in lane 2, and then following that we have almost neck and neck Leeds and Nottingham in lane 1 and 4. So as we close near the end of this race, we have still Imperial in the lead. Is it Imperial in the lead? Imperial in the lead, and then Surrey closely behind. Actually, sorry, I got that the wrong way around. We have Surrey in the lead, closely followed by Imperial.
In defence, I will say it takes quite a while in the morning to get your eye in on these blade colours, and you have borrowed boats, borrowed blades. You have to rely on the kit, and sometimes the kit has changed since the last time we saw it.
And the Surrey blue and the Imperial blue very much match. And so then lane 1 we have Leeds going through the line, followed by Nottingham, and then closing off this race we have De Montfort. So we're now on to repechage 2 of the women's champion lightweight doubles, and in lane 1 we have Exeter, in lane 2 we have Durham B, in lane 3 we have Queen's University Belfast, in lane 4 we have Cardiff, and in lane 5 we have Oxford.
Just seeing that some of the times are coming in now, and it's Queen's Belfast taking an early lead at the first, in fact through the 500, and still in the lead at 1,000. Second place still with Durham, third place with Exeter, and at the moment it's fourth for Cardiff and fifth for Oxford University.
From the time trials, Queen's University Belfast and Durham were only 0.1 of a second out from each other. So this is surely going to be a very close repechage here.
Sorry, just checking that 2 of these boats will go through to the final. So from the placings at the moment, it's Queen's Belfast, certainly quite a distance in the lead. That is, yeah, it wasn't by much though. So I think they've pulled their lead out slightly further over Durham. Durham just slightly in front of Exeter. But you know, anything could happen. That mid 1000, you know, you go off hard at 500 and then 1000, things can happen. It just depends where they put the push. They've gone through 1000. I wonder what they're going to do in this next 500.
Yeah, it's all still to play for in this race. This is really where you start to see the winner start to pull out from the front and really settle into their race rhythm. So in going through the 1,500 mark, we still have Queen's University Belfast in the lead, but not by much, closely followed by Durham University B, and then following that we have University of Exeter, and then behind them we have Cardiff University.
Yeah, Durham put in a good push there in that third 500 because they're less than 0.5 of a second behind Queen's Belfast, so that is quite a good push. And if you look up the course, I'm looking at a reverse angle from the camera here. From the camera angle you can see Belfast, who look quite comfortably in front of Durham, but you know, I flicked my head the other way, looked out the window, and it looked to be very much level pegging between Belfast and Durham. Of course you've got the angles to work out and everything, the camera's concentrating on Belfast. But Durham are not far behind their heels there.
No, the camera angle is very deceptive in this race. It's much closer when you look at it in person. Even as we go now down to the Red Boys, it's all still to play for.
I think this is going to be a good finish here. These two crews are not giving up on each other. Durham, from this angle, maybe Durham, maybe a bow ball in front. It's so close.
This is purely about asserting their dominance now in this race. Both would go through to the final, but it's purely about showing who is the stronger final push.
Good performance from Durham in that last 1,000 metres. As has been said, 2 through to the final, so these two crews have got their places booked, and we'll see them race each other later this afternoon.
Right, so now on to Champ Lightweight 4s. We only have one repechage in this category, but in lane 1 we have Oxford B. We then have in lane 2 Nottingham, in lane 3 Cambridge, in lane 4 Oxford A, lane 5 Durham, and in lane 6 Salford.
Just checking up at the progression there. 1 went straight through from the time trial this morning. 5 are going through to the final. So it is 5 places to contend for, and it's not, you don't want to be in that last place.
Not at all, no. So University of Edinburgh have already sealed their place into the final, but going through the 1,000 mark, we have in the lead, we have University of Cambridge, closely followed by University of Oxford. Then we have the University of Durham, and then the University of Nottingham, University of Oxford, and then University of Salford.
were just getting tentative times for 1500 metres there, and it was still Cambridge in the lead. But second place now is Durham, followed by Oxford University. And then we have Nottingham, Oxford B, and then still Salford trailing the rest of the field.
Cambridge have surely got the lead here now. There's not much many of the other crews can do unless they make a real big push from here. But it's all still to play for the rest of the 5.
Looking on the screen there, I think Cambridge have realised that they've done enough and are just saving some of their energy for later this afternoon. They know they're going to go into the final, and they know they've got a class crew to meet in the final, and having been for a walk around the lake earlier, it is quite hot out there, so I'm sure they've been told just save your energy, get into the final. If you can, get a good lane. But I think all lanes are pretty equal today, and as you can see from the screen, they're just punting along, just taking it nice and gently. They're into the orange boys now. They've got a substantial lead over the rest of the field. Durham well into that second place, and then it is Oxford and Nottingham. Salford about 2 or 3 lengths behind, would you say, Alec?
Yeah, quite. It's about 2 or 3 lengths behind there. But so we sort of know now our finalists for the men's champ lightweight 4s, and that will be Durham, Oxford, Cambridge, Nottingham, and Oxford again. No, Salford. Sorry. No, Oxford.
Of course, these results will be subject to the judge's decision. Don't second guess the umpires, they do get a wee bit fraught. That all results will be published online.
So on your screen now you can see semi-final 1 of the men's beginner 4. In lane 1 we have Lancaster, lane 2 we have Nottingham A, lane 3 Cambridge A, lane 4 Surrey A, lane 5 Birmingham, and lane 6 East Anglia.
I did watch the time trials for the men's beginner 4s this morning, and there were pages and pages and pages of beginner 4s, which was great to see. And all these athletes started rowing this year, this academic year, and some of these athletes looked really schooled, well defined, really nicely together, and there was some class rowing in these men's beginner 4s.
Yeah, it's great to see this in the beginner categories, especially for the future of the sport. You've got so much talent waiting to move up into the intermediate categories, which will then just benefit all the different categories as we move forward.
If the base of the pyramid is big, the top of the pyramid's big as well, so the broader the base, the more athletes you can feed through to the top level.
Exactly. So we have the 1K results through, and in first place currently we have Surrey, followed by University of East Anglia, then followed by University of Cambridge, then the University of Lancaster, and then the University of Birmingham.
So if we just look on the screen, look at this class rowing. These are men's beginner fours, remember, Alec. It's some really neat and tidy rowing there. Look at that Nottingham crew. You know, you could put them in intermediate and not bat an eyelid, I would have said. Just really tidy.
Exactly true, and that will be the men's Inter 4 tomorrow, which I'll actually be competing in. But I wouldn't want to be going against some of these crews, especially when they're looking as strong as they are right now.
Looking at the screen there, we've still got Surrey in the lead. They have quite a commanding lead over the field there. The shots just panned out to the far side. We can see there's Lancaster, I think, just showing really strongly now. And in third place it's Birmingham. So 3 into the A final and the others into the B final from this, the same in the next semi-final. So it looks like we could have really exciting finals later on.
Absolutely, yeah. The AB semi-final is going to be very close ones, both on both sides of them. But yeah, as we go through to this final stages of the race, we are led by Surrey still, and then followed by Cambridge.
The cameraman's got a phenomenal view over the course there as he looks up. He's on the corner of the centre, looking down the course, and just gets a fantastic panorama there. And it's Surrey in the lead, Birmingham and Cambridge 2 and 3 at the moment. Nottingham putting in a charge there in lane 2. Have they left it too late, do you think?
Possibly, yeah, especially when Surrey have such a large lead now. Obviously, all crews in these finals go through to the A or B final. However, it's very close in lanes 1 and lane 4.
Yeah, I think it is. It's Surrey just coming towards the line now. Class act there, rowing really strongly together. From sitting here in the tower, we've got the benefit of hearing all their supporters shouting for them. Surrey 1, Cambridge 2, and Lancaster in 3, and it's going to be Nottingham having to settle for the B final. Of course, these results to be confirmed by the timing team and the umpires. We have a line on the screen, but that is not the actual finish line, so it's there for our guidance only.
Coming through the line now, we have Birmingham, and then in the final place we have in lane 1 Lancaster.
I'll put my hand up there, I got that wrong. It was University of East Anglia over in lane 6, not Lancaster, that got that place. So apologies to all supporters out there, sometimes we do get it wrong.
So now we're on to the semi-final 2 of the men's beginner 4. In this race we have in lane 1 Bristol A, in lane 2 Imperial College London In lane 3, Exeter. In lane 4, Durham. In lane 5, UCL A. And in lane 6, Warwick A.
Just trying to get my eye in on these crews, but I spotted the blades of Imperial there. That's their men's beginner Cox 4 over in lane 2. And no times come up in our system there. I'm assuming that the cameraman's got it in his eye because he thinks they're in the lead. You can just pan out to more of these crews just coming into sight. As you don't get much of an atmosphere watching from home, but looking across to the far side of the bank, there are tents that stretch all the way up past the scoreboard. Lots of people sitting outside in the sun, enjoying the atmosphere. Lots of supporters on the centre sides, ranked up in the seats, just being here with their crews, supporting them on. Cracking day for watching rowing.
Absolutely, it's almost like it's summer today. You don't normally get these kind of conditions here at Nottingham, as Alex Darby was saying earlier, but these conditions are great today. The wind isn't very much strong today at all, and it's therefore perfect weather for a bit of sunbathing for all the spectators.
I was terrified to mention conditions earlier on, Alec, because that's usually the commentary kiss of death. When you say conditions are good, perfect for rowing, that's when something untoward happens. But I would totally reiterate, it is a wee bit of a headwind up at the start, but nothing to just sometimes a headwind on the start just gives you that feel for getting a good start, a bit of resistance in the water. Being a heavyweight, I quite like a bit of a headwind. Lightweights hate them, but on the start I just feel that it gives you a sharper start, just sharper on the finishes, makes you pull the blades through the water. But this is quite a close race. I seem to only have 5 crews there. Can you see 6, Alec?
In lane 6 it was meant to be Warwick A, but I don't feel like they are there today. Lane 1 is Bristol. So Bristol A are not here today, no.
Now this is going to be a close race, as in the past. Heat 3 through to the A semi-final, and from my viewpoint and from the screen, 4 boats contending for these 3 places, and this is really, really close. This will come down to the line.
This is definitely the closest race I've seen today. Yeah, it seems like Warwick have pulled out from the front. Imperials lost their lead, so Warwick seem to be coming through to the Red Boys first, followed by Durham.
Oh wow, this is such a great race. Exeter
in lane 3, Durham in lane 4, and Warwick in lane 6.
Imperial
neck and neck.
Oh boy, Imperial just dropped off in that last 100 metres there, and it's going to be Durham, possibly Exeter in that second place, with over on the far side Warwick in third. But that is just my viewpoint. We'll have to wait for confirmation. I think Imperial and UCL will have to come back and race in the B final. But what a finish that was!
What a finish! It definitely sets up a very strong race ahead of the beginner men's A final later today, but also makes sure the B final is also going to be very tight as well. And so now we're into semi-final 1 of the beginner quads. In this category we have in lane 1 Sussex, in lane 2 Nottingham Trent, in lane 3 Bournemouth B, in lane 4 Edinburgh, in lane 5 De Montfort, and lane 6 we have Durham.
So Alec, just going to put you on the spot here. Are you a sweep person or a sculling person?
I'm definitely more of a sweep person. However, I do a couple of bits of single sculling every now and then. How about you?
I mainly sweep, but I've joined the dark side and occasionally go sculling. I do love watching quad sculls, and looking on our screen, that I would assume that's the Edinburgh quad going by the blades. They look really neat for a beginner's quad. It's
great to see the beginner quad becoming more of an event. It was big at BUCS Head this year, and it's definitely been monopolised on this at BUCS Regatta this year as well.
In the bad old days, you wouldn't let beginners out in a coxless boat. There's no way they would be trusted with expensive pieces of equipment such as coxless boats, and I think a lot of clubs way back in the dim and distant past, probably long before you were born, or most people here were born, very few clubs had coxless boats. Coxes were seen to be the way to go, but I'm delighted to see more and more coxless boats appearing, and that is a very, very tidy Edinburgh quad there. Just they look composed, they look just in charge of everything.
I was going to say that they do look very composed in this race. Rating quite low in comparison to some of the other crews, it seemed. And as we get through the K mark, we have Edinburgh in the lead by 6 seconds in front of Bournemouth, followed by 12 seconds later De Montfort. Then we have 3 seconds after that Durham, and then we have Nottingham Trent and Sussex as well in the mix.
It's great to have all these facts and figures at your fingertips, but it means that you have to be able to do your maths pretty fast, and sometimes it's very hard to do as the screen jiggles around. But that is a commanding performance from Edinburgh. They've certainly taken this race by its neck, and just sitting there, they've done enough. I think they know that they've got this comfortable margin just to sit there, and that's why they've dropped the rating down, just taking it nice and composed, just saving some energy, and I think they look as though they're just treating it as a practice outing.
It's a great shot there from the cameraman. You can really see the lead that Edinburgh have over the rest of the field, but they just look so composed in comparison. It's really sort of made their mark on this category this year.
Absolutely, and if you look at the screen, look at the contention for second, third and fourth. Second and third are the important places to be, because that gives you a place in the A final, fourth into the B final along with the other crews. But look at that Edinburgh crew. I don't think I can see enough, because it is something else. I'm sure the coach is sitting there thinking, oh, go and shut up, Carol, you know nothing about this. But to me, for a beginner's quad, that looks pretty tidy.
Definitely, especially after they've already done their tribe trial today. You'd expect them to be feeling a bit of the fatigue, but they don't seem to be at all. It's very close towards this part of the race for the third and second. 24-second lead in front of the rest of the pack is Edinburgh, and then coming behind them is Bournemouth, and Carol will give you the rest of the stats.
Well, thanks very much. You're really keeping me on my toes there. Third place with De Montfort, who are, oh boy, they are 40 seconds behind Edinburgh. That is a commanding lead there. Very well schooled Edinburgh quad. So De Montfort in third place. There's the place. It's between De Montfort and Nottingham and Trent for that third and fourth place. 3 seconds between them. That could be overcoming 1,000 metres. All to fight for here.
Very much all to fight for. But Edinburgh here now into the red boys, and it's still looking very, very calm and collected as they go through.
I can hear the shouts of encouragement for the other crews. Edinburgh very much in command there, just coasting over the line. I don't even look happy with that performance. I'd be having a hands
not at all. Very solemn win there.
And then it's going to be Bournemouth in that second place. So Bournemouth in that second place, and as I said, there's the battle between De Montfort and Nottingham Trent. But looking across the screen here, it looks as though De Montfort just in front. I think it's pink of Nottingham Trent just in that fourth place now. Just don't think they can do enough to overtake Bournemouth.
And finally, onto the beginner semi-final B of the men's quads. In lane 1 we have Birmingham, in lane 2 we have Bournemouth A, in lane 3 we have Surrey A, in lane 4 we have Queen's University Belfast, in lane 5 we have Liverpool, and in lane 6 we have Exeter.
Making an early showing in lane 3 we have Surrey leading Queen's Belfast by ouch, 0.3 of a second, so not much of a lead there. Maybe a canvas. Third place, about 5 seconds behind, is Liverpool, and then there's a bit of a gap, about 10 seconds to Bournemouth, and then they're very close with Birmingham, about 3 seconds behind, and then 3 seconds behind them we have Exeter. It's a good battle going on here between 1 and 2. 1,000 metres, it was Surrey leading Queen's Belfast. So you're looking at the angle, looking down the course. I just flicked my head round and looked up the course, and there's nothing between Queen's Belfast and Surrey. As before, 3 through to the final, the A final, and 3 to the B final. And it looks as though Surrey and Belfast are having their own private battle at the moment, just for lane positions in the A final. They've certainly got a lead over the rest of the field, and I think the battle will be on for that third place in the A final. Alec?
I was going to ask, how important do you think the lane positioning will be for these finalists as they go through?
It's always dependent on conditions, and I would say today it wouldn't matter at all. But psychologically it does matter. The course will be pretty much even, but if you're sitting in the middle, you'll know you're one of the faster crews in the race. So psychologically, for me, that's important.
Absolutely, the psychological factor there will play a massive part, especially for these beginner crews, as they may be less experienced and may not have as many calls they can use. However, they will be able to use the crews around them to really push off them.
If you're sitting in the middle of the pack, you can see all around you, whereas if you're sitting off at the edge, crews can be hidden by other crews and they can sneak up on you. So being in the middle is quite in command. Looking on the screen now, it looks as though Surrey have just overhauled Belfast there. Just picked it up in that third 500. There's really sort of almost broken the elastic between each other. So it's Surrey racing for that first place in the final, Queen's Belfast in second. Now where would you say 3 is going to go in this one, Alec?
From this angle it's hard to tell, but in lane 2 we have the other, is that Bournemouth? And then in lane 5 we have Liverpool, and it's a race between these two for the final place. However, from my angle now it looks like it's going to be Bournemouth going through, but again it's all still to play for as we enter into the Red Boys.
Oh, well into the Red Boys, and it's looks to be over on the far side. The white colours of Liverpool, just have they done enough? They're just taking their foot off the pedal there. Don't do that. Race through the line. It's Liverpool just taking it from Bournemouth just as they head through the line. Of course, results to be confirmed by an umpire later on. And then it's Exeter and Birmingham just on this near side. Great race there.
Great race there, yeah, exactly. And it's really setting up a great final between the rest of the crews in A and B finals for the men's beginner quads. So we're now continuing with the quads, but this time with the women's intermediate quads. And in lane 1 we have Imperial College London. In lane 2 we have Reading. In lane 3 we have Newcastle. In lane 4 we have Bath. In lane 5 we have Edinburgh. And in lane 6 we have Cardiff.
Just looking on the screen, thinking is that Edinburgh, but this time it is Bath in the lead. Bath leading Edinburgh by 5 seconds. In fact, Edinburgh and Reading pretty much dead level there as they went through 1,000 metres. Oh, this is going to be a cracking race. And then marginally behind them we have Newcastle University. 3 big universities, big sculling universities, Newcastle, Edinburgh and Reading. And 3 going through to the A final and 3 to the B final, and it's going to be a battle on for that 3rd place between these 3 big sculling universities.
Absolutely a big battle coming for ahead. Bath were the fastest in the time trial by 4 seconds, closely followed by the University of Birmingham, who will be in the next race. However, it does seem to be that Bath, is it Bath continuing their lead, yeah?
Definitely Bath well in the lead, but I see the cameraman's just gone to the reverse angle and just had a look down the course, and it's Edinburgh and Newcastle and Reading fighting it out. Reading just upped the rating there slightly, pretty much level with Newcastle. I'd say maybe Edinburgh, maybe a canvas behind those other 2 boats. Reading and Newcastle side by side, lanes 2 and 3, really going for it here. Edinburgh are going to have to up the ante there if they want to get into this A final. But on in lane 1, not to be outdone, it's Imperial just coming back up as well, as is Cardiff in lane 6. Okay, going through now, almost to the line, we have Bath, but look, this is where the race is. Reading, Newcastle and Edinburgh for 2 and 3 in the final. You can hear all the crowds shouting.
You can really
on.
hear the crowds getting
This is
excited
so exciting.
now.
Oh boy,
Wow.
where's it going to go, Alec? It's Newcastle maybe?
Yeah, it seems like to be Newcastle going through.
Oh,
Wow, it's close. This is really not the race you'd be wanting if you were trying to conserve some energy ahead of your final.
absolutely not. So, from this point of view, we would say Bath and then Newcastle. I think we need to wait for the finish judge to decide on the Reading Edinburgh University. To me, couldn't have been much more than a bout ball between them. And then, in fact, I was so excited I forgot to see who came 4th and 5th there, 5th and 6th.
According to our provisional times, there's 0.5 of a difference between 3rd and 4th. So it was very, very small margins. So now on to semi-final 2 of the women's inter quads. In lane 1 we have Newcastle, who seem to have a lead straight out of the gate. We then have Durham, Newcastle A, Birmingham, Bristol and Nottingham.
There must be strength in the Newcastle squad these days. I've spotted quite a few boats in various of the classes. There we go, 2 Newcastle boats in the screenshot there. Just great to see Newcastle A, Newcastle C, and racing it out there.
So going off the time trial results, Birmingham are the fastest in this heat through to try and get into the A final, but Newcastle A and were 2 seconds behind, so it's all very close in this race.
Interestingly enough, Birmingham led at 500 metres, Newcastle A in second place, and then at 1,000 metres this had reversed, with Newcastle in the lead by about 2 seconds, probably half a boat length, so very little between them, and then it was Nottingham, about 7 seconds behind those two, so yeah, it's all to play for here.
Even looking out across the lake now, it's hard to tell who is in the lead.
Some really nice quad sculling here, and I think coming towards us, I think it's Newcastle leading Birmingham still. I think Birmingham still in touch there. They haven't broken the elastic between the two crews, but it's Newcastle leading by about half a length there. Not a comfortable distance with just about 500 metres to go, so I'm sure they're still keeping on top of it all.
So looking across the lake now, we can see that Newcastle are leading the race, followed by Birmingham and then Durham in lane 2. I feel like they'd kill me if I don't say this, so it's a big shout out to the Birmingham crew here, with Erin Meredith in the bow, Perrin Howes, Elizabeth Ashley and Katie Moll in the stroke seat.
Isn't it great to have inside information, Alec? Just wonderful. Give them a shout out.
This intermediate quad, are the winners of the BUCS Head race in Newcastle. So Newcastle definitely trying to assert some dominance over them here, but Birmingham still haven't had that elastic broken, and it seems like they're going to be crossing the line in second place, following Newcastle, with Durham taking them in third place in this final.
A nice performance from Newcastle there. I think they decided that they weren't going to have any of this Birmingham nonsense, and just decided they were going to push out in front and just assert, get that psychological, as we were talking about earlier, psychological advantage over the middle lanes. Second Newcastle crew going into the B final, along with Nottingham and Bristol in lane 5. Got the luxury of sitting on the very, very, very top floor of the commentary or the finish tower here, and from the very, very top floor, it's a shame you can't see the kayakers over in the white water course, which I did earlier, but from here we can see the rowing happening, there's a cricket match going on, and then there's sailing on the River Trent. What a day for outside sports, Alec.
Absolutely, yeah. Great weather here today, especially for all these outdoor sports. But on to our current event, which is the Women's Championship Quads, with one team already securing their place, which is Newcastle into the final. We have Nottingham in lane 1, Durham in lane 2, Edinburgh in lane 3, Reading in lane 4, Cambridge in lane 5, and Durham B in lane 6.
Just looking at that you've got Newcastle already straight through to the Women's Championship final. We've got a Newcastle quad in the A final of the Ints and a Newcastle quad in the B final of the intermediate quads. This is really a great strength in the Newcastle women's sculling squad. This is fantastic to see.
Exactly, yeah. 3 quads all through to major finals in each of their categories is huge for Newcastle, especially on their sculling side. Going through the 1K mark here, it seems to be that Newcastle are leading. This one, sorry. It seems to be that Reading are leading only by a second, followed by Durham, then Nottingham, then Edinburgh, and then Durham University.
This is a that was the results at 1,000 metres, and not results, but it's all changed by 1,500 because Edinburgh were in the lead at 1,500, Reading in that second place, then Durham A in third, and then fourth Durham B, fifth Nottingham, and then in sixth place Cambridge. So, oh boy, this is our race. This is great.
It's such close racing.
Durham in the lead there in lane 2. And then Cambridge seem to have come back. It's where you don't want to finish is that last place.
No.
You want to get your noses in front, and this is what they're all fighting for. Durham really racing there. Oh boy!
Wow! Big pushing
Where's it
now.
going to go? It's Durham and blanket finish here. Nottingham,
Yeah, and then lane
Reading,
4 is
Cambridge,
Reading. Wow!
Edinburgh, and it was the second Durham crew to my eye that just lost there. So what a blanket finish. Wow.
Such close racing in that reportage there. So now we're on to the men's intermediate 8 semi-final A. This is to get through to the intermediate 8 finals, and we have in lane 1 Imperial College London A, lane 2 Oxford Brookes A, in lane 3 Oxford Brookes B, in lane 4 University of London A, lane 5 we have Bristol, and in lane 6 we have Edinburgh A.
I was just looking ahead, and I remember watching the time trials that there were 4 Oxford Brookes 8s came through, and as I was looking through into the semi-finals 1 and 2, I could only see 3, but then I saw the 4th one. So Oxford Brookes going very well again. Just a stunning performance to have 4 boats in the A and B semi-finals.
Absolutely, yeah. It's definitely more conservative numbers than what they had at the head of the river, where they had up to boat H entered into head of the river. So 4 boats through here is a large amount of people a large amount of crews going through to the AB finals here.
As ever, huge strength in the Brookes 8s racing divisions there. And looking on your screen, look at that 8 swinging together, moving together. Look at the precision of the placement. Blades in, legs on, and that looks so good. There's the Imperial crew there, just behind them. Just not quite as sharp, I would say, just missing out a wee bit there, but what a performance. Beauty to watch.
It can be the case that the pressure sort of gets to you and you start to tighten up, and that would definitely be the case when you're faced with Oxford Brookes A and Oxford Brookes B to try and get a place into the A final of the intermediate 8s.
Absolutely, that certainly raises the adrenaline, and situations like that, you know, as your coaches will always say, just relax, but that's a very hard thing to do as the adrenaline surging through your body. Relaxing isn't necessarily the first thing that comes to mind. It's just get on and get it done.
Yeah, exactly. You don't really want to be relaxing when you also want to be pushing as hard as you can. But yeah, as we go through to, let's see if we can get some updates for you. So according to our times that we've got here, when they went through the K mark, it was Oxford Brookes A in the lead, followed by UL, followed by Bristol.
But if you look up the course, I would say that has possibly changed, because to me it's Brookes 1, Brookes 2 and then London 3. Just lanes 2, 3 and 4. You've got the camera angle, and from the top of the tower it's quite difficult to get the parallax as to where they are, and trying to get the lines of the boys across the course. But it's definitely, from where I'm sitting, Brookes A, Brookes B, London, and then this great battle for 3, 4, 5 and 6 between Bristol, Edinburgh and Imperial.
UL definitely trying to make a charge here to get ahead. It doesn't really matter, they would all three go through to the A final. However, they're definitely rating a lot higher than the Brookes crews beside them.
It's hard to say whether Brookes look, you know, comfortably through to the A final is how you would probably describe it, but I don't know if H Racing is ever comfortable. Not in my view anyway. But handkerchief between Edinburgh and Bristol there for the B final, and Imperial just going through the line there.
So now on to the second semi-final of the men's intermediate 8. In lane 1 we have Oxford Brookes D. In lane 2 we have Oxford Brookes C. In lane 3 we have Newcastle A. In lane 4 we have Durham A. In lane 5 we have UL B. And in lane 6 we have Newcastle B.
So making an early showing, it was Newcastle A leading Durham, who were leading UL. Oh, very interesting. This is a cracking race as well, because at 1,000 metres it had changed, with Durham leading Newcastle by 0.7 of a second. And then about 3 seconds behind them we have UL, and then Oxford Brookes C, Newcastle B and Oxford Brookes D. Great race going on here. I was just saying to Alec that you can't see Newcastle's blades there, but it's often nice just to watch crews racing, especially if they've got distinctive blade patterns, so you can see them all go on the square together, and that is very neat and tidy to watch. So Newcastle still in the lead from my eye. Second place Durham, and then London. I don't know about you, Alec. I love watching 8s racing. I do like sitting up watching 6 8s abreast thundering towards you at high speed. There's something very exciting about that.
Thundering definitely is the word I'd use when they come past, especially when it's some of the crews in this category right now. It really is a great race to watch, both in this but in general as well. Definitely the 8s are the best category in my opinion.
Well, I don't know. I think quads could give them a good run for their money. A really nice, neat, tidy quad on song looks beautiful. It looks as though the lead's changing again. It was Newcastle. It started off as Durham, then Newcastle, then Durham. At 1500, it was back to Durham in the lead, and then Newcastle. Oh, and I think it still is Durham in the lead there. They've overhauled Newcastle, but not by much. This looks like a canvas.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
a very
the battle,
close race up here.
The battle is on between London and Brooks there.
Durham enter the red boys first, closely followed by Newcastle and then UL.
And the crowd is up on their feet. They are bouncing around. There's lots of Newcastle support, lots of Durham support. Newcastle, to my mind, just going to, Durham going through first. Newcastle half a length behind them. It's going to be UL, and then Brooks are going to have to take their place in the B final. That's Brooks C, and then over on the far side, Newcastle B. And then on this side, the D crew from Brooks. What a finish that was. Must have been a great race with the lead changing a few times down that 2,000 metre course.
Definitely, yeah. It would have been very, very close all the way throughout that, but Durham definitely just pipped them to the line in that final bit there. So now we're on to the repechage of the men's championship 8, and there's only 2 who go through to the final in this category, and that will be out of Imperial College London, Newcastle and Oxford Brooks B.
Quite hard to get the angle. Sometimes the sort of parallax just confuses you. To me, it looks as though Brooks are leading. Second place with Imperial, and then Newcastle just marginally behind them. As camera pans round, we might get a sort of across the course view of this. But yeah, I would say Brooks leading, then Imperial, and then Newcastle. Interesting, we were just looking at the times coming up here and looking at the start times through the 500 metres. There was less than a second separating these 3 crews, and I did wonder if maybe somebody had a poor start, but I don't think anybody did have a poor start. I think they were all on it from the very beginning.
If anything, if you look at the times, Oxford Brooks had a worse start in comparison to the other 2 crews. However, they've managed to gain back that and more by leading the pack at the 1K mark by 2 seconds ahead of Imperial College London.
So Alex, do you think they were maybe confident that even if they didn't get the best to start, they have the power and the strength to actually row through other crews that may be sharper on the start?
Definitely probably the case there, yeah. Especially with a crew like Brooks, you know for a fact they've got the power and the 2Ks behind them to really power down the course. But going through the 1.5k mark, it seems to be that 2 seconds stand between our first and second, and that is Oxford Brooks with a 4:37 and Imperial College London with a 4:39 at the 1.5k.
And these crews have less than 250 metres to go now. Newcastle just seem to be lifting it. As I said earlier, it's 2 to the final here, and that's where the honours will lie. Brooks just seem to have taken their foot off the metal there. They are in front, they know they're in front, and they're just watching what these other crews are going to do. Newcastle lifting it there. Imperial has seen the danger. Imperial starting to lift it there. These two crews racing for the line. Brooks still in front of Imperial, and I think they know they've done enough to get into the final, but I don't think they can be caught, but this is going to be tight.
Newcastle are definitely making a charge there to try and catch up with Imperial, but I don't think they'll be able to manage it. Brooks cruise through the line there, followed by Imperial College London, and then in lane 3, Newcastle. Don't worry, the men's 8s aren't over yet. We still have one more repechage to go with the men's championships 8, continuing 2 through to the final of this one as well, and that is in lane 2 we have Edinburgh, in lane 3 we have Bristol, in lane 4 we have UL, and in lane 5 we have Nottingham.
Just looking at the times to 500, London got off to a blistering start, probably the fastest first 500 I've seen of these championships, 8s under 130, which is quite impressive. And then Edinburgh just on the 130 second place, Bristol 131 and Nottingham 134. Really close racing here. At 1,000 metres, it's still London leading, Edinburgh still in that second place with Bristol third. There are two good places to watch racing, I always think. Commentary is probably my favourite because you're inside in the dry. Next best place is as the race umpire, because you're following the race, and that's where it's very, very exciting. But then the disadvantages there are you're out in the weather and the conditions, so you have to make do with it. So, you know, it's always a difficult one, but sitting up here in the tower with all the cameras on the action, it's a great place to be. And in this race, it's still University of London leading, Edinburgh still in that second place, Bristol in third, with Nottingham in fourth. 2 going into the final.
With crews of this calibre, it's really difficult to see whether they'll be able to make up the gap between them. Do you think they will, Carol?
There's always that balance that you want to make up the gap, but you want to go into the final. You don't want to kill yourselves before you get into the final, so you want to do enough to get into the final, but not kill yourselves at the same time, especially in these conditions, because it is quite warm. And, you know, The finals, the major finals are going to be coming along quite early in the afternoon. So, yeah, there's always this big balance ahead, but sometimes when you're in a race, adrenaline just takes over and you can't help yourself and you just go for it. But it is University of London. Looks as though Bristol are mounting a challenge there on Edinburgh. They want to get into the final. Edinburgh are going to have to reply to that challenge and just see what they can do, hold on to that second place in the final.
It's definitely now a race between trying to get that last place through to that major final there. UL have very much solidified their first place finish in this, but Edinburgh just holding off Bristol in lane 2.
Lots of supporters out there just delighted with that result. Nottingham just coming through the line now.
And that's me over with my shift. I will be on the on-site commentary now later in the afternoon, but I'll hand over to Camilla.
Well, thank you very much there to Alex for his awesome commentary on those semi-finals and repêchages. We're now moving on to our first finals of the day. Very exciting here. We're looking at the B final of the men's intermediate lightweight single in lane 1 for Strathclyde, Anthony Fidrick. In lane 2 for Lancaster, Billy Lord. In lane 3 for Harper Adams, Oliver Robertson. For Aberdeen, Campbell Wheeler, and Nottingham Trent, Jerry Owen in lane 5, followed by finally Kyle Sutherland of Bristol. And we'd have seen these guys racing in their semi-final not too long ago, Carol. They'll have had to have gone off and had a bit of a rest before jumping back up to the start line. That must hurt.
It's a balance though, isn't it? You must admit that it's better. Is it better to have a long gap between races, or is it better just to sort of go bang bang, I'm racing again, I'm racing in an hour, the adrenaline's still in my body, I want to do this, I'm desperate to do this, I need to go now. Whereas sometimes you get a longer gap, you just come off the boil slightly. I don't know, this heat's a bit sapping, a bit draining. I think I'd much rather just keep going and just keep racing.
Yeah, and once you're in that mentality, and a lot of these guys, you know, they'll have done the training sessions, those lactic acid training sessions where they do multiple, 1500 metre pieces or 2k pieces. They'll be used to this, they'll be used to going again with minimal recovery. And a great shot there of Lancaster's Billy Lord in lane number 2, just spying in the foreground there, Strathclyde University's Anthony Fidrick. And over on the far side, Carol, it looks like a great start here, I'm sure you'll be pleased to see, from Aberdeen University's Campbell Wheeler. I
am indeed delighted. I've been a wee bit away from university rowing for a while, so I don't really know Mr. Wheeler personally. I know some of the other ones who come up through the junior scene, but I don't know Campbell at all. So yeah, good on him. Good on him coming down to Nottingham. I'm sure he'll have raced at Strathclyde Park last weekend, and I could share this with online viewers that Strathclyde Park last weekend we were looking at 5 or 6 degrees, high winds, certainly on the Saturday, so it was like coastal rowing. So today will feel like a mill pond for him.
Well, for both him and for the so Aberdeen and for Strathclyde University's Anthony Fidrick as well.
Absolutely, I'm sure they'll just be so happy just to be in a bit flatter water and actually be able to demonstrate good sculling technique. And you look up the course and you can see these scullers, 6 of them just going so strongly. And it's, well, it looks to me as though it's the Aberdeen sculler out in the lead there, along with Billy Lord of Lancaster.
Yeah, I've been so impressed by Lancaster University here on this first day of the British University and Collegiate Championships. It's been a big entry from them, and Carolyn and I were sat this morning commentating on the time trials here on site over the speakers, and I feel like every other crew we were saying, oh, Lancaster again, Lancaster again. They've brought a really big entry here, so great to see them doing so well in this B final.
But it's always nice to see universities wax and wane, because as you know, with most sports it's a cyclical progression, that some universities are big and then shrink down and then they go big again. I can't remember seeing so many entries from Lancaster in the past though, so that is huge credit to them to be so determined to come here in such force.
Oh, but it's not over yet for Billy Lord. He's being challenged stroke by stroke by Campbell Wheeler of Aberdeen University. They sit a lane apart. They've got the athlete in the middle from Harper Adams, who's a little bit further back fighting for third, but this is going to come down to the wire here between these two scullers. It doesn't get much more gladiatorial than this in single sculls, does it, Carol?
I think single scullers have to have a certain mentality to be able to fight it through to the end, and successful single scullers, you have to set them apart because they are so determined, not willing to give up when it starts hurting. And these athletes will be hurting because they've done the time trials, they've done the semis earlier on, and now they're in the finals. 3 quite hard races in quick succession. And to my eye, I'm delighted to say, it looks as though it's the Aberdeen sculler leading, Campbell Wheeler leading Billy Lord by about a length and a half, maybe even 2 lengths now.
Yeah, it's been a really big final 500 metres here for Campbell Wheeler of Aberdeen University, who comes in towards the line, having pushed out clear water in this B final of the men's intermediate lightweight single sculls. It will be second for Lancaster's Billy Lord across the line, and then a really tight race here behind Harper Adams. To your eye, is that Trent or Bristol there, Carol?
That was incredibly close. You know, you get so caught up with 1 and 2, you forget there's a race on for 3, 4 and 5. And it was Harper Adams, and I could not call between Nottingham, Trent or Bristol there. It was just so close.
And it's amazing, isn't it? 2,000 metres of rowing in a single scull, and it comes down to a matter of centimetres. It really gives a lot of credit to these athletes who are out here, who are taking on this challenge and fighting all the way to the line, because really it is centimetres that separates the positions here at BUCS.
Certainly is, and as I said earlier, I think single scullers must have a certain mentality. I think I'm a crew boat person. I don't like doing that by myself. I need somebody else to back me up, to chivvy me along, because I know that I won't give up if somebody else is not giving up as well. But I think these single scullers don't give up because they can see their opposition next to them or 2 lanes away, and they're not giving up either, so they just use that to fight off, and what a finish that was.
Well, we're already on to the first A final of the day, the first medals to be awarded at BUCS 2023, and this is the A final of the men's intermediate lightweight single sculls. In lane number 6, we'll go 6 to 1. It's Strathclyde University's Felix Rainish. It's then Surrey in lane 5, Tom Fortnum. It's Bath in 4, Jack Norton. Nottingham in 3, James Lawn. Queen's University Belfast in 2, that's James Foley. And in lane number 1, it's Sam Taylor for Cambridge.
Lovely picture of the start there. You're just focusing in on the back of the Queen's kit there, distinctive kit with the little hoops around it, green and blue. And then it looks as though it's the sculler in lane, the Bath sculler, doing very well. Just seems to have pulled himself out early on, and just dominating this race in the first 500 metres. So it's Bath leading by about 3 or 4 seconds there in the first 500 metres. That's quite impressive at this stage of the race, Camilla.
Yeah, really impressive, and we've seen great things this morning in the time trial from Jack Norton of Bath, and continuing his rampage on through here to the A final, and I'm sure he's got somewhere just tucked in his mind that he could be the first medalist of today. We've obviously had our first final, which was the B final ahead of this, but only medals for A finals awarded here for the top 3, gold, silver and bronze, and it's looking good so far. That's a good gap in a single scull at that first mark, the 500 metre mark. We've just had halfway results come through, and it is still Jack Norton of Bath that leads, and we're just awaiting times from the other scullers to come through because he's got such a good gap that it's some way back to Queen's University Belfast, who sits in second. That's James Foley, but you can see on the screen here just how great those levers are from Jack Norton, Carol.
That is a cracking side-on view there. That cameraman has to be awarded, because I'm sure the coach will be delighted with some of these. And some of these videos are really great coaching tips, for looking back and just looking at what they're doing. But he has got really long levers there, just reaching out, getting those blades placed, then the legs come on. A really good example of sequencing that stroke in. But 1,000 metres in, he has a substantial advantage over the rest of the field. He came in at 3:55. His next opposition was 10 seconds behind. In a single scull, 1,000 metres in, that is quite an advantage to come down to the finals. I can see the medals being prepared just in the just down in the pontoon here, and at the moment it looks as though Jack Norton of Bath certainly seems to have his name on one of them. It's a great example of single sculling here. He's look at that view there, and you can see how far he is in that front, just sitting there with this chevron of scullers behind him. Second place with Tom Fortnum of Surrey, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight race in the middle of the field, it seems, for the other medals, but nobody is catching Bath's Jack Norton, it seems, at this point in time. Now, we've already talked about all of the progressions that each of these individuals have had. So they've had a time trial this morning, they've done a semi-final in this case, but the other thing to bear in mind, this is a lightweight event, Carol. They'll have been up at the crack of dawn this morning having to weigh in. 72.5 kilos is the weight cap for this event. For lightweight men, it's not easy, is it?
Never having been lightweight, never even having darkened that door. 72.5 kilos in old money is just a smidge over 11 stone, which isn't that much for most of these athletes are quite tall as well, and 11 stone for a tall person, as McGranny would say, would probably be a skinny malinky, but you can't say that these days. But it's hard being a lightweight, and if it's done properly, they start their training, and training's all tailored to the food, and they start tapering down the weight sort of January time, post-Christmas, and do it very slowly, very gradually, very controlled, because that's what you have to do. So you don't want to have to end up on race day having to do a sweat run, which puts you at a huge disadvantage before you even start racing. But it is a great performance there. Good battle going on for the minor medals here. So Queen's Belfast, where am I? Nottingham and Surrey battling it out there. Queen's Belfast and Nottingham, I think, on this side. Yeah, that's going to be a really huge race here for the silver medal between Queen's University Belfast. You can see on the far right hand side of your screen, you've then got Nottingham just one in to the left, and we're going to lose Queen's Belfast off the side of the page there as we pan in on our race leader from start, and I would say to finish. We're almost there. I don't want to give him the commentator's curse, but Jack Norton has just put in a stunning performance in this first A final of BUCS Regatta 2023, the men's intermediate singles final. He moves into the red buoys, he looks around and can see that there is no one there at all. Look at that clear water, Carol, and back to the fight here for the silver, and I think Nottingham might have just pushed through here. It's bow ball for bow ball. Absolutely, bow ball for bow ball. And what a push Nottingham put in there. Just look at him go. And he has really, I think, broken the Belfast sculler there.
And it's over the line in gold medal position for Bath's Jack Norton, and then a mega performance there for Nottingham's James Lawn to chase down Queen's University Belfast, who'll have to settle for bronze on this occasion, James Foley, and then our minor places just coming through the line now.
The Nottingham sculler just delighted with its performance there, just to steal that silver on the line. What a great way to go. And credit all due to Jack Norton, first gold medalist of this weekend. Delighted to see it.
Yeah, big performance there for Bath University. If you're tuning in and you're a Bath supporter, you will be taking away the first gold medal of this championships. 3 full days of racing, and just one of many medals that we're going to be handing out here at Holme Pierrepoint in Nottingham. Now, could it be better luck here for Queen's University Belfast as we move on to the men's championship lightweight single sculls? A quick reminder from left to right on your screen. We've got Derby in 6, Nottingham in 5, Queen's University Belfast B in 4, Strathclyde A in 3, Edinburgh in 2, and Strathclyde B in 1.
Over the far side, what a performance from Hugh Moore, Queen's Belfast. He won't have heard how his clubmate did, but he is really strongly out in front in the men's championship lightweight single sculls.
So this being the championship level event, this is for athletes who probably have aspirations in international level representation, or certainly towards the very top and the best of university athletes. And Hugh Moore here just making it look easy. He's out in front with oodles of space and a lovely, what we like to call chevron formation here, Carol, an arrowhead moving into the finish, because either side of him he'll be able to see Nottingham, he'll be able to see Strathclyde on one side and Derby on the other, coming into a nice arrowhead with Edinburgh moving through in 4th.
Absolutely, and that's, as an athlete, it's good to be able to see what's happening in the rest of the field. Lovely to see Ben Parsonage back in form, just racing very hard in the lightweight division. He's a name from Strathclyde University, and then it's good battle for that 3rd place between Harry Richardson of Edinburgh and Lucas Salmon of Nottingham. Hugh Moore just gone through the line in that 1st place, Bernd Parsonage, Strathclyde Uni in that 2nd place, and it's Derby, it's Derby and Edinburgh fighting it out. Edinburgh, to my eye, I'm not the finish judge, Harry Richardson, I think, possibly pipped Ollie Hanks of Derby, just on the line there. Camilla?
Yeah, I would agree with you, Carol, but what a great performance to see Derby racing a championship level A final. Amazing to see their progress over the last few years. They've had some amazing beginner programs in the sculling world, and now moving through to producing championship level lightweights. There through the line, that's Strathclyde B. Andrew Laird will lead out Nottingham's Lucas Salmon for the final 2 places in that A final, finishing 5th and 6th overall in the competition this weekend. A bit of a break now, as we see the umpire's white flag there, Carol, just assuring us that everything ran smoothly in that race and happy with the result as it landed over the line. So the format of these finals, we go from B final to A final, and then if there is a championship level equivalent, we then have another A final as well. No B finals in championship. So we're back now to B finals, and this is the B final of the women's beginner single, determining places 7 through 12. In lane 6, we've got Kingston University's Katie Edwards. In 5, Glasgow Caledonian's Elle Sutherland. In 4, Edinburgh University's Vilda Ellingson. It's Durham's Maya Solly in 3. Harriet Watts, Isabel Hake Bouquet in 2. And Becca Kitt of Plymouth in lane number 1. So barely 500 metres into this B final of the women's beginner singles. Now, the beginner singles, one of my favourite events here. I just think to be able to have so much confidence after less than a year of rowing, to put yourself out there on the national stage and race in a single scull. And for anyone who's tuning in at home, you might not have ever sat in a boat before. Carol, describe to me what it feels like to be sat in a single scull, because I remember my first time kind of setting foot in a boat, and it was much narrower than I anticipated it to be.
I'm sitting here laughing, giggling, laughing, because I find single sculls singularly terrifying. They are very narrow, they are very twitchy. There is a move nowadays to get people sculling before they actually go into sweep rowing, and I think it's not a bad thing, because being a heavyweight but in a sweep boat, you'd come to sculling later in your life, whereas if you go through the sculling, it gives you an idea of balance, where your hands should be, how the boat should sit, what you do with your body affects how the boat behaves. So I think if you go in as a beginner, you learn these things, so it becomes natural. So when you go into a bigger boat, you're a bit more sorted and a bit more balanced, so that you don't do anything in a big boat to set off the balance.
It's so true, and you'll look at how well these beginners are controlling these boats out here on the water, and I think we're looking at their Elle Sutherland of Glasgow, Caledonian. I could be wrong, I can see Kingston in the red and white stripe in the background. I think this is Elle Sutherland leading out the way that we're focusing on. But this is a wonderful demonstration of balance and technique, and like we were saying, Carol, being out there and any sort of twitch of the hands, the heights are slightly different. It can be really difficult to regain your confidence if anything goes wrong. So a real mastery here. We've got some great conditions, admittedly, for Nottingham. A beautiful sort of lane to scull down here. But some really nice placement of the blades in the water, getting right out there. A really long stroke. Some wonderful sculling technique here from Elle Sutherland.
Beautiful. It's not often a university that we see in BUCS. I can think maybe early 2000s would have been the last time that I seem to recall scullers out of Glasgow Cali. Glasgow Cali does a lot of medical sciences, physiotherapy, and one of the three universities in Glasgow. So yeah, it's great to see them out there.
And now just appearing onto screen is our race leader, who's going up against Elle Sutherland. That was Maya Solly of Durham University. A really historic kind of historic reputation for producing great beginners. And again, Edinburgh University on the screen, another institution that has got an almost perfect record when it comes to women's beginner sculling. I think it was last year, Carol, I know you weren't here, but we had a full A final, 1 to 6 of Edinburgh University women's beginner scullers. So it's great to see that the train keeps moving and the athletes keep coming to learn to scull at Edinburgh University.
But don't you think that success breeds success, that because people see the name and think that's a good university to go to, continue to take up rowing or to progress my rowing career, and because they have success they pull in other people to continue that success. Once the train starts rolling, it's very hard to put the brakes on. So like Durham, like Newcastle, all these universities that have good reputations year on year on year, they breed up good intakes of rowers or people who are keen to try the sport. So success does, in a way, breed success.
Absolutely right, and I think that certainly when engaging people to learn how to row. Because a lot of these universities, they'll have to go out onto the campus and they'll have to battle with lots of other sports to get people to sign up to rowing, to sign up to those early mornings, to do something that they've maybe never tried before. It's a hard job selling rowing, and if you can turn around and say, hey, look, we managed to get 6 people into a national final as individuals, that's a pretty good sell for the likes of Edinburgh University. But moving back, I want to focus on the sort of leaders in this race. Durham's Maya Solly is out in front alongside Glasgow Caledonian's Elle Sutherland, I believe, and yes, there's the leading 2 you can just see on left hand side of your screen. Glasgow Caledonian in the middle of your screen, it's Durham, and this is the B final, so no medals awarded here. That will be places 7 and 8.
Absolutely, it's quite hard to spot these scullers just on the screen there. Small boats. These boats are about 14 metres long, not that big. 14 kilos heavy, 15 metres or so long, and it's quite hard sometimes to spot them in these conditions. It's fairly bright. In fact, it's lovely and bright. Why am I complaining? But yeah, it's really nice performance there, and to my mind it's still the Glasgow Caledonian sculler. Oh no, I've been corrected by 1,000 metres. It's Durham University in the lead at 1,000 metres, Glasgow Cali in that second place, third with Heriot-Watt University. And it is still Durham as they come towards us. Just you can get the angle right now. Durham in the lead, about a length in front of Elle Sutherland of Glasgow Caledonian. Yeah, beginner sculls. It can have a huge range of ability, but these 2 scullers are sculling very nicely indeed.
Oh gosh, just a little blade clip there from Glasgow Caledonian in second place in this B final. And just as you were saying that, huge range of abilities, things can go wrong, but a great recovery there. And like I say, it can clip your confidence, but she's got so much room. She's done all the hard work in that first 1,700 metres or so, that she's got time to recover, not to panic. She's lost a little bit of distance there on the Durham University sculler, who's just clipped the water herself. Actually, you've got to remain calm in these closing stages in the single scull, which is as much as the racing kind of experience and as much of the sort of tactic as the training and racing itself, Carol.
As we both know, you race through the line. You don't take your eye off the prize until you've actually gone through the line. And sometimes when you're this far into a race, concentration does slip. You get a wee bit complacent because you're not being challenged really much. Places have been settled out. But both these scullers amazingly good. Maya Solly from Durham going through first. I think she's delighted with her performance. Elle Sutherland, Glasgow Cali in that second place, and it looks as though it's Isabelle Hack-Bousquet of Heriot-Watt is going to come in and take that third place on the far side. Katie Edwards of Kingston, and then Vilde Ellingson of Edinburgh University and Becca Kitt of Plymouth, just in these last few places of that first B semi-final. But looking up the course, the A final is well underway.
So we'll round out this race here on the stream. This was the B final of the women's beginner single, and hot on their heels, the A final for the medals. Once again, this is the A final of the single sculls, so 1 athlete per boat for athletes that have learnt to row this academic year, so less than a year of rowing experience. Quickly, runners and riders in lane 6, so that's on the left hand side of the screen. We've got Leeds, Hartbury in 5, De Montfort in 4, Bath in 3, Edinburgh University A in 2, and Edinburgh B in 1. And we're already moving towards the final 200 metres or so, and we've got a very clear leader here, Carol, in lane number 5.
Indeed, Lizzie Webster, just looking at the time, she led at 500 metres, she led at 1,000 metres, she led at 1,500 metres. Lizzie Webster of De Montfort University, what a performance. Look at the lead she has over the rest of the field. And we've had this in other sculling races. that we've had a leader way out in front, and then the race is on for silver and bronze, and the race is well and truly on for the silver and bronze. Edinburgh University in lane 2 seems to be up there, but look at this battle going on for the other positions.
Yeah, we'll focus on the battle as it comes across the line in just a moment, but on your screen there for De Montfort University, Lizzie Webster, and I know we've had loads of De Montfort support on the live stream. I was having a quick look at some of the comments this morning on the YouTube, so I'm sure tons of support here for Lizzie Webster, De Montfort University, who's going to be our gold medalist in the women's beginner single. Tons of noise here at the National Water Sports Centre, and they'll be able to see the race for silver. Edinburgh coming through hot to try and continue that reputation in this event, Carol.
Indeed they are, and look at the battle going on between Hartpury and Bath. And I could not call that one for that third place. That was just, wow, great finish there.
A hugely great finish for the bronze medal, so competitive in the beginners, and we'll bring you news of that bronze medal in just a moment. I think from my eye, I would call Bath, but we'll wait to see. It's then going to be Edinburgh University B, Lauren Cole in 5th position, and tailing off the A final, the top 6 in the country in this beginner singles event. It's going to be our lead sculler, Holly Bentley. Well, after that excitement for the medals in the women's beginner single A final, we're going to move through now to the women's intermediate pair B final. There's a list of our competing crews on the top left of your screen. Lane 6 in this current view is furthest across to your right. We're currently focusing on lane number 1, that's Glasgow University there. And a bit of a Glasgow derby here in lanes 1 and 2. Glasgow A in lane 1 and Glasgow Caledonian in lane 2, Carol.
I know, great to see, isn't it? Just happy to see so many Glasgow crews there, and not only that, going very well indeed.
Well, just taking a look at where our riders are in this B final, to me that seems like Surrey University out in front. That's Surrey A in lane number 4. You can just take a quick look. That's 3 in from the left hand side of your screen. Surrey University are our leaders, and then next to them Oxford University fighting hard for second place ahead of Cambridge University A, and also Birmingham University over on the far side, well, in the mix as well. This is all a big fight for the minor places here. Surrey doing extremely well, and being in a pair in the centre lane poses its own difficulties with things such as steering, doesn't it?
I think an umpire's worst nightmare is having 6 or 8 pairs racing down the course together. Sometimes they can all behave themselves, sometimes towards the end of a race, as tiredness takes over, it can go all a bit pear-shaped. But it's still Surrey A leading the field there. Good old battles going on. It's I've just got a little wry smile on my face here. I just looked at the name on the Glasgow A crew, and I saw Rosalind Wilson, and I thought, I know her, and I do indeed. I know Rosie Wilson very well, ex-Aberdeen schools, and her mother's an umpire up in Scotland, so I'm sure Mum and Dad and brother will be watching this on YouTube. But in fact, the Glasgow University crew are coming back in this B final, and actually starting to overtake the Cambridge crew in lane 3, but it's still Surrey A leading. This is going to be a good race for the finish yet again. This pairs all behaving themselves. A bit of a steering issue maybe there with Glasgow Cali, just a wee bit of a chicane in their course. But you know, at this stage of the race, tiredness does set in, and steering can go a bit awry. But it's still Surrey A leading there as they come towards the line.
Yeah, a huge performance here from Surrey in this B final, so places 7 through 12, and they'll come to the line with not too much trouble. And behind them, well, there's so much sprinting going on, and we'll just see coming into view now, Cambridge are just moving into the wrong lane. We'll have to see what the umpire says about that. You can see them moving ahead of Glasgow Caledonian to cross in third. Glasgow University will cross in second ahead of them, but Glasgow Caledonian just taking a look over their shoulder there, because Cambridge's steering just went a bit haywire there in the final few strokes. Oxford and Birmingham on the far side roll over the line, but it's always a danger with pairs racing, Carol, especially in that final sort of 25 strokes or so, when all you want to do is push as hard as you can, empty the tank. Steering tends to be the last thing on your mind, doesn't it?
Not being a natural steers person in a pair, I can fully empathise with that, because those last few strokes, as Camilla said, you want to empty the tank. You're not necessarily thinking about steering, because you're just thinking about the last 10 strokes, just pushing as hard as you can, and steering sort of just goes out the window. And steering's a lot to do with timing as well. If the timing's not spot on, you can skew the boat over, and then a wee bit of imbalance and pressures on both sides could skew the boat too. Pairs are very twitchy boats indeed, but well done to all these ladies. From the B final, we're going to move straight on into the A final, because as you can see, it's already started.
Yeah, straight through now to the race for the medals in this women's intermediate pair event. Lots of familiar names here in this A final. Over in lane 6, Cambridge C, Cambridge D in 5, Nottingham in 4, Bristol in 3, Durham in 2, and Newcastle A in 1. Now, Cambridge going well here. We can see on the screen the familiar light blue of Cambridge University that sort of runs synonymously with both them and their fight in the boat races. I'm sure all of these athletes would have been part of that selection squad this year for the boat race. But coming into view now, Nottingham University on their home water. They seem to be edging out ahead of that fight on the far side, but we also need to be mindful of Bristol, Durham and Newcastle, who will be on the near side of the screen, and given the sort of lane distribution, we tend to expect the faster crews to be in those centre lanes, Carol.
Indeed, very much like swimming, faster crews seeded into the middle lanes gives them a bit of an advantage, because if you're in the middle lane you can see what's happening behind you. If you're over on the far side, either of the sides, crews can get eclipsed by other boats, and sometimes you've got a bit of a blind spot. With the best will in the world, you're not necessarily good at looking over both shoulders equally as well. But with faster crews, as we've said, tend to get seeded in the middle. And to me, it looks as though it's the Nottingham crew just pulling out in front. I think Bristol being slightly left behind, but it looks as though it's Nottingham just. Oh, sorry, I'll just upgrade the screen here. But Nottingham just seem to be pulling out in front.
Yeah, Nottingham in lane number 4. Home water for them. They'll be delighted to see it so calm and so sunny. We were hearing earlier from one of our resident commentators, Andy, that it doesn't always look like this, and it hasn't looked like this for a number of weeks. So they'll have been used to training on a much rougher Holme Pierrepoint piece of water. They're out here, they're enjoying it. On the screen at the moment, that's Durham University. They seem to be right up there, though. Durham, I think, pushing here for the lead, in fact. Trying to run parallel with Cambridge over on the far side, Carol. They're certainly, climbing back here.
Looking at the times at 1,000 metres, there is less than 6 seconds separating these 6 crews. So you're looking up the course, we're looking on the screen, we've got all these parallax angles coming into play. I would not like to call it anyway there between these crews. I thought Nottingham, looking up the course, I think Nottingham have an advantage, but it's really hard to gauge there. Talking about training on your home water, if your home water's choppy and you've been training hard in a time, if you can race well in choppy water, racing well in flat water is a doddle.
a much better perspective there on the screen of where our current standings are. It is Nottingham University, that's 3 in from the left-hand side of your picture, that leads the way. It then looks to me like Cambridge are pushing into the medals in this intermediate A final. Perhaps silver currently lying with Cambridge D in lane number 5, but the bronze really is up for grabs here between Cambridge C, Bristol, Durham just falling off the pace slightly in lane number 2, same for Newcastle in 1, but I think it could go either way here between Cambridge or Bristol.
Difficult one to call. Looking at the times, the sort of Cambridge and the 2 Cambridge crews had really good first 500s of this race. I think they had very good second 500s. Once you sort of start pulling that advantage over, I think the action is all going to be over in lanes 4, 5 and 6. It's still Nottingham leading, but these 2 Cambridge crews fighting each other for bronze and silver, and it's C or D. This is going to go straight to the line. I think Bristol have been dropped, as have Durham and Newcastle, but the action's certainly over on the far side of the course. Nottingham leading, but which way is it going to go for bronze and silver, Camilla?
Yeah, both Cambridges fighting hard to come out on top here, but it's not going to be the top spot of the podium because Nottingham University will cross in gold medal position in the women's intermediate pairs final. It's then Cambridge D that come over the line in silver medal position ahead of Cambridge C over in lane number 6. A great 1, 2, 3 there, and exhaustion but delight in the Nottingham crew. A big hug there for the crew all round. Bristol will finish 4th ahead of Durham, and then Newcastle University slot in 6th position over the line. And I think happy faces probably in the Cambridge camp for 2 boats on the podium, but even happier for the likes of Nottingham University.
Oh, absolutely, and winning in a pairs, I think a special win to have. Just you and your buddy and racing down the course, and having to do it just yourselves. So it's a cracking race there for Nottingham. They were delighted as they went through the line, as they should be, justifiably. Well done.
Now it's on to the A final of the championship Coxers pairs. So we've just seen intermediate. This is now championship, the top performance level here at the BUCS Regatta. That's Imperial College on your screen there in lane number 4. They had a great time trial performance that has allowed them to slip into that lane 4. They went through the 500 metre and the 1000 metre in first position. Durham University currently in silver medal position there on your screen there in that famous Palatinate Lycra, and Cambridge University coming into picture there. That's Cambridge University in lane number 5, Karina Graf and Isabel Bastian, both familiar names from this year's boat race campaign. But Durham with 2 pairs here, you can see fighting side by side. Durham A currently in silver medal position, Durham B over in lane number 1 currently running in 4th. Carol, this is a good performance here from Imperial College London. This combination of Laura Ellington and Elizabeth Witt doing extremely well to hold on ahead of Durham University by just over a length.
Absolutely, they had a cracking start. They were flying out of the start. Got to the first 500 metres, 3 seconds in front, about a length, and still maintaining that. In fact, I think they've increased that distance to about a length and a little smidge there. And just about a length behind them, we have Cambridge B crew. It's still maintaining their positions. 4th place now with Edinburgh. Durham B have dropped to 5th. With Cambridge A in that 6th spot. Good performance there from Imperial.
Yeah, but they will need to watch out though. Any less than a length. This is the Durham pair we've got on the screen here. Philippa Emery and Evelina Davis. They were the winners at the British trials, the British rowing team trials for under 23 pairs. For international Great Britain selection, these two Durham athletes sort of won out that selection in this combination. So Imperial, although not behind at the moment. They've got enough space to play with, but they will have to be very mindful that they know that Durham pair have a lot of calibre sat just behind them. They're in silver medal position at the moment, and it's all starting to develop here as it comes into the final 500 metres. And this is what I love about pairs racing, arguably one of my favourite categories, Carol, and I know you have different opinions on what your favourite boat categories are, but for me, good pairs racing can change at the drop of a hat. The positions can change. A call can be made, and you can make up seconds, you can make up lengths just by really small changes. So I'd say anything less than 2 lengths is really the danger zone here for things changing.
Absolutely. Just as you say, a slight glitch in one half or a drop of concentration can just totally change the race. Just picking up their medals are Nottingham University gold medalist in the intermediate pairs. Great support for Cambridge there, but it's still Imperial leading this field as they come in less than 250 metres to go. Imperial still leading. I don't know if Durham are... Oh, Durham have just picked it up there, haven't they? Just picked it up to try and come back on Imperial, and then over in lane 1, in this lane 1, it's Durham B crew. But it's Imperial still leading. I think they've done enough just to stay in front. What do you think, Camilla?
Yeah, I mean, they've just got an overlap Durham here in this final 100 metres or so, but I think they've left it too late. They are gaining in this silver medal spot, but Imperial look imperious in these red boys. They are really keeping control. They've not been flustered by a gaining Durham University, and you can see them appear on screen now in that gold medal position. Women's championship pairs. It is going to be indeed the Imperial College London crew of Laura Ellington and Elizabeth Witt ahead of Durham University's Philippa Emery and Evelyn Davis. Bronze medal over to Cambridge University, Karina Graf and Isabel Bastian. Durham B, the second Durham crew in the top 4. A good performance there from them. Edinburgh University over in 5th, and then another Cambridge University crew in the final 6. A great performance all round. Freya Keto and Jenna Armstrong for position 6, but our medalists there completely unarguable that Imperial College London, a wonderful performance from them. We'll be moving shortly on to the men's intermediate singles B final, which will be contested in lane 2. Stuart Bruton of Durham University in lane 3, Manchester Met's James Cox, Thomas Marsh of Cambridge University in 4, Finn Gowden of Durham University in 5, and Plymouth's Harvey Lunn in lane number 6. So you can see the backs there of 3 scullers in this B final. of the men's intermediate singles. I can certainly see on the right hand side Durham University Stuart Bruton, which means that it's Manchester Met's James Cox that we're just seeing on the right hand side of the pitch there as we zoom in, and Cambridge in lane number 4, a slightly different colour than we're used to seeing, perhaps the Goldie all-in-one, or maybe one of the colleges, that sort of yellow strip of Thomas Marsh in lane number 4. But to me, it is a very controlled scull here from James Cox of Manchester Met.
Absolutely. I remember him going very well in the time trial earlier. Looked very strong. But on his inside, I think Stuart Bruton of Durham is going very well too. And then on the far side, I think the other Durham sculler, Finn Gordon, is performing well. Can't quite get an eye on the Plymouth sculler there, but it's Stuart Bruton in lane 2, pulling himself out in front there. You look at the line of the boys, he's about a length and a half, maybe even 2 lengths in front of the rest of the field there.
Yeah, and it's a difficult position sometimes being in that B final. They've really been striving to make it into the A final, so a lot of them trying to get that good position, do the best that they can. And Stuart Bruton, he's out here in lane number 2, pushing some wonderful water back to the rest of his opponents, and it's a glorious day. I cannot reiterate enough, if you look at the water, I know the sky looks a little bit grey, but it is, I can guarantee, it's very sunny here at the finish line, so they can row towards the sun. But Stuart Bruton currently still sitting ahead of James Cox and Thomas Marsh. But Carol, I guess, like we saw in that pairs race, I think the same applies to singles, right? Small boat, you can choose to make decisions, on the turn, and it can make a big lot of difference in a small amount of time.
Indeed, but in a single, you've also to remember that it's all on you. So if you make a big decision that pushes yourself too fast too soon, you can crash and burn further down the course. So racing's all a balance. You want to cross the line with nothing left, but you don't want to push yourself too hard early on, so you've got nothing to use to reply if a challenge comes in, say 1,000 metres, 1,500 metres. You're racing by yourself. You need to know yourself how much you've got in the tank, how much energy you've got to expend, and where it's best for you to expend that energy. And that comes with lots of time on the water, lots of time doing 2,000 pieces, lots of time with somebody sitting beside you pushing you very hard, because we can do a 2,000 metre piece, and if nobody's pushing you hard, you don't know where your weak points are. So you need somebody pushing it incredibly hard to sort of be able to race this to the best of your ability.
Yeah, definitely right. And I think that we're moving into what is usually a point that a lot of scullers decide it's kind of do or die time, right? Like this final 500 to 250 meters, that's where that decision is kind of final. You really need to make it quickly, otherwise you run out of water.
Oh, absolutely. And you don't want to come across the line thinking, I should have pushed harder 10 strokes ago. You want to come across the line thinking, I've got nothing left. And if you sort of swing your bottom onto the jetty and think, I can't stand up, fine, you've had a hard race and you have pushed yourself. But it's Manchester Met's James Cox has come back on the Durham sculler there. He's now leading him by about a length. Stuart Bruton in that second place, and then it's the other Durham sculler in lane 5 in third, with the Cambridge Thomas Marsh in the yellow kits just in fourth. And good performance from James Cox here. I thought it was all with Stuart Bruton of Durham, but he's come back in that last 500.
He's just been plugging away, Carol. I think he's looked so relaxed, and he's really decisive around the catch, which I think is a great sort of energy saving tool, right? He's not wasting loads of energy. He's been chipping away centimetre by centimetre, and got a lovely long finish into the back of the straight. You can see him swinging there, all very efficient, and that efficiency over 2,000 metres, it's just pulled him through, and he's pulled ahead of Durham University. He's pushed Stuart Britton back into second place here in this B final, and it's then going to be Durham University's Finn Gordon ahead of Cambridge's Thomas Marsh, and only 5 crews competing in that men's intermediate single B final, so places 7 through 11.
From the B final, we've moved straight into the A final. Lovely picture there on our screen of Queen's Belfast. That's Fergus Bryce of Queen's Belfast. But apart from him, in this race, lane 1, we've got Orlando Morley of Cambridge. Lane 2, Jacob Parrington of Reading. Lane 3, Felix Rummel of Manchester. Fergus Bryce of Belfast. Lovely shot of him there. Look at that lane back he's got. Nice placement, nice drive. And then Ben Newton of York in lane 5 and Tommy Fuller Reading in lane 6. And looking at these line of boys, I think we're looking straight across the course there, and it's Queen's Belfast in the lead. He led at 500 metres, he led at 1,000 metres. I'm just trying to see if the other times will pop up so I can tell you how far by. He led by 4 seconds at 500 metres. Still 4 seconds. York Sculler in second place, Manchester Sculler in third, then Reading A in fourth, and very little between Reading B and Cambridge A in fifth and sixth. So a really close race this so far.
Yeah, and still, half the course to row in an A final. People have travelled a long way to race here in Nottingham, and if it's a close race, they're going to be up for it. They're going to be up for trying to change those positions. Fergus Bryce, a great performance so far, but like we just saw in that last race in the B final, Carol, going out and being ahead in the first half, not necessarily the right tactic, especially in the single sculls.
Well, that's interesting, because there's lots of schools of thoughts about single sculling. It's go out hard, break them first, break them before 1,000 metres and know that they can't come back on you, or else just sit there and break them somewhere in the middle of the course. Everybody races differently. It's just a weird thing. It depends where your pressure is. Going back to when my son was still racing, there was a sort of double pair that he could never beat, but the other pair used to go out hard and fast, whereas my son's strength was in the last bit of the race. But usually the hard and fast, 6 lengths in front, you can't come back in that. But if you go out hard and fast as well, you could maybe break them because they don't have that left in the tank. It's very hard, and single sculling is incredibly hard to know what to do, and it depends on you as an individual, where your strength is, where you feel mentally strong. Are you mentally strong out in front so you're in control, or are you quite happy to just think, I don't have the best start, I'll just chip away down the course, I've got strength and power. Individually it's very hard.
Yeah, and perhaps, for Fergus Bryce of Queen's University Belfast, he likes being out in front, likes getting that space to control the race behind, and won't be fazed by potentially the race going on behind, which looks extremely close here for the medals. Like you say, it's not sort of stretched out one bit. I think looking at the silver medal here, it could go anywhere between York in lane 5, it could go to Reading in lane 2, we've also got Manchester in lane number 3. Carol, who's your money on?
I think I would have an each-way bet, to be honest. It's definitely Fergus Bryce. He's got this race in control. At Reading Sculler in lane 2, Jacob Parrington just lifted it there. He's come back in touch with Rummel of Manchester, and over the far side, Ben Newton of York. This could be a 3-way split there. Felix Rummel of Manchester, he's lifted it. Look at this Reading sculler go, lane 2. He is just pumping that rating it up, ranking it up, and he is racing for this line.
Here we go, the final 100 metres. It's Fergus Bryce on your screen of Queen's University Belfast, who's going to go over in gold medal position, but the medal still to be decided. Silver medal could go either way. I think a huge push here from Felix Runnell of Manchester will secure him the silver medal just ahead of York. That huge sprint from Jacob Parrington of Reading, not quite paying off, I don't think, to get him onto the podium, but we'll await the confirmation of results, Carol.
Yeah, but brave challenge to really ramp it up that hard. But as you say, you have to try. You just don't know. And great performance there. Great sculling race in this A final. Well, the championship single final now on the course. On your screen you can see Bath University. That looks to be Bath B over in lane number 6, James Gare. In 5, Louis Powell of Reading University. Josh Lyon of Reading in 4. Aidan Thompson of Surrey in 3. It's then Bath A in lane number 2. That's Settle Daffyd, and in the first lane, Josh Matthews of Edinburgh University. So always some, big hitters in these championship singles finals. We've had, Olympians come and contest in the past, world champions, you name it. So this is really one of the most fiercely competitive events of the regatta. So you can look across the course there. This is the championship single men's A final. We're through halfway already. We don't appear to be getting any times from the timing huts for this one, but they are moving now towards 750 metres to go. And just casting my eye rather than at the screen up the course, because we're lucky enough to have a great view here in the finish tower at the National Water Sports Centre. I think our leader is currently either coming from lanes 2 or 3, Carol, which would be either Bath A or Surrey. Well, I was doing exactly the same as you were, Camilla. I was just thinking I'm going to check. I couldn't see any times on the screen. I thought, well, eyeball's the best thing to do, and totally agree with Camilla. It's between Daffyd of Bath and Thompson of Surrey. I think honours are with Thompson at the moment, and he's in that lucky position, being in the middle of the course, to have that chevron behind him, just so you can see where all the other scullers are. Being championship scullers, though, these scullers are not far behind, because they are pretty close. I don't think there's clear water between any of these scullers. I think it's going to be a close race for the finish. I don't think anybody could sit on their laurels there. We've seen some very fast finishes from all these scullers, and it's still Thompson of Surrey in the lead, with Lyon. In fact, Lyon of Reading is coming back on Daffyd of Bath. and Edinburgh Sculler Matthews isn't far behind, and then over on the far side we have Powell of Reading and Gare of Bath. Looking at Thompson of Surrey, he's got a lot, he has a lead, and he is going to be challenged very hard by Daffod of Bath there, and Lion of Reading. It's not all sewn up yet. We've got just coming into 250 metres to go. This could change. They seem to be quite comfortable sitting where they are. It just takes one of these scullers just to ramp up the rating and just put in a big push. Having said that, Lion of Reading has just put in, just decided he's fed up with this. He's going to make a challenge, and he is making this challenge. Reading has gone up, and he has pulled himself away from Daffod of Bath. He's been caught napping. Aidan Thompson of Surrey still in the lead. What a good push Reading did, and what a great response Thompson of Bath did to reply to that challenge. He's ramped it up there, and it's going to be Thompson going through. Lion of Reading in that second place, Daffod of Bath in third. These results to be confirmed by the Finnish judges, of course. And then fourth place, what a battle between Edinburgh University and the other Reading sculler there. I think it was maybe Matthews got that fourth place. I can't confirm that. Powell in fifth possibly, and then over on the far side, Gare of Bath. Just coming through to finish this men's championship single sculls.
So as we embark on the B final of the women's beginner eights there, you can see Cambridge in 6, York in 5, Manchester in 4, Exeter in 3, Bristol in 2 and St Andrews in 1. I'm going to say goodbye to Carol Wallace here in the commentary box. Thank you for all of your company and great commentary. We've had some cracking finals here already today, haven't we?
We've had some cracking finals indeed, and delighted to be on with you, Camilla. It's always a joy, and we will be back. I will be back sometime tomorrow, and signing off. I'll be on the course commenting in real time, well, not real time, but on what's happening on the course. So goodbye. I'm handing over to our excellent new commentator.
Yeah, a big welcome to Sophie Payne, who'll be joining us here in the commentary box for the next couple of hours on the live stream, and joining us firstly on this B final of the women's beginner eights. Now, a huge we've already had some beginner finals. We had the women's beginner singles just a few races ago, and again, lots of talent finding our sport, joining the sport of rowing. All of these athletes you can see here on the screen are brand new, all 54 of them. Well, potentially not the Coxes, they don't have to be a novice Cox, I guess, but brand new to the sport of rowing within the last academic year. And you can see on your screen there, that is the crew from Cambridge over in lane number 6, and they're running alongside York. Our race leaders though look to be more in the middle, and I think Exeter University there, Sophie, sat in the middle, and welcome. How's your day of commentating at BUCS Regatta been so far?
Yeah, it's a lovely day for it. I think couldn't have asked for better weather. I think I've raced here before, and it's usually ridiculously windy and blistering, and you struggle to get down the course. So it's sunny, it's flat. I think the athletes today couldn't really ask for better conditions.
No, you're absolutely right. Now, as a beginner, which all of these athletes on the screen are, as we've said, you'll be pretty thankful. I'm sure they'll have heard horror stories from their coaches, taking them out into the waves, going, imagine what it's going to be like at Nottingham. Ask the seniors, ask what they've gone through and what they've been through. And here we've got on the screen Bristol University, who are dominating this final so far. Clearwater in an 8. That's a big margin, Sophie.
It is, but I think as a beginner, you don't have that sense of, comfort. Or I remember the first time as I was racing, there was never enough, and you never felt comfortable. And I think the more experienced you are, the more you sort of can gauge how much you need to keep ahead of your competitors. So I think this will be a really exciting race for them, despite it having such a big lead.
It's interesting you say about that sense of comfort. I want to pick up on that, because that's a really interesting insight into being a beginner and feeling that you always need to get more. But I think that can also sometimes be to the detriment, right? Not having that race experience to know when to settle, when to calm down. And if you go out and you get a length in an 8 in the first 500 metres, that might go very badly and pear-shaped for you in the final 1,000 metres.
I think that's exactly right. I mean, it's all about pacing. It's all about sort of figuring out where to take the move, where to, how to pace yourself. And I think as a beginner, I mean, it's all about getting the races under your belt. So, I think you can see these athletes coming down the screen now. It looks to be Bristol still in the lead, but it's anyone's race.
It really is still anyone's race, and look, I think coming to your first ever national regatta, which pretty much all of these individuals will be as part of the team. They'll have been so excited competing at national level championships. They're racing for a position. They're racing to be able to, be hungry, I guess, for what the summer might bring, because this certainly won't be the end of the road for these beginner students. They've got so many races available to them throughout the year, haven't they?
They do, and I think it's such an exciting summer season coming up. What with Henley Women's and Henley, and this is impressive. I mean, as a beginner, it's great to see them sort of racing their hearts out, really.
Well, up at the front of the field here now in the centre of the lake, that looks to me like Exeter University having taken the lead ahead of Bristol. A fight of the southwest, if we can call them that. Probably the closest university neighbours to one another, certainly on the field, and Exeter have got the bit between their teeth, and in this final 250 metres they are going for the win in this B final. Bristol are really going to have to watch out. They're being swallowed up here by the rest of the field. They've got on one side St Andrews University, on the other side Manchester University in the purple and yellow, and they are in danger of going backwards here, Sophie.
That's right. I mean, it all comes down to who has the most gas in the tank, and it's really sort of anyone's game here. It looks as if we have about a length's lead now from Exeter, who will come to take the win in this women's beginners 8s.
And some of the loudest supporters and spectators here in these beginner events. They've got the whole club behind them, and we can hear the screams from the bank as Exeter University have got Clearwater going across the line in this B final. No medals, unfortunately, for the B finals, but a big punch to the air for the stroke seat there. Bristol very closely followed by Manchester and St Andrews, and a great fight here for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, it's always a good feeling to cross the finish line first. Like you said, Camilla, there's no medals, but it is great to sort of watch your 5 competitors cross a finish line behind you. That's the greatest thing about rowing, is you can watch the people that come behind you. It's always something I enjoyed.
So that's the finish there of the women's beginner 8B final. We'll be moving on to the A final in just a few moments' time to decipher the medals. And you can see there a great shot from our start tower. All 6/8s off the start cleanly, it seems, into the sunlight. There's that promised sunlight I told you about here at the finish line. And it's from lane 6, Liverpool, Birmingham in 5, Edinburgh in 4, Nottingham in 3, Cardiff in 2, and Queen's University Belfast in 1. And not much to tell from these opening stages. You can see the next race already starting to come and get attached to the stake boats. But at this point in the race, Sophie, it might be your third ever, 2K, because let's face it, they all started this morning on the time trials. There's a medal on the line. What are the most important things for the cocks to be saying and for the athletes to be thinking at this moment in time?
I think getting a clean start is just so important. I mean, like you said, you really don't want to cock up the start, and sort of no crabs. You want to get ahead. You want to establish that base pace. And I think these athletes, having gone through a time trial, will sort of know where they stand relatively to the other crews. So they'll have a good idea of how much they need to put on in the early stages of the race. And so they'll each have their individual strategies, and I think the cocks will just try to sort of be kind of re-implementing that strategy and sort of keeping them all in the eyes in their boat. That's really important as well, and easy to sort of get sidetracked, or it's like you said, it's their second, their third race. They're getting really excited, and they just need to sort of stay in their lane.
Yeah, and that's the job. If you're tuning in, you're new to rowing because you're watching your son, your daughter, your child racing here, and you have no idea what's going on because they're new to rowing. You'll probably be new to rowing as well. The cox is the person that's facing us. They're looking to either side. You can see there in the Birmingham crew in red, just having a quick look to see what's going on. They're also steering the boat, which on a straight course, not so important, but staying within the lane, of course, very important. And they're also talking to their crew over the speakers, and like Sophie saying, just keeping them relaxed, keeping them in their boats and knowing what's going on and calming them down to execute the race plan. Now, in the forefront, we've got Edinburgh University there in the sort of baby blue colour. They were just phenomenal at last year's BUCS Regatta on the women's beginner scene. They dominated everything. They won numerous gold medals, numerous medals full stop, and it looks like they're continuing that momentum on because we're barely 500 metres into the race, and they seem to be just obliterating the rest of the field.
Yeah, that's right, and I think even in the semi-finals, they showed a dominant performance, so they will be definitely feeling comfortable, or maybe not, you never know what's going on in their heads, but they'll definitely be feeling good about where they are at this stages in the race.
And for them, like you said, the beauty of rowing, you can look back on everyone else that you're beating. Not many sports where that's the case, and just to give you a bit of context, I guess, you've raced 8s a lot, Sophie. You know what it feels like to be in a situation where you're racing alongside others. This distance, by this point in the race, it's not common at all.
It's not common. A testament to how well they're doing, really, relative to the rest of the field. So I think, it's a different race almost when you get this far ahead. You kind of have to, it's your own race. You're owning the race. You're going for a time. You're not going for, a spot. And I think that's a really special position to be in.
Oh, we can see the remainder of the field there looking to nab the rest of the medals. And of course, it's never over until it's over. But that really is, something pretty wild would have to happen for that Edinburgh crew not to be up in gold medal position. I think Birmingham there in silver medal position, perhaps over on the right-hand side of your screen. And we'll bring you sort of further news as we get more updated camera shots. But I guess people who are new to rowing might want to know, Sophie, what is it that Edinburgh are doing differently that gives them that much time and space over, perhaps some of the other kind of rookie crews?
Yeah, I think it's working together as a crew, to be honest. If you can get all 8 blades to go in at the same time, and if you have the sort of, if everyone is rowing the sort of same stroke, that just goes, it goes a long way. And I think it's, especially, as a beginner, to get to ingrain that pattern in the stroke and to get everyone doing it at the same time really gives you a huge advantage.
And you can really see that togetherness from this back shot, right, of where we can see we're at this camera's placed just before the finish line, and you can see that crew really working together. The timing, moving that boat together is optimum, and that's exactly what the Edinburgh crew are doing. Focusing on where the other medals are kind of playing in this field, it looks to me like it is Birmingham in the red, who sit just kind of behind and to the left of Edinburgh, and then Liverpool over on the far side, again another university that have had a great developing beginner scene, and we've seen them sort of grow their squad and progress up through to some of the other national competitions that aren't just university, are more broad as well, the likes of Henley Women's, Henley Royal Regatta, and again that pipeline is sort of success brings success, like Carol was saying to us earlier.
Yeah, that's right. And as you say, I mean, this will be the first of many regattas for these crews this summer, so they'll be really using this as a test opportunity to sort of bring the crew together, to think about how they can improve moving into the summer. We're only sort of a month away from Henley Women's, or 6 weeks away, so I think that it's all starting to ramp up now. It's exciting, the sun's shining. I mean, these crews just should be really having fun and seeing how much they can learn is taking this forward into the rest of the season.
Now, in the sport of rowing, we tend to count winning distances in boat lengths, and if we were to try and count the number of boat lengths between Edinburgh University, who sit in gold medal position, the camera can barely keep the rest of the crews on the screen. That's how far they are in front, and there's going to be a huge smile on Scottish faces as they come in front of the boat tents. Those tents you can see lining the banks. They're about to come in front of their very own Edinburgh University tent, where there's lots of clapping, lots of cheers for the women's beginner 8, who do it once again for Edinburgh University, a gold medal in this A final, and a massive achievement to replicate these performances. Now the silver medal is really tight here, Sophie.
That's right. It looks to be about 3/4 of length between second and third. Again, a really close race, but it is Birmingham that comes in second, and Nottingham for that bronze medal finish. Just an outstanding performance from all crews.
Yeah, and it's hard to believe looking at these pictures, isn't it? There's only been 6 months of rowing experience, maybe just over 7-8 months of rowing experience, to get that coordination, that technique, to be able to race like that competitively. I just think a huge amount of credit is always deserved to not only the athletes but the coaches and the support networks as well, because starting a new sport where the norm is training 6 days a week and getting up at 5:30 in the morning, it's very easy to not stick at it.
I think that's exactly right. I mean, these women will be looking back on as you say, the last 6-7 months, and it will be they'll overcome such a sort of steep learning curve from day one to where they are now. I think there are marginal gains from here on out, so they've already done most of the work to get to where they are today, and it's been likely a difficult journey for them, but kudos to them for sort of sticking with it. And I think this will have really paid off, and it's only when you sort of get to race others that the sport starts to become fun, because there's so many winter miles and so many hours of training that nobody sees, and this is really exciting to be out here, and everyone gets to cheer you on and see all the hard work that you've put in. So I think it's it's really exciting, and hopefully these women will be feeling very proud of themselves today.
Yeah, and I'm sure even more as we come down the track now with yet another A final. This is the Women's Championship Lightweight Doubles A final. So again, the crews running in this race: Queen's Belfast over in lane 6, Surrey in 5, Durham A in 4, Reading in 3, Durham B in 2, and Imperial in lane number 1. And they're just moving away into the distance. It seemed to me like the fight was going on between Durham and Surrey, perhaps Queens as well, over on the far side of the course. Lots of action going on in lanes sort of 4 and 5, and indeed, just taking a look at the course myself, I think it is Durham University in lane number 4, currently sitting in gold medal position. The Durham University crew of Izzy Sellers and Caroline Reichser. A good combination with the top under 23 lightweight from last weekend's British Rowing Trials. Izzy Sellers sat in the crew. Certainly a lot of pedigree there, and they're making the most of it. They're into the last 250 metres now, and it's a toe-to-toe battle for silver between Surrey University and Reading University. The Reading crew of Alex Grocock and Laura Britton going up against Sasha Kennedy and Leonie Kennedy. The Kennedys have been a real sort of consistent force here at BUCS Regatta, multiple medals, and I'm sure about to add to their tally as they try and press ahead into silver medal position. But a great performance here from Durham University, who enter 250 metres to go with about 3 lengths in hand.
Durham maintaining their lead into the final strokes of this race. It will be Surrey in second and Reading in third, although having said that, it could be Queens. It's anyone's race to tell, but I do think it's Durham in first. They cross the line about 5 boat lengths ahead of Surrey. And it will be Reading in third and Queens in fourth.
Yeah, very well laid out. Gold, silver, bronze across the line there for Durham, Surrey and Reading. 3 institutions well famed for their brilliant lightweight programmes. It's Queen's University Belfast just missing out on the podium there. It looks like disappointment from them over on the far side. And the final crews now just trickling across. The white flag from the umpire, very clear that we had a nice clean race to conclude that A final of the Women's Championship double sculls. Now we're in for a treat, Sophie. We've got 3 A finals back to back because we've had the Women's Beginner 8s A final, we've had the Women's Championship double A final, and now Championship lightweight double even, and now the Men's Championship lightweight Cox's Falls.
And you can see them lining up, about to start the race. Starting in lane 1, we have Oxford, Durham in 2, Edinburgh in 3, Cambridge in 4, Oxford again in 5, and Nottingham in lane 6. I expect they'll just be getting aligned at this point in time. You know, they may have to sort of push a boat out a few inches or push one in, but the trick is now to just stay as calm and as relaxed as possible, take the final few breaths before these crews get off the line.
And Sophie, I guess, you know, we can see here they're all lining up, they're Coxless crews, so the crews themselves are responsible for getting themselves kind of attached and into alignment. Who usually does that within the crew? Is there a way of deciding that? And then, you know, there's no win today, luckily, you know, very luckily, because that's not often the case here, as you might have heard already. But, you know, how do you go about sort of ensuring that you're heading off in a straight line?
Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot. Now I'm back. It's great. I love it.
welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot. Now I'm back. It's great. I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Just like the boats cheering on for us. It's amazing.
And the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting, the lactic acid will have built up as he looks around and he sees the red boys. This could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race for the day is underway.
Very tight, Brooks take the victory.
Mental things can happen at university boat racing.
What a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again next year at BUCS Regatta 2023. Well, we're underway now with this A final of the men's championship lightweight coxless fours, and it seems to be nice and clean, nice and straightforward, and a great start here for the right hand side of the course, lanes 4 to 6, especially jumping out nice and dynamically, but just taking a bit of a reminder of our runners and riders. Over on the far right hand side, that's lane number 6. Coming backwards towards your left, it's Oxford University B in 6, Nottingham in 5, Cambridge in 4, Durham in 3, and Oxford in lane number 2.
And from our screen here, it sort of looks like Oxford is leading, followed by Cambridge potentially, and then Nottingham. It's hard to tell though from this angle. I think we may have to sort of make a judgment call as they come closer into the finish. And I think it's difficult to call at this point in the race full stop, right? The first 500 metres often aren't determined by very much in terms of distance, but also the race plan itself is yet to kind of unfurl, right? This is the sprinting stages. People can, fall away very quickly, and we usually expect quite a tight race in the lightweight division. So yeah, plenty of opportunity for this race to develop. On your screen at the moment, Nottingham on your left, Oxford on your right, and the Blades of Cambridge University just going off screen there. And this is an A final, so we're looking for the medals here in this race, and I'm sure we'll bring any updates as to who that might be looking like going onto the podium as we get sight of the sort of first 3 lanes. And coming into the third 500 of the race, it looks to be Cambridge out in front, though it's hard to tell from the angle who is in second and third. We do have some leaders though looking like they're coming out of lane 4 and 5. So Nottingham, oh actually, maybe not.
I think what seems to have happened based on our start list is Nottingham and Oxford have swapped lanes. So Nottingham are in lane 6 where they're due to be in lane 5, and Oxford are in lane 5 when they were due to be in lane 6. So that's what's confusing us here. We were just looking a little bit puzzled. Slightly different to the advertised start list, but Cambridge in front. Sophie, you got that one right. So well recognised from your alma mater. They'll be proud of you. And then Oxford sat in silver medal position. Then Nottingham, and I think this might be Edinburgh in lane number 3. Indeed, I'm going to call that as being Edinburgh. I think I recognise an Edinburgh blade and like having lived there for a few years, that are trying to hunt down the bronze medal.
Yeah, I think this looks like it's going to be a race for bronze between Edinburgh and Nottingham, though it looks as if Cambridge still retains their lead out in front. They're coming into the final 250 metres now.
Now this is where the perspective of the camera maybe not quite as accurate as our own eye. As I look out the window as these crews come in towards the final 250 metres, I think in fact Edinburgh are challenging more so for a silver medal against Oxford than they are a bronze against Nottingham. They've really shuffled back up through the field. It's Edinburgh that are here on the right hand side in the sort of middle of the lane in the blue. Cambridge are the ones still out in front, just one to the left of them, and then Oxford really fighting here. Look at the rating go up here from Oxford University, Sophie.
Yeah, look, we're really coming into the sprint stages now, and you can see it's Oxford and it's Edinburgh, and they are hunting down Cambridge.
And Cambridge will be able to feel that closing around them. I know it is advantageous being in the centre lane. That's why you race in the time trial, race in the semi-final, to have the priority and privilege of that middle lane. But also when the crews start coming back at you, it can get a little bit distressing, a little bit nerve-wracking as they enter the red boys. They'll be able to see Oxford and Edinburgh, who are going centimetre for centimetre here. Sophie, this is going to come right down to the wire here for the silver medal.
It is, and Edinburgh just taking a little bit of a detour outside of their lane. They're back in now, so they will have had to go a bit longer than Oxford, but they are eking out into that silver position spot, and it looks to be Oxford to take the bronze. Cambridge takes the gold.
Yeah, great race there from Cambridge University. Cool under pressure in that final 100 metres to clinch gold ahead of Edinburgh and Oxford in this men's championship lightweight Coxless Fours event. It's then Nottingham over on the far side with Durham and Oxford A on the near side, just completing their races. I think the other way around, I think Oxford ahead of Durham in 5th and 6th. But no time to breathe. It's a busy schedule here at BUCS Regatta, and we're already on to the next of our races. No medals to be contended for in this one though. The B final up the men's beginner Coxed Fours.
Yeah, again, looks like a clean start. We've got the crews coming down now. They are entering the third 500 of the race actually, and we'll give some more commentary as they come a bit closer to us.
So we're back to the beginner Coxed Fours. This is again athletes that have been rowing for less than one academic year. On the screen there, that is Bristol University over in lane number 6. it's a Cox event. You can see the Coxes there lying down in the bows of the boat on the left-hand side of your screen. They are making those calls. They are steering these boats, and it's Imperial there that moved through in second position. B final, this is determining places 7 through 12, and just Nottingham coming onto screen there, and a Cox 4, Sophie. Quite a different boat to row to an 8 or a small boat. It sort of sits in a bit of a category of its own, I feel, in terms of kind of feeling and way to row it. For beginners, great, they've got a Cox on board, someone that can keep them sort of focusing on the technique points that they need to, but it can be a hard slog with that extra weight on board, that you've got to pick the boat up in that smaller boat and move it down the course.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I mean, you think about an 8, you know, you share the load of the Cox between 8 of you, but in a 4, you share it between 4 of you. So I think, like you said, Camilla, the boat naturally feels a bit heavier. It takes a bit longer to get up to speed, but it's and it's a longer race. So I think, you know, just want to sort of emphasize how impressive it is that these guys have been rowing for less than a year. I mean, look at the blade work, it's relatively clean. I mean, kudos to the coaches, kudos again to the athletes for they've clearly put in quite a lot of work to get to this stage, and it looks like, you know, all six boats are coming down nice and cleanly, and yeah, very, very impressive performance.
And it's pretty close here between, there's a couple of interesting head-to-head battles going on. You can see across the course, Bristol out in front still, I would say relatively comfortably, but I actually think lane 3, which is Imperial, who we saw in second position back at the 1,000 metres, have been clawing back slowly but surely under the guidance, I'm sure, of their Cox, who's kind of, you know, keeping them a check of where Bristol are sat over on the far side of the course. And I think they might row through here, Sophie, just given, you know, what I can see on the screen versus what I can see on the lake. I think Imperial have got a shout here of taking the win in this B final.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that's relatively, it happens less than in, you know, championship races, that you see a huge shift in you know, boats rowing through other boats. It tends to be the case that one boat sort of gets out, you know, they stay out. But it's looking to be a really close race here.
Well, it all kind of pulls closer and it all draws up in the final 250 metres of this race. We'll be able to see the little blue board just appearing on the left-hand side of the screen on the banks of Holme Pierrepoint that signifies that 250 metres to go. That's just over 25 strokes, and Bristol are really going to have to focus here because Imperial are slicing through them. They can see the line, they're being G'd on by the crowds that are shouting them on, and Imperial versus Bristol for the lead in this B final, the men's beginner 4s, is getting very, very tight.
Look, Bristol coming closer and closer to challenge Imperial, just coming past us now, and it looks as if they may have just taken an inch, although actually, in fact, as they cross the line, I think I'm going to call Imperial, followed by Bristol, and then Nottingham in third.
I would completely agree with you, Sophie. I think Imperial there, an excellently planned race, especially as beginners, executing a wonderful race plan. All that matters is that you're leading over the line, no other position in the race. So there, Birmingham just crossing the line. You can see ahead of Lancaster in the final few strokes of that race. Just to note as well, Bristol that came second in that race, they were racing for time only due to technicality this morning, so Bristol time only in that final, no position to be awarded, so it would indeed be Imperial leading the way in that B final. Now onto the A final, back to where the medals are awarded, and a great array of clubs, university clubs here taking part in this final, Sophie.
Yeah, it looks like we've got clubs here from across the map. So in lane 1 we've got Warwick, lane 2 Cambridge, lane 3 Durham, 4 Surrey, 5 Exeter, and in lane 6 University of East Anglia.
I really like when there's good diversity of crews in the beginner events, especially in the A finals, going up for medals, because everyone starts with a level playing field, don't they, in the beginners? Everyone's learned to row at the same point in time. The recruitment and sort of ability to take on rowing has been at the same point really for each of these universities. So getting here on this journey to BUCS Regatta, to the A final, all done on the kind of great coaching, excellent attitude of the athletes and students, and same for everyone that has achieved coming here to BUCS Regatta. But I think especially for the beginners, it's great to see such a diverse network of universities taking part. Now, I think in lane number 4, indeed, Surrey University. Now, when it comes to kind of reputation in the beginner events, Surrey have got an excellent one. They've picked up multiple medals year on year for the last few years, in fact, and a lot of their pipeline comes from beginners for their senior level rowers. So they invest heavily. They look a lot at the athletes coming to, and they devote a lot of time to them, and what a great performance from them. They're out in gold medal position at the moment by Clearwater, ahead of lane number 5 Exeter.
Yeah, I think, Camilla, like you said, it is a level playing field for these athletes. They will have all started with no experience really in rowing, and it's a race as to who can become the fastest in a period of 7-8 months from the beginning of uni, really. So it does come down to that hard work and also good coaching. So it's kudos to Surrey. It's obviously clear that their program is doing well for them.
Yeah, really big shout out to Ellie Stevens, the lead coach of the beginners at Surrey University. Time and time again, delivery upon delivery across both sides, the men's and the women's. It's never fluke if you can do it multiple times on the chart, and that's certainly the case with Surrey University beginners. That they're always going to be a threat, and they are indeed in gold medal position in this men's beginner 4. We'll have the beginner 8s taking place later in the weekend. I'm sure these guys will be joining up and joining forces with others within the squad, and that will be one to watch out for. But Clearwater back to the further medal contenders now. Exeter have pulled through into silver medal position there on your screen there at the top, but the race for bronze between Warwick University, wow, that would be an amazing feat for Warwick to get onto the podium ahead of Cambridge. They are really getting the screams here into the final few hundred metres. It's going to be Surrey moving towards the line in gold, but this is amazing here. Warwick now taking on Exeter for silver, Sophie.
What a close race, and it looks like, from me, it could be anyone's race to call, though.
Well, Cambridge certainly finishing there in 4th ahead of Durham and the University of East Anglia, but just a reminder, the yellow line on our screen, that is not the official finish line. So even if you think that you saw who perhaps snuck a bow ball ahead there in the race for the silver medal, just remember, both crews will have got a medal at least. That's a good reminder. It was the race for silver, but what a finish there in that beginners men's Cox Falls event. And I'm delighted actually, mostly for Warwick University, because not a name that you see up on the podium too much at this event.
Yeah, that will be huge for them.
Well, a little bit of time here just to get these crews to the next camera position. You can see they've gone off the start. This is the B final of the men's beginner quad sculls, moving towards our camera here. It's Birmingham in 1, Durham in 2, Bournemouth in 3, Nottingham, Trent in 4, Exeter in lane 5, and Sussex in lane number 6. So this is the B final of the men's beginner quad sculls. And it's Nottingham Trent University here on the right hand side of your picture. They're joined by Exeter there in the centre and Sussex on the far left. These are the runners and riders in lanes 4 through 6. And they're through 500 metres, pushing on hard now towards the halfway marker. And differences, I guess, we're now moving into sculling here, Sophie. We've just seen the beginner men's 4s. A different kettle of fish here, I guess, in that A, it's sculling, and B, they don't have a cox on board in this one. So another skill to learn when learning how to row or scull.
It is, and in a field of 6, you definitely want to stay in your lane. So the skill of steering and developing that understanding and peripheral vision as to where you are relative to the buoys that sort of keep you in your lane will be really important for them. It'll also be a slightly faster race than the Cox 4s, so I'm sure these athletes will be grateful for that.
And you talk about steering, so that's Nottingham Trent out in front there as we go through the halfway marker, followed by Exeter. It's then Bournemouth in 3rd, ahead of Durham and Birmingham here on the near side. So great job there by Nottingham Trent, the locals pushing out to a length lead. We talk about steering. There's obviously not a cox with the wires and the rudder in their hands. If anyone's new, watching their newbie to rowing, their new beginner trials, how are they steering the boat, Sophie?
Yeah, so typically in the quad, the person in the bow, which is the first person essentially to cross the finish line, steers with their toe, so usually their right foot sort of moves from left to right. So on the foot plate, it rotates, and if you want to go left, you sort of angle your foot or your toe towards the left, and if you want to go right, you angle your toe to the right. But they're, depending on the boat, the steering can be quite sensitive, so you angle it too much to the left and you end up veering into the next lane. So and for a lot of these athletes, it may be the first time that they're going down a laned course, so I think that will be an added pressure and something they'll definitely have to be thinking about as they come into the final 1,000 meters of this race.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've all done an amazing job. You can see they're all in their lanes, and I don't want to give them the commentator's curse because that's a usual. I'll say that, and then somebody will take a big sweeping turn out of their lane in the next stroke. But they've done an amazing job of doing that. Nottingham Trent out in front, like we've said, in the sort of bright pink in the middle of your screen. That famously, I think a lot of the sort of comparison is in the 8s when steering and using the steering wire and the rudder is. These boats are being steered by something the size of a credit card, and it's even smaller when it comes to these quad boats. They're smaller boats, admittedly, but it's a tiny rudder that sort of moves underneath the boat, and tiny little changes, just changes the direction. And you can imagine that if you just get that slightly wrong or you oversteer, it's very hard to bring that back and to try and communicate to your crew, because it's all done on pressure as well. With the quad can help you out. You can pull harder on one side or pull harder on the other to try and communicate that to your crew. It requires a lot of skill, and often really experienced crews even struggle with that, right?
Well, I was going to say, it's just that, you see steering mistakes right the way up until, to the Olympics. So it's not, one shouldn't underestimate how difficult it is. I certainly always had troubles with it. So, but it looks like, we're coming into the final 250 of this race, and Bournemouth is out in front. Is that right? Do you think, Camilla?
I think they're closing the gap to Nottingham Trent, certainly. So Nottingham Trent in the pink, Bournemouth on the right there in the yellow boat. And I think they're closing the gap. Lots of looking over the shoulder there. I can see the Bournemouth crew. They're looking over their left-hand shoulder to see that they are drawing level with Nottingham Trent. This is going to be a great race through to the final line.
Yeah, I think, look at this. Coming in now, that gold medal position is going to be hot between Nottingham Trent and Bournemouth, though it looks to me like Nottingham Trent is potentially stroking a little bit higher. Oh no, maybe Bournemouth.
The noise level on the banks here is elevated beyond comprehension as they come into the red boys. Tons of support here for this B final of the men's beginner quad sculls as Bournemouth row through one of the most dramatic ways that you can win a race, rowing through your opponents to take the win against Nottingham Trent, the initial leaders. Is then going to be Exeter ahead of Birmingham for third and fourth. Durham University will come home in fifth, and then the final crew, Sussex, will be appearing in shot. There they are for the final 10 strokes or so. But there's almost no better feeling, Sophie, I would say, than rowing through a crew to victory, and that crew, as a beginner crew, will relish that feeling for a very long time, won't they, from Bournemouth?
I think that's exactly right, and doing so in the last 250 metres just feels even better. I mean, that will just be, you know, you sit within you know, striking distance of a crew for so long down the course, and then you overtake them in the last 250, and there's truly no better feeling. We're moving now into the men's beginner quads final, so again contending for medals. From left to right, lanes 1 to 6, we have Liverpool, followed by Bournemouth, Surrey, Edinburgh, Queens and Montfort. And if you were with us a few races ago and you were listening to our commentary, and no worries if you weren't with us, but if you were listening and you were doing your homework, you'll have heard us talk about the amazing beginner programme at Edinburgh University. And you see that small boat out there in the distance in the lead. No prizes for guessing who that is if you've been listening. Edinburgh University out in the front of this race by what could only be described as an ocean of clear water against their competitors. They've done it on the women's side. We saw them, you know, obviously absolutely obliterating the field in the women's beginner 8s. Here they are now in the men's beginner quad sculls, and they're barely in sight, right? They're leaving everyone else to fight it out for silver and bronze, having confidence in their ability, and I think the race for silver and bronze is going to be a pretty good one, actually, looking across the lake, but they don't want to even be in the question or in the conversation for that, do they, Sophie? No, exactly, and I think, you know, as well, it's so motivating to see your crewmates, you know, in the women's program. I'm not sure whether they will have probably already launched before seeing the women's 8 take the gold, but, you know, there's something about sort of carrying that momentum forward, and if someone else in your club wins a goal, you know, you kind of feel like, well, why can't I? And so there's a lot to be said about crews from club, you know, same clubs going on to sort of at least try to sort of follow in their fellow teammates' footsteps.
Now, trying to go with them and close the gap, it's another programme that always have a wonderful set of beginners. Queen's University Belfast, coached by the formidable Megan Hunter, who will be pedalling up and down on her coach's bike alongside this crew, and hopefully will be sort of collectively quite confident that they can go with the rest of the field. They're currently sitting in a medal position, in silver medal position, just ahead of I think Surrey probably in lane number 3, going up also against Bournemouth in lane 2. I think 3 crews here, only 2 medals available behind Edinburgh. Queens look fairly comfortable, about a length ahead, but that fight for the bronze, Sophie, between Bournemouth and Surrey, well, that's going to just push the whole field on, isn't it?
It is, and I think it's here where crews really show their stamina and their strength. What else have they got left in the tank? And I think we're about to see it.
But on your screen at the moment, that is Edinburgh University Boat Club. Keep an eye out for them if you're joining us for the rest of the weekend in these beginner events, because you'll be hearing their name a lot. The Baby Blue Army from Edinburgh, and it's another annihilation from this crew, from this squad, the beginner squad from Edinburgh. Not another crew in sight, and beautifully sculled. They look like they've been rowing for years almost, and ignore the boat on the bottom. They'll just have turned around from collecting their medals. The real gold medalists and winners here will certainly almost be the Edinburgh University crew men's beginner quad. They cross the line, another success for them. Queen's University Belfast, they will take the silver medal in this event, and closely followed by that tussle for bronze medal that was going on between Surrey and Bournemouth. Well, Bournemouth are going to be victorious. They managed to get a length by the line, a real sort of grit of the teeth to push out Surrey into fourth. And the racing goes on right the way to the back of the field. The two crews coming in now, Liverpool and De Montfort, still pretty close here, Sophie.
It is, and this is hard for these athletes because they can't see each other, so it will be hard for them to sort of tell how much to give, but as they come across the screen here, it does look like De Montfort takes that 5th level position, followed by Liverpool in 6th. But what a dominant race from Edinburgh.
This annual flagship event, marking the 10-year anniversary since the start of BUCS Nationals, always no shortage of colour, drama, excitement and names to watch out for as university students from across the UK battle for glory and bragging rights.
He is powering his way to the wall. Is he going to be enough?
Things are about to heat up a little bit.
They're all coming back in the closing stages. Oh, what a finish that was. It's a new BUCS record. She will take the goal.
Was it ever in doubt? But they're pretty much neck and neck here on this second leg. So tight, shoulder to shoulder. Trying to get alongside.
Looks like it's between these four for the medals.
She's going to bring them home. It's going to be gold.
Shot for shot now, into the finish. Where's this one going to go?
Brunel come home to defend their title.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Especially in the year London. I'll chat to all.
Thanks for joining us back after that short break, and it's the women's intermediate quad sculls B final now, determining places 7 through 12. Quick rundown, so we're already into the final 500 metres. From right to left in lane 1 Bristol, lane 2 Imperial, lane 3 Nottingham A, in lane 4 Edinburgh A, in lane 5 Newcastle, and in lane 6 Cardiff. And what a tight one to bring you back into. We're jumping right back into the action, and 6 crews essentially in alignment here, Sophie.
Yeah, Camilla, we're sitting at the finish tower, and to be honest, it's really difficult to tell who's out in front. What a race.
I think if we were going to call it now, oh gosh, even now I still can't really tell. I think the only crew really off the pace in this race is probably lane 1 Bristol, but taking a bit of a look, I think maybe lane 2 Imperial just sneaking ahead, but we've also got Cardiff over in lane 6, Nottingham just trying to get themselves back into lane, but certainly up there in terms of position alongside Edinburgh and Newcastle. This is what a wonderful race. I think Imperial coming in towards the line in the lead here. They're the crew just on the right hand side of your picture, 1 in from the right, but you can just see how close this race is.
Yeah, and we have a tight field here coming into the final strokes of this race, but I think it will be Imperial who's out in front by only just a few seats, closely followed by Nottingham, and it's hard to tell for third, but it will be Cardiff, I believe.
Oh, so close. That was very confident there. Edinburgh just sneaking right up towards them, and a great finish there in one of the tightest races we've seen in the championship so far across the field. I would say maybe not the tightest kind of head-to-head race, but as a field, almost a blanket finish there between that B final of the women's intermediate quads.
Yeah, those women will have, you know, been pushed by each other right the way down to the end of the line, and probably won't know where they finished. So we'll just be sort of focused on moving the legs and cooling down before they head into the medal dock.
Yeah, and it's a long weekend. A lot of these athletes will be racing multiple times. It's 3 days worth of racing. They'll be trying to cool down because tomorrow they might be racing 1 event, 2 events, sometimes even 3 events, but not often that happens anymore. That was back in the day. People used to do 3 events a day, but now moving on to one of 4 medal finals we've got left today, 4 A finals. This is the women's intermediate quads A final. Going from the far side, that's Reading in 6, Birmingham in 5, Bath in 4, Newcastle in 3, Newcastle in 2, and Durham in lane number 1. That's Bath there, just moving through the 1,000 metres, just shy of breaking contact over the crew from Birmingham, I believe, or Reading even, actually. In fact, Newcastle here on the near side of your screen with the blue stars on their blades. They're also punching up there, trying to get a medal. Durham University here, the northeast rivals of Newcastle that sit in lane 2 and 3, just to their left-hand side of their vision. They'll be trying to claw back some ground, but it's certainly Bath with the honours currently moving into the second half of this race.
Coming into the final 500 metres of this women's intermediate quad, and it looks to be Bath out in front in lane 4, closely followed by, I think I'd say, Newcastle in lane 3, and then over to Birmingham in lane 5.
Yeah, I think Birmingham just clinging on to the bronze medal. That would be a wonderful result for them. They had a great BUCS 4s and 8s head back in February up on the Tyne in Newcastle. It would be amazing to see them carry those results over into the regatta season, into the side-by-side, but warning signals coming from all the way over in lane number 1 because Durham are charging. I think Birmingham have done enough though. Durham just look to be bridging the gap from 3rd to 5th. They're quite comfortably forward. It's Birmingham now trying to knock Newcastle off the silver perch. It's all closing up here in this final 10 strokes. Bath are having to work hard, rate high to hold on to that gold medal, but they've got enough of a buffer that it's going to take them over the line in gold medal position. What a wonderful result for them. Women's intermediate quad gold medal for Bath. Newcastle will pick up silver ahead of Birmingham, who what an amazing result from them to get onto the podium in such a competitive event. And handshakes all round for Bath University. A great result for them. It's then going to be Newcastle again. That's their Newcastle B crew ahead of Reading University A. And that concludes the A final of the women's intermediate quads. Next up, it will be the championship quads A final.
And they're off the line already here, Camilla. It looks like everyone's gotten a clean start, and it looks like lane 3 is out in front. Who's in lane 3? It's Newcastle out in front from my view.
Yeah, a lot of familiar names here in this A final of the championship women's quadruple sculls. Imperial over in lane 6, that's furthest right to your screen. In fact, that graphic looks slightly wrong. That's the men's intermediate 8's A final. We're actually on the women's championship quad A final. We'll get that rectified for you in a minute for race number 169, which is the race that we've got on the course. It's Reading in lane 1, Nottingham in 2, Newcastle in 3, Durham A in 4, Cambridge in 5, and Edinburgh in lane number 6. And there it is. I promised you a corrected graphic, and there it is. And to me, it looks like the Battle of the North East going on in the centre of the course between Newcastle and Durham, an age-old battle in the championship events, and certainly one that we'll see contested all weekend. And with medals on the cards here, it would be great to be able to see what lanes 5 and 6 are up to. Edinburgh, historical winners in this event as well. Cambridge certainly have medalled in the Women's Championship quads in years gone by. As I say, lots and lots of familiar names. But I think you're right, Sophie. I think Newcastle lead, but it really can't be by much. Nottingham are also up there. I think you can cast a blanket mostly over this field, maybe with the exception of Edinburgh just off the pace over in lane number 6 to your left.
But Camilla, look at lane 1, look at Reading. They've really taken up the stroke rate, and it looks like they may have even come into that gold medal position. They're coming into the final 250 metres now, and there's really not much that separates these 6 crews.
Yeah, a sneak attack there by Reading University, the sculling specialists, as some would like to call them. It would be very unusual to not see them up here contending for the podium in this championship quads events, but it's really not over yet. You can see barely any distance to separate our initial leaders. Newcastle, Cambridge also coming right back into the fray here. Nottingham teetering on the edge of the podium, but indeed I think Reading have just got the cumulative speed that they've been gathering through this last 500 metres, and they're slingshotting out. But Cambridge, Sophie, this is a huge move here from Cambridge University. They are trying to go toe for toe with Reading University and Newcastle.
And they likely don't even know it. You know, it's difficult. Cambridge is over in lane 5, Reading is in lane 1. And it's really coming down to the wire here, but from my view, it looks like Cambridge is going to cross the line in that gold medal position.
Yeah, big result there. I think Cambridge will just take it by half a length over Reading. Newcastle sliding in for bronze behind Reading University. We'll wait to confirm that. It's then Durham and Nottingham fairly equal across the line for 4th and 5th, and then Edinburgh, Clearwater off the back of this race. But that was real kind of championship quality final there, wasn't it? Not much to choose from them.
It really was, and you saw that sprint in the last 250 metres by Cambridge. What a move. That will have been really tough for them. That will have really tested their mental strength and their physical strength.
Moving on now, race 170. This is the B final of the men's intermediate 8. Always a very big and widely entered event, this one. This is the B final, so again, places 7 through 12. So not the medals in this one just yet. Runners and riders, well, Oxford Brookes D in 1, Bristol in 2, Oxford Brookes C in 3, Edinburgh A in 4, Newcastle B in 5, and Imperial A in lane 6. And coming into this, you know, we talk a lot about Oxford Brookes. They've got 2 crews competing in this final. They've got 2 crews competing in the A final for medals. 4 crews in total in this intermediate 8 event, making the AB semi-finals. And it looks to be that they are out in front. But plenty of other challengers. Newcastle on the screen there. That's the B crew from Newcastle University. And we can also see Imperial College London over on the far side as well. With this is an event where there's usually kind of a handful of very consistent players, right? There's usually the same universities that are able to kind of turn out a very good quality intermediate 8, whether that be Edinburgh, Oxford, Brookes, Newcastle, Imperial, Bristol, winners of this event last year. They had a very strong crew that got a gold medal, but at the moment they're having to fend against a lot of other talent here in the B final. They've not even got a chance of a medal this year.
Yeah, and as we enter the third 500 of this race, it looks like Brooks is out in front, followed by Newcastle over in lane 5, I'd say.
Yeah, I think a good assessment there, Sophie. I think Oxford Brookes out in front, Newcastle in second position, but Edinburgh and Imperial trying to find each other for the race for third. Always easier when you're trying to, race against someone, I guess, to push you as much as you can. Bristol slotting in there in lane number 2, just behind, and then Oxford Brookes in lane number 1. That's Oxford Brookes D. Still with overlap, and again, all of these 8s with overlap. Nobody's been sort of moved away from the centre of the race here, but no doubt as to our leaders. Oxford Brookes C in the centre of the course, just trying to set the precedent, I guess, for what's to come in the A final, where Oxford Brookes will have a further 2 crews going up for the medals. So a sort of stall set out. Newcastle also trying to show their potential calibre. A lot of these 8s are second 8s, right? We've got Newcastle B, we've got Oxford Brookes C and D, we've got sort of those second 8s trying to prove that their calibre in the A final, which was where their A boats are, will be ready for a medal. But this is another great race here, especially for third place. It's all starting to come into alignment here. The pack of cards is shuffling, and you could draw a line here across third through 6th. And Sophie, I mean, everyone's closing in around Brooks and Newcastle.
Yeah, that's right. Brooks leads by about a length at this stage, but it really is hot for second and third. Who will take those 8th and 9th place positions?
Well, it's going to be Oxford Brookes over the line, Oxford Brookes C in first position. It's then going to be Newcastle, but look at this for the final places. It's going to be a mass of 8s. Newcastle followed by Oxford Brookes D, that came right back at the end there, from being last to being third. Bristol, Edinburgh and Imperial. Nothing much to choose between them at all, and so if that's any taster of what's to come in the medal final, I think we're in for a good one, Sophie.
I think that's right. We will have to wait and see. The men's intermediate 8 final coming up next. And the final of the men's intermediate 8 is off the line. On your screen here, you can see Durham on the right, Brooks in the middle, and Newcastle on the left. Those are the middle lanes of this race.
So this is the penultimate medal final of the Saturday of BUCS Regatta, the first day of racing this men's intermediate 8A final. We've then got the men's championship 8 to conclude that medal round of racing before we launch into the minor finals that start just after 4:30 this afternoon. The Blue Star of Newcastle on your screen now. This is the Newcastle A crew that are pulling up in lane number 5, looking very relaxed, but trailing at the moment, it seems, to the University of London A, who are in the purple strip there just to your left. Very sharp, much higher rating there from UL, which surprises me. I think Newcastle always characteristically have had quite high ratings in the past, but UL seem to be overrating there over in lane number 6. It's then just taking a look at the rest of the field. Well, we've got, as we say, Oxford Brookes A, Durham A, Oxford Brookes B and London B. This is sort of a handful of universities taking up not many spaces here at all, but there you go, University of London, as we stretch the camera out, are just absolutely blasting the field. That's a big margin in an 8, and especially one so competitive as the men's intermediate 8s. They are looking back and laughing at the likes of Oxford Brookes, Durham, Newcastle, and I mean, that really would be a turnout for the BUCS, Sophie, for Oxford Brookes not to get their victory in this intermediate 8A final.
It would be, and a lead so early on into the race as well is really impressive.
So we're closing in now on the final 750 metres of this race, and it was a big lead for the University of London at that point. You can see them there over on the far side in lane number 6 on the left hand side of your picture. But as we come into the sprinting stages, which are characteristically the final 500 metres, each of the coxes through the centre stages of the course, which will have been our semi-final winners, placed in the middle, you know, getting that advantage for being in the centre of the course. Durham and Oxford Brookes, they will be trying to hunt down the University of London. Oxford Brookes starting to wind now, starting to go. They currently sit in silver and bronze medal position, with Durham sandwiched in between them in 4th. It's then Newcastle in 5th, ahead of the University of London's B crew in 6th. But looking here, is this gap too much for anyone to bring back? I'm going to put my neck out and say I think it is. I think ULA over in lane 6 have just got too much for anyone else to close down, but I have been proven wrong before. It's then Oxford Brookes, both A and B, that look to sit in silver and bronze.
Yeah, that's right. Look, you can see UL really taking up the stroke rate here. And what a race for 2nd and 3rd, though it looks like Durham is also taking up the stroke rate. They're challenging Brookes for that bronze level position, and the crowd is just going mad here on the banks. They've got about 10 strokes until the end of this race.
This would be a huge performance, a huge upset if Durham were to knock Oxford Brookes off the bronze medal, but I don't think it's going to happen. They left it too late. A big punch in the air for the bowman of the University of London A crew. That's a massive result for them, a gold in that intermediate men's 8A final. It's then going to be Oxford Brookes, Oxford Brookes A in silver, Oxford Brookes B in bronze. Durham just narrowly missing out despite that sprint, along with Newcastle, and then it's going to be the University of London B coming in that final spot. But that is the kind of performance that they'll have come here to deliver, and they'll be super proud of topping out the podium in such a high quality field.
They will be. They will have sort of been visualizing this moment, and what a feeling to have it come true.
The final medal race of today. This is the men's championship 8A final. Now off the blocks in lane 1 we've got Imperial College London, in lane 2 the University of London, in lane 3 Oxford Brookes A, in lane 4 Durham, in lane 5 Oxford Brookes B, and in lane 6 Edinburgh. So a lot of familiar names, almost a complete rerun of the intermediate 8A final that we've just seen, just with the exchanging of a couple of crews, but mostly London, Oxford Brookes and Durham, all here contending once again in this championship level event.
Yeah, a lot of familiar names, and these guys will have raced each other before, so there'll be a lot on the line here for them as they come into the final of the Men's Championships 8s.
So for the last few years, Oxford Brookes University have been undoubtedly the favourites and victors in this event. They've brought their top game, their top crews, and it's been some time, a number of years since they've been knocked off their perch here for the gold medal. And I doubt 2023 will bring a new story, because look, they're out here now, Oxford Brookes A in lane number 3, looking just sublime, very relaxed. They certainly aren't at full pelt, and we might see that into the final 500 metres. But Durham University emerging in silver medal position. Well, that would be some result for them, having won the BUCS 4s and 8s head just a few months ago up on home water on the Tyne. They currently lead out Oxford Brookes University B in lane number 5 for bronze. So that's the 1, 2, 3. We'll get sight of Edinburgh, Imperial and UL in just a moment, but on your screen at the moment, that's our gold, silver, as it stands, Oxford Brookes University A and Durham University. You can see the distance there that Oxford Brookes University A have managed to accumulate on the rest of the field as the shadows move in towards the sunlight here. And it's the same old story, maybe not quite as dominant as in previous years. I sort of hesitate to say that. There have been years where it's been almost 250 metres that they've outclassed the rest of the sort of competing university programmes by. They really are, a story to be told, and I doubt anyone will come close to them in these final 500 metres. Yet another chapter in the Oxford Brookes BUCS story. But Durham University looking to break the mould here, do what hasn't been done in previous years and break up the Oxford Brookes 1-2. They are still with overlap though against Oxford Brookes B. How much do you think, Sophie, is a safe distance? Do you think Durham will want to get in order to think, I think we've got this silver medal?
I think they'll probably tell you there's never a safe distance. But look, they look to be about half a length up on Brookes B. It depends. Brookes could have a sprint in their tank. So, at this point in the race, all the crews will be picking up the pace. You see Oxford Brookes A still, charging and leading a dominant performance out in the front. They're probably about 2 lengths ahead of the rest of the field, but Durham is in that silver medal spot, still about half a length ahead of Brookes B.
Tons of crowds here on the banks, as always in the closing events, the closing medal events, and it's going to be a tight finish here for Durham and Oxford Brookes, but no doubt to our gold medalists, the men's championship 8, it's going to be Oxford Brookes once again. They'll be into the history books soon for the number of times they've won this, but for the first time in a long time, a new name here in the men's championship 8. It's going to be Durham University silver medalists ahead of Oxford Brookes B. A tight finish there, Imperial ahead of Edinburgh for 4th and 5th, with Bristol that were promoted up into this A final following a University of London medical. They'll finish in 6th position, but another wonderful round off to our medal races here on the first day of the BUCS Regatta 2023 here in Nottingham, Holme Pierrepoint. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here with you. We've still got a number of races. Don't go anywhere at all as we start start to embark on our minor finals that will start with the F final of the men's intermediate lightweight single in just a few moments' time. We run all the way through to this evening at 7:39 p.m. Our final race of the day, the men's intermediate 8C final. I've been Camilla Hadden-Horrocks. I've been here with Sophie Payne, who's going to continue on with you, and Finn McCarthy, who I'm handing over to now in the commentary box. But a big thank you for joining us this afternoon, and much more racing left to come. And we're at the start line now with the men's intermediate lightweight single. This is the F final, race 173. From lanes 1 to 6, that's the left to the right side of your screen. We've got Strathclyde, Reading, B, Bournemouth, Portsmouth, Liverpool, and Leeds in lane 6. Looks like all crews have gotten a clean start off the line now at the start of this men's intermediate lightweight F final. And into the first few strokes of this race, it looks like Portsmouth is pulled out in front just from the angle that I can see. We'll have to see how this race develops over the next 1,500 meters or so, but the sun is still shining. The wind is relatively calm with just a few gusts in the middle of the course. But from where I sit, it looks like good conditions. We're welcoming Finn onto the commentary. Finn, how are you?
Yeah, I'm great. I think it's worth mentioning that yes, while this may be the F final of lightweights, it's kind of certainly will be no less important to these rowers. They were trained all year, kind of all season, and BUCS Regatta is the national championship of university rowing here in the UK. So, you know, it matters a great deal. And also, a wider point to make, I think that it's been great to see kind of unis like Bournemouth that, you know, aren't particularly known for their rowing, I think it's fair to say, performing very well here. I think in the beginner quads they nearly got 2 boats into the A final, which was an astounding achievement, so well done to them. But at the moment, as you say, it looks as if Portsmouth are performing quite well in this men's intermediate lightweight single, but of course, as we saw, everything can change.
Yeah, that's right, everything can change, and it's anyone's game, but I think from where I sit now, Portsmouth still takes that first level spot. It's a long race as well for these men's intermediates, lightweights. I mean, it's, you know, 8 or 9 minutes, so, you know, a long way to go, and really anything could change.
Worth mentioning as well that these are of course lightweight men, so a lightweight men is anywhere below 72.5, so they would have, some of these guys would have had to try and, you know, weighed in and kept weight, and then afterwards they will have try to maintain all their calories and kind of get ready for the race. But you often find that lightweights have, because of the smaller size, because they're not heavyweight men, they have a superior or better technique than a lot of heavyweight men. So as we see here, it looks indeed to be Portsmouth that are kind of walking away with it here.
Yeah, I think that's right. The element of maintaining weight is really important and often really challenging. And it's in some cases when you go to a regatta, it's just one race that you're racing for. You sweat down before the race, you weigh in, you race, and then you can eat a big meal after. But for a lot of these guys, they'll be racing again tomorrow on Monday, so they'll really have to sort of strike the right balance between making sure they're properly fueled, but also making weight, which is difficult to achieve sometimes.
I think despite that, obviously, we'll be eating a lot of salad before today. It would be rude to miss that these are some talented scullers, even though they may perhaps have not made the final they wanted to. They are still. This is still their national championship, and they will still be fighting hard for this race.
Yeah, I think that's right, and it's so clearly demonstrated by the fact that there really isn't much to separate the field. I mean, you can see all 6 scullers on your screen here. Sorry, all 5. We're missing a sculler in the middle lane here, but everyone fighting hard, as you say, and this will be a big race for these guys.
We have the Strath into lightweight men's single. It's run by William Kesterton. The Strath Clyde University lightweights have done very well at BUCS Regatta in previous years. They've won doubles, lightweight gold, lightweight silver. They've won many medals. So they even have their own Instagram account. You can follow them at Strath Skinnies. So yes, while they may not on the heavyweight side be the best, they are certainly doing well on the lightweight side. You see Kesterton going after the Reading Sky for that purpose in Grade
2. Yeah, I think that's right. The Strathguide sculler looks to be out in front, but it's a race between lanes 2 and 3, as you said, Finn. So Reading and Bournemouth in lane 3. Not quite sure what happened in lane 4, but we've got Liverpool in lane 5 and Leeds in lane 6. And they're well into the second 1,000 of this race now, but again, not much to separate them.
looks to be the sculler from the University of Leeds, Zach Hodgson, who is maintaining a lead over Alpha Campion in lane 5.
Yeah, you know, I think sometimes the camera angle can be really deceiving, because from where Finn and I sit, it even looks like Zach Hodgkin out of Leeds could be indeed in that first spot. So we're coming into the final 250 meters of this race now. These guys have been going for quite some time, but it's really still a tight race. What do you think, Finn?
Yeah, I think Hodgson has definitely kind of got this one, barring calamity. I think he's going to come away with the victory here, but it's a very close race from, I think, second and third between the sculler from Liverpool and the sculler from Bournemouth, James Holme. I think it's very tight within there, and even you can see the sculler from Strathclyde, William Kesterton, is coming up on the outhand side, trying to put maybe a burst or two in the end here.
Yeah, exactly. I think it still leads out in front, closely followed by, is it Liverpool in second? Actually, no, it looks to be potentially Bournemouth in second. Or even, having said that, Strathclyde. I think, Finn, we're going to have to wait until these crews come past us to make that final judgment. This is a really tight race for an F final.
Yeah, Strathclyde are absolutely gunning it up the back here. This is absolutely incredible. And Kesterton, well, I think he's even made it into second place. That is astonishing. From moving to, I think, about fifth or fourth to coming nearly first. That is an astonishing effort from the young sculler.
Yeah, look at that. Almost a photo finish between the top four scullers. What a performance. And the men's intermediate lightweight single final E is off the line from left to right on your screen. We have Aberystwyth, De Montfort, Birmingham, Durham, and Birmingham in lane 6.
Like an early lead for the Durham sculler, Archie Clemens Ross here.
Yeah, again, Finn, it looks like there's not much to separate these guys. We're going to have to wait until they come a little bit closer down to the finish here.
Yeah, particularly in these this kind of sport, angles can be particularly deceptive. You can think that there's an overlap between two crews when in reality there's none, or you can think that a crew is, say 100 meters ahead, and then obviously they're not. And as we saw in the last race, an outstanding display from the sculler from Strathclyde Kesterton. He went from, I think, 5th to nearly winning the race in the last 100 meters. So these things can happen, and as we see there, it's a good rhythm being set by the Durham sculler Archie Clemens Ross. He's still being chased by Birmingham sculler Henry Elsley, and even sculler Adam Purcell from De Montfort, a club university not really known for its rowing, is giving it a good hard try in the middle there.
And actually, since we've last given you an update, it looks like Surrey in lane 2, or is, sorry, that's Durham in lane 5 has really eked out a lead here. I'd say, you know, at least 2 lengths. So Archie will be feeling very comfortable at this point in the race, coming into the second 1,000.
Durham University overall had a very good BUCS Regatta so far. In the first day, they were got medals in 8, just missed out on one, I believe, in the gym race earlier in the day.
Durham's still in the lead here, but it's close for second and third. I think again the camera is really deceiving. It's I wouldn't want to tell you who's in second and third. We'll have to sort of wait and see. But again, Durham out in front. That is Archie Clunes-Ross from Durham in that first place position.
Yeah, and it looks, as you said, the angle can be deceiving, but it looks as if the Birmingham Sculler 7 is making a move here. Also looks like the Sculler from the Montfort in the kind of the centre lane is just trying to keep that rhythm, but you know, unless things change dramatically here in these last 250, 500 metres, I think it's safe to say that Clunes-Ross will win his E-final for men's Canadian lightweight singles.
Yeah, and I know, something that's kind of interesting is usually it's the middle lanes of the course that are sort of the best lanes, so to speak. You can see the rest of the field, but you can see the lake's a bit patchy in terms of the wind today, and I'd even say, out in the far lanes 5 and 6 are probably where you want to be, just because to me it looks like the majority of the wind is coming into lanes 1 and 2. So, although, having said that, there's not that much wind, but still, and any gust could really throw these single scullers off.
Yeah, having said that, there's a push that's been made from LZ in lane 4, the Birmingham Sculler. That looks like a big push indeed. I'm not sure he'll catch Clunes-Ross, but he's having a good hard try.
He is. You can really see the stroke rate coming up. But as we sit at the finish line, it will be Durham to cross the line first, followed by Birmingham in second, De Montfort in third. It will be Aberystwyth in fourth, Surrey in fifth. Birmingham in fifth and Surrey in sixth.
and Oxford. And as we sit here, it looks to be the sculler from Edinburgh, Mark Kennedy, who seems to be, walking away with this, closely followed by Jack Edgar from De Montfort University.
Yeah, exactly. That's a fairly dominant performance from the Edinburgh scholar Mark Kennedy, followed by Cambridge in lane 5, it looks to be, unless Nottingham in lane 2, which you can't see on your screen, may be taking charge, but Cambridge certainly looking to push up and challenge Mark. Cambridge, that's Ryan Howe.
So it is Mark Kennedy, the Northern Irish phenom, who comes over the line in first place in this men's intermediate lightweight singles D final here.
Exactly, and Cambridge will take that second place finish, closely followed by De Montfort in third. We have St Andrews in fourth, and it's a close race for 5th and 6th, but it will be Nottingham, James Cameron, in 5th, followed by Oxford in 6th. Yeah, we're just coming into the halfway mark here for the men's intermediate lightweight single C final. And we do have an early leader. It looks to be, is it Sussex out in the front? Sussex in lane 3, out in front of this men's intermediate lightweight single final C. And look, you can see the sunny day that was shining upon us half an hour ago has now clouded over, and we have some clouds and some grey skies coming into your picture now, but it's still flat on the course, still good conditions, and the racing is still continuing as scheduled.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning that this C final, of course, the B and the A final were both raced for earlier, and these are probably the best of the minor finals. These are the scullers that almost made it into the B and A finals and almost kind of made BUCS points, but this is still worth racing for. And as we can see, the sculler from Sussex, Pedro Montes Gomez, is moving into a commanding lead here.
And Pedro really looks, Pedro from Sussex looks like he's been challenged by Reading, Cardiff and York, all in lanes 4, 5 and 6. This is a really tight race for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, Reading, of course, famous for the fact that they ditched sweep rowing and decided to just do sculling a couple of years back. And, you know, to say it's paid dividends would be a pretty big understatement. You know, Josh Lyon, Louis Parrington, kind of all great scullers and have all been coached well by coach there, Chris Bartley. So, you know, whatever the result here, we can safely say that, you know, Reading has retained its place here as one of the premier sculling universities in the UK. And let's see if the sculler Dan Oakley can challenge Pedro Moniz Gomez from Sussex. He's having a good hard try.
Yeah, Finn, you know, it's really anyone's game here, and if Pedro can keep out in front, I think he will retain that gold medal spot. And it looks like Reading, Dan Oakley is in that second place position, but really there's not much in it between Cardiff, York in lanes 5 and 6, and the scullers in lanes 1 and 2.
Yeah, Sussex are really, really gunning it down the straight. You can see he's taken the stroke road up, but Reading are coming on the outside. I think Reading have just put the push in there, and that looks to be decisive. Can Sussex make a move? And I think it will just be, yes, the sculler from Reading, Oakley, wins over the sculler from Sussex, and that's a tight battle for third. I think maybe York might have just got it. We'll wait to see for confirmation.
Yeah, wow, after having led for so much of that race, Sussex having led, to be taken, you know, away from that, crossing the line first, that can't be a comfortable thing to witness. But a dominant performance from James Hart from Cardiff.
And we're back onto the start for the D final of the women's beginner singles. These are people who just learned to row this year, so the fact that they've reached this stage, you know, they're at a national championship, and that they've reached kind of a D final, which is no mean feat at their first attempt, is, you know, something that should be praised, and they should be proud of themselves. So from left to right, in lane 1 we have Harriet Watt, Imperial, Oxford Brookes, Lincoln University, Strathclyde University and Teesside University.
Yeah, as you say, Finn, to have started your rowing career and, you know, be less than a year into it and finding yourself in a laned course is probably quite a scary thing to go through. I remember, you know, my first race, it was, you know, blood pumping and probably the most nervous I've been of any race to follow. So I think, you know, these women will be exceptionally nervous. But it looks as if they have gotten off the start relatively cleanly. They've settled into a rhythm now, and they are coming down the course, still potentially in that first 500, though coming into the second 500 too. And an update from the women's beginner single D final. It looks like Oxford Brookes sculler Evelyn Notwood is out in front. She's in lane 3. And she's being challenged by Amy Jelly from Lincoln in lane 4. I think those are your two top spots at the moment. And I'd say if I had to give it to a third place position, I'd go over to Jules 10 in lane 6 from Teesside. What do you think, Finn?
Yeah, I think absolutely right, putting Brookes kind of a link in it, they're ahead of the pack. Obviously Brookes, you know, the dominant force in British men's rowing at the moment, and probably, you know, some would say equally good in women's rowing. And then, you know, Teesside and Lincoln, again, universities and clubs, they're not probably particularly well known outside this country, but, you know, obviously put together, you know, quality standard beginners women's programs. And at the moment, yeah, you say it looks as if the Brookes sculler Evelyn Notwood is kind of walking away with it here, but then of course angles can be deceptive and we'll have to wait and see.
Angles can indeed be deceptive, but it looks as if Brookes really is still in that first place position. I think Teesside looks like they have moved into second. They'll be well into the race now, about halfway through. This is a long race for these beginner singles, and again, you know, potentially one of their first races, so they'll be sort of playing around with settling into a rhythm, and as a beginner, you know, it's hard to know how to pace yourself and how much energy you have left in the tank. So we could see some changes here in crew order. Yeah, I think this angle here is quite telling of the crew order. A dominant performance from Evelyn from Oxford Brookes out in that first place spot, followed by Jules from Teesside in second. And again, the camera angle is fairly deceptive, but I think potentially Caitlin from Strathclyde in third, though we'll have to wait and see. They are coming closer to the finish now, definitely in the third 500 of this race. So we'll see how that shapes up in just a couple of minutes' time. Oh, and something you never want to see, but we do have a capsize in lane 3 from Lincoln. She'll be focusing on riding her boat. You can see the umpires there, just will be making sure that she's okay.
Yeah, you're right, something you never want to see. The Scottish Spring Regatta quite recently, there were about 4 capsizes within 10 minutes. As you said earlier, the conditions, you know, are suboptimal to say the least. But yeah, she'll kind of want to stay with the boat, see her there getting the help she needs.
I will say, though, a great story, and if she goes on to achieve great things in rowing, you know, she's only a beginner. She may look back on this and it will be a really good story for her. So, you know, I'm sure she'll prevail despite this minor setback. We are, though, coming into the final 500 meters of this race, with the clouds coming over the course and things getting a little bit darker here. But it looks as if lane 5 seems to pull out into that first place position. Lane 5 is Caitlin Hogg from Strathclyde, and Brooks, who was leading out of lane 4, has fallen back into that second place position. Sorry, I think it's lane 6 that's leading. So lane 6 is Jules 10 from Teesside. So she was in that second place position. She has now moved up into that first place position. And in fact, as they come into the final 250 meters from where we sit, it looks as if Imperial's Alice Duham is challenging her for that second place position.
Yeah, phenomenal road there from the Teesside athlete as we come up to the finish.
Into the final 20 strokes of this race, it's Teesside out in front, followed by Imperial in lane 2, takes that second place position, and unless anything else changes, it will be lane 4, Lincoln's Amy Jelly, who takes 3rd in this women's beginner D final of the single sculls.
Yeah, phenomenal row there from the Teesside athlete as we see Alice Dunham of Imperial, clearly a bright future in Imperial, sculling there as opposed to Sweet, as we see her come in to take the second position there.
To confirm, that's Amy from Lincoln who crosses the line in 3rd, although it's a really tight race for 4th and 5th. Cameron from Harry and Watt crosses in 4th, and Caitlin from Strathclyde crosses in 5th.
Go again for the C final of the women's beginner singles. Again, it's worth noting that these rowers only learned to row this year and already on a national stage, so they've done incredibly well to get to this point, even more so seeing that they made the highest of the minor finals. So we have De Montfort Rowe, Bournemouth Crosby, Edinburgh Bates, Queen's University Belfast McAllister, Hartbury Newton and Reading Tagrazak. So wait and see, and it looks to be the sculler from Edinburgh University is good there, but it's a very competitive start from the sculler from Queen's Belfast up there in lane 4. So as we see here, the sculler from Queen's University Belfast, McAllister, seems to have a slight lead. Queen's quite well known as a sculling centre in the United Kingdom, but yeah, she seems to have pulled out to a reasonably comfortable lead, but we'll wait and see there.
Though being closely challenged by Marlena out of lane 6, that's Reading. Again, in the women's singles, really anything could happen. I think they're coming into the third 500, but there could be any change of crew order here. You can see all these women giving it all they have in this C final. Though having said that, it does look as if Queen's is still in the lead, and indeed being challenged by Edinburgh out of lane 3. I think there's probably less than a length in it for these two female athletes as they come into the final 250 metres of this race.
Yeah, Edinburgh over the past couple of years have had an outstanding beginner programme. They won the beginner quads men's last year, they won them again this year. They also won the women's beginner 8s this year by a margin of, I think, about 20 seconds, far and away the best beginner 8 in the country at the moment. So, Bates is part of that setup, and one would hope that she's able to come back, and we see her here maybe putting in a move, maybe taking the stroke rack up a tiny bit. We'll wait and see as we come into this final 250.
It looks to me like places 1 through 4 are essentially level at the moment. And it could even be Bournemouth out of lane 2 that takes this win. But really, you can see Edinburgh in lane 3 taking up that stroke rate, along with Queen's in lane 4. They're coming into the final 20 strokes of this race, and it's anyone's race to call.
Yeah, Edinburgh moving, but so is Bournemouth, and so is Queen's as we come into this last couple of strokes. And Edinburgh is moving, and barring a calamity, just a quick look to the left there from this. Oh, and I think there was a tiny correction there from the sculler, and yes, I think that's cost her first in this race.
Yeah, tough. I think Queen's crosses the line first, but as you said, a really tough missed few strokes there from Edinburgh, who were in first place. She was in first, but dropped back. I think she maybe thought the finish line was a bit sooner than it was. Again, anything can happen in these races. Moving into the women's intermediate pairs E final, you can see the women lining up on your screen, and they're off from lanes 1 to 6. That's left to right side of your screen. We have Leicester, Warwick, Newcastle C, Newcastle B, Aberystwyth, and Nottingham Trent in lane 6. And we have a bit of steering issues here from Newcastle B in lane 4. They are going over the buoys slightly. Can they correct their course? Yes, they've corrected back on course. And an early leader out of lane 5 from Aberystwyth. This is a really dominant performance, and let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, it's very difficult even for experienced rowers to, steer in a pair, because, you have to keep the lanes kind of either side of you, and you can think you're going straight, but then there's this Newcastle beginner pair. Just found out it's, hard to steer, but it's lucky that they've got that correction back and they seem to be going straight.
I think that's right. I think in steering, is especially difficult in a pair. That's probably the most tricky boat to steer, because there's just two of you, and any imbalance in power essentially leads you to veer off to one side of the course. It's not like rowing a 4 where you can sort of offset one person's power by another person's. So it's a real feat to get off in a straight line. And I think what these athletes will find is once they've sort of established a rhythm, once they've got on pace, once they've felt each other out, it will be a bit easier to stay on course in the race. But and yeah, not an easy thing to do from experience at all, steering a pair. Again, Aberystwyth in lane 5 look to be leading, followed by Warwick out of lane 2. I'd say takes that second place position. It's hard to say for third.
So it looks like Aberystwyth kind of running away with it here. Closely followed by Newcastle B, Nottingham Trent even trying to make a move.
Yeah, these women are now approaching the 1,000-meter mark, so moving into the second half of the race. This will really be a test. The third 500 is really all about, how much can you push yourself, how much pain can you put yourself in, and I think we'll see that fairly soon in how this race develops into the second half. Yeah, and Finn, we just talked about steering. You can see in lane 2 a little bit of steering problems from Warwick, but it looks like they've corrected their course, and all athletes are now look to be striking a similar stroke rate as they come into the third 500 of this race. If I had to pick a leader, though, I'd say it's Newcastle out of lane 3.
Yeah, Newcastle, the Blue Star, good beginner program as well. I'd say of similar quality to Edinburgh, although in the past few years it's safe to say that Edinburgh have performed slightly better. But yeah, Newcastle, one or two steering issues from them in the outside lanes. Of course, that's probably inevitable. But yeah, Newcastle A and B just trying to gun this as we come into the round about the final 500 metres.
Newcastle still in the lead as they approach the final 250 metres of this race, closely followed by Aberystwyth in lane 5 and Warwick in lane 2.
So it looks to be Newcastle, the beginner pair there, that are coming hard, and they seem to be moving, and Aberystwyth are moving as well, but they seem, that's a steering error, struck a boy from the stroke in the Newcastle pair, but that looks like it won't matter. And yes, it looks to be Newcastle who are putting on a surge, and barring a calamity, they should win this E-final of the women's inter pairs as we come up to the line now.
Really close between second and third though. I think it's going to be Aberystwyth for second and Warwick for third, but Newcastle do indeed take first place position. There's only half a length to separate Aberystwyth and Warwick though. And just to clarify, that is Newcastle C that takes the first place position. It's Newcastle B that takes the fourth place position. And coming into fifth and sixth now, we have Nottingham Trent and Leicester out of lane 1.
And away we go. We're right off the start of the women's intermediate pairs final D. From left to right we have Birmingham, Exeter, Glasgow, Bath, Plymouth and Newcastle, so should be a fairly good race. You can already see here the rowers setting the pace. and it looks to be a early lead here for the Bath pair, stroked by Imogen Banter. We can also see, kind of not letting it up, as Birmingham come into your picture. You can see, from this angle it looks as if Glasgow are second, but Birmingham look to be moving as well.
Yeah, that's right. This is a really key point in the race, the third 500. And we can see it's a tight race, as you say, between that second and third spot. It will all come down to the stamina of these women as to who crosses the finish line in a favourable position. Another angle from your screen here. It looks as if Newcastle B is out in the lead, closely followed by Aberystwyth in lane 5. And I'd say Warwick for third in lane 2. Though it's not over yet, you can see they're coming into the final 500 meters of this race. It will really start to get challenging when they come into those red buoys, which is the final 250. And you see Aberystwyth leading here, but I think Newcastle out of lane 4 is really taking up their stroke rate and putting in a bit of a push here. Let's see if they can push out into first place. Sorry, I've called that slightly wrong. As we come into these last final strokes of the race, the crowd on the banks are going wild, and it's a race between Glasgow in lane 3, Bath in lane 4, and Plymouth in lane 5, but it looks to be Plymouth out in front, closely followed by Bath for second, and Glasgow for third. Though anything could change, it's going to be a photo finish between Glasgow and Bath. Who do you think took it, Finn?
I think Bath might have just taken it in the line, and we see, there's a close race between Birmingham and Exeter for the minor places, and then we see the Blue Star of Newcastle coming down in last place. But yeah, that was a good quality race. I think 3 crews, realistically could have won it inside the final, 100 metres. So, an outstanding display of women's pairs sweep rowing there.
And we've kicked off now with the women's intermediate pair. This is the C final from left to right on your screen. Lanes 1 to 6. We have Oxford E, Cambridge F, Cambridge B, Oxford C, Exeter A, and Oxford D. So this is essentially a race between Oxford and Cambridge.
Yeah, I didn't know they were having a repeat of the boat race here, but it seems to be in the women's intermediate pairs. Apart from, of course, Exeter in lane 5, it's a repeat of the boat race here, so it'll be interesting to see. Of course, you know, both have Oxford have 3 crews, Cambridge have 2, but you know, of course, it's quality, not quantity, as we see here, and it looks to be Cambridge who are taking the onus early on.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that is so important for Oxford and Cambridge is to bring up that talent, and you know, they're already thinking about next year's boat race. They're thinking about how can they give the next crews, you know, some experience in racing, and it really all starts here and now. And it's the dark blues, Oxford, in lane 3 that look to be leading this race, though not by much though. They are being challenged by their teammates out in lane 6, Oxford E, though Cambridge F in lane 5 pushing up and challenging them as they come into the final 500 meters of this women's intermediate pair. Final C. Final 250 of this race, it is Cambridge out of lane 3 that are in that first place position.
And it looks to be Cambridge coming hard, Oxford is still going, and Exeter are right in there amongst the mix. Oxford are still leading, but I think they might run out of water, and I think Cambridge are coming through. And Cambridge have had a bit of trouble steering with the boys, but yes, it does look like the light blues of Cambridge. Shouts of yeah, Cambridge from the bank as they come in, and a bit of trouble there with the steering again. But it looks to be, barring calamity, that it will be Cambridge winning this C final of the women's intermediate pairs, and just holding off, I think, Oxford. Yes, Oxford have just held off from Exeter. Outstanding row there from both crews.
Yeah, exactly. I think Exeter will be pleased that they managed to push themselves into that third place position there amongst a very dominant light and dark blue race. We move now to the men's intermediate single final F. From the left to the right of your screen, we have Loughborough. Sorry. From the left to the right of the screen, we have Manchester, East Anglia A, Nottingham Trent, Surrey C, Queen's University Belfast B, and Loughborough B in lane 1. And a really good close-up here, you can see Nottingham Trent in the lead, followed by East Anglia in lane 5, and on the screen here Manchester Met in lane 6, so we'll have to see how the camera pans. And the clouds are parting away, the sun is shining on the course now, and it is Nottingham Trent still out in first. But actually, having said that, East Anglia seems to be making a bit of a move here as we approach the final 500 meters of this race.
Yeah, of course, Latrell will want to emulate former Nottingham Trent rower Harry Richardson, who won gold today in the men's championship lightweight single sculls, then hopped into the men's championship lightweight coxless fours and picked up a silver medal. So proof there that, you know, Nottingham Trent is probably, you know, a similar level to Nottingham University rowing, and we can see here, you know, we might be able to tell from the angle, but the Trent sculler seems to be giving it a good hard try here.
Yeah, that's right. Things are rapidly developing here on your screen, and East Anglia has pushed out into that first place position, and now it's a fight for second between Nottingham Trent and Manchester Met. The sun is really coming out here. These athletes have beautiful water to row on, not a gust of wind in sight, and we can see East Anglia charging into the final 250 meters.
Yeah, the sun has certainly come out to greet Lucas Roberts from East Anglia as he comes into this final 250 metres, but he's having to fight off stiff competition from Latrell Winter from Nottingham Trent and Brenno Puffin from Manchester Metropolitan Uni. And it's very, very close here. I think Latrell has closed the gap here in this last kind of 200 metres.
I think that's right, and you know, I wouldn't even discount Isaac Price from Loughborough out in lane 1. It's a really tough job for him to be in. He can't really see the rest of the pack as well as those in the middle lanes can, but as we come into the final 10 strokes of this race, a dominant performance from Lucas Roberts from East Anglia University, followed closely by Latrell Winter from Nottingham Trent University, and actually it will be Isaac Price from Loughborough to take that third place spot, and he's being chased by James McDade from Queen's University Belfast in lane 2. It's a fight for the final 2 spots, but it will be Ben Sanderson from Surrey in 5th and Brenno Puffin from Manchester Met in lane 6 for 6th. I'm Sophie Payne. I'm signing off, leaving you in the very capable hands of Will Headland-Tork.
Thank you very much, Sophie. So we're going to jump straight into our next race, the E final of the men's intermediate single sculls, which you can see on your screen is already just going through the 1,000 metre marker. So in this one, we have Chris Parsonage of Strathclyde in 1, Kane Williams of Plymouth in 2, Manuel Bradicic of Surrey in 3, Joseph Wright of Surrey in 4, Kabir Bedi of Reading in 5, and Barney Allen of Leicester in lane number 6. Through that 1,000 metre marker now. Looks like again we've got a fairly tight race. Often see that in the minor finals. If you think about that kind of bell curve distribution, we got most of these crews and scullers that are sort of fitting right in the middle of there. There really wouldn't have been that much separating these 6 crews when they did their time trial.
Some of these rowers in particular, kind of Betty from Reading obviously great sculling, probably in the top 2 or 3 sculling centres in the UK, having decided a couple of years ago to ditch sweep rowing and continuing with sculling, which, if anyone has seen Reading's performance today, has clearly paid dividends. Surrey, also an emerging name in British rowing in the past couple of years under coach Sam Tuck, and Strathclyde as well. The Strath lightweights have done incredibly well at BUCS Regatta over the previous years. So yeah, this is shaping up to be a good race here.
Just about to hit 500 metres to go, and it looks as if though it is that Reading University sculler Kabir Bedi over in lane number 5. But then probably not much to choose between lane 6 and lane number 3. That's Surrey and Leicester. Just on the right hand side of your shot, maybe a tiny bit off the pace, we've got Plymouth University sitting in 5th position, and Strathclyde in lane number 1 there, sitting in 6th at the moment. But you can often see pretty big changes in singles races coming into the last few hundred metres. It's the boat where it's probably the easiest to gain speed, because there's very little mass, so to try and get that momentum going in the boat isn't that hard. So if you've got anything left, we've got about 200 metres to go. Now is the time to use it, and it looks as though that is what Kabir Bedi of Reading University is trying to do in lane number 5, moving away from the rest of the field in this E-final of the men's intermediate single sculls.
Yeah, it looks as if Kabir Bedi has this final all wrapped up here as we kind of moved in, but also there is strong competition from the scullers on his outside.
Yeah, it really is tight between this whole field behind the Reading University sculler. He's a couple of lengths up on everyone. We can just see as he's coming towards the line now. It is going to be the Reading University sculler Kabir Bedi who will cross the line in 1st position. But behind we've got Leicester, 2 Surrey scullers and Plymouth all fighting for 2nd position. They're just coming up towards the line now, and I think over on the far side of the course in lane number 6 it is the Leicester sculler Barney Allen just ahead of the Surrey sculler in lane number 3. The 2nd Surrey sculler and Plymouth in 4th and 5th, and then Strathclyde down closest to the camera in lane number 1 will take the 6th position. But great tight racing there, probably with the exception of Kabir Bedi, who was just a couple of lengths clear of the field, as we can go straight back down to the start tower now. And you can see, I think we can see actually on the start line is the C final of the men's intermediate sculls. The D final is already coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker. So we've got with these single sculls races, we can often catch up quite a lot of time, because it's a little bit easier for these scullers to get attached than it is for an 8 or a 4 or a quad. So we can get those races rattled off. But yet we can just see there that is the D final, which has just gone through the 1,000 metre marker. So in that D final, Patrick Holme of Warwick in 1, Sam Collins of Birmingham in 2, Andrew Gorry of Strathclyde in 3, Ite Yekutili of Glasgow in 4, Alex Johnson of Loughborough in 5, and Bobby Rankin of Queen's University Belfast in lane number 6 as we cut to our shot near the finish line.
And it looks to be the sculler from Loughborough University, Alex Johnson, who's established a commanding lead, but he's been chased on his outside by Robbie Rankin, the sculler from Queen's University Belfast there, but it's still all to play for.
Yeah, it feels like we've got a very similar kind of pattern emerging in this race as we did in the E final just a few moments ago, where we've got one sculler. Actually, I'd say that, well, I think the Loughborough sculler maybe did have a lead before. I also wouldn't count out the sculler in lane number 2 from Birmingham University, Sam Collins. I think Loughborough does still have an advantage, but I know it's been said many times on this broadcast today, the angles, they really can be deceptive, especially on video. As I'm looking out over my right shoulder down the course, it looks as if the scullers in lane 1 and 2 are much further up than they appear to be on the video screen. So that is Warwick and Birmingham in lane 1 and 2, maybe looking like they're doing a bit better relative to the Loughborough sculler than you might see on your video screen at the moment.
As we come into the final 250 here, it looks like it's the sculler from Loughborough University, Alex Johnson.
Yeah, it is that big battle between Loughborough in lane number 5, but then also closest to the tower, the Warwick University sculler, and I think Warwick is now ahead. And I said it did look like, looking in person, that the Warwick University sculler was a bit further up on the field and coming up towards the finish line. We hadn't been mentioning him much, but Patrick Holme of Warwick very then close behind for second place. Oh, super tight between the sculler from Loughborough and also from Birmingham in lane number 2. Strathclyde coming in 4th, Glasgow in 5th, and Queen's in 6th. But yeah, really impressive race there from the Warwick sculler. Went through. So we weren't too wrong, because looking at our timings that have just started to update, it did go through that the 500 meters to go in 3rd position. So really did push on.
Yeah, so now we head to another final. It's a C final of the men's intermediate single sculls. We have 2 Reading boats, in fact 3 Reading boats side by side. Jake Ingham, David Wise, Ethan Walters, and then we have Peter Goodfellow, Durham University, Joseph Bates from Reading, and London from Nathan Anderson. So, a real battle of some good sculling universities and some real heavy hitters in the university rowing scene of Durham and London.
Yeah, Reading really have packed out this intermediate singles event, and we've even got, you might have noticed on the start graphic there, we had 2 Reading Cs, which doesn't make a huge amount of sense, but that is because we had one athlete who was entered into the intermediate lightweights and didn't make didn't hit their weight target this morning, so has moved up into the open weight category. So the Reading entry into this event was already big, and then they added one more. I think there was 7 or 8 when I was doing the time trials this morning. So they've really packed out this intermediate singles event, and we've ended up with 4 of them in this C final, just missing out on the semi-finals from earlier, which would be frustrating. I mentioned that we can get some really tight racing in these minor finals, but one of the things you do see as well is if there's a crew that for whatever reason hasn't had a particularly good time trial, they'll use the minor final as a chance to put that right. They'll go out and try, and they know that they may be in a different kind of category to their opposition. They may be racing some people that they know they should be comfortably be beating, but the only thing you can do in that situation is go and do the best race you can, try and beat them by a really comfortable margin. I think we probably saw that with Kabir Bedi, the Reading sculler, a couple of races ago. But it looks like, again, we've got a super tight race in this one. They're just coming up towards 500 metres to go, and really not much separating all 6 scullers. If I had to take a guess, I'd say it's the sculler in lane number 3 and maybe lane number 5. So those are the 2 Reading University C scullers, Ethan Walters and Joseph Bates. So super tight here in this C final, the men's intermediate singles, and it's the two Reading University scullers in lane 3 and 5. I think it is the sculler in lane number 5, Joseph Bates, who's perhaps just a little bit ahead, but there really is not much separating all of the scullers in this field, maybe only kind of 4 or 5 lengths from first through to 6th. I think it's the Durham University sculler in lane number 4 who's just a bit off the pace at the moment. They're currently sitting in 6th position, but you can see on the left hand side of your shot it is Joseph Bates from Reading who is currently sitting in that first spot, with Ethan Walters, also of Reading, sitting in second, but then very tight for third between the University of London sculler over on the far side and then the two Reading scullers closest to us here in the tower. But into the last 50 or so metres now, coming up to the line. Joseph Bates of Reading is going to cross the line in first position here in the men's intermediate single sculls C final, ahead of Ethan Walters. University of London coming through in third. David Wise of Reading in fourth, Jake Ingham of Reading in fifth, and then Durham University's Peter Goodfellow will round out the field in sixth position there in that C final of the men's intermediate single sculls. So at the end of the men's intermediate singles, we're now moving on to our next event, which is the women's beginner 8, which you can see on the start line now. I think just having a couple of issues getting themselves attached, so we'll hopefully be able to get this race started before too long. 4 crews in this one. We've got UCL in 2, Cardiff in 3, Cambridge in 4 and Lancaster in 5. A reminder for those of you that may not be super aware that beginners is a category that is raced solely at BUCS. It's not a British rowing category, and it is for university students who have started rowing in this academic year. So none of these athletes will have started before September in rowing. All have gone to their freshers week at university, signed up, and have all learnt to row with their novice squad this year. Doesn't necessarily mean they're all in their first year of university. Some of them may be first years, second years, third years. You often get masters who've maybe done another sport and want to give rowing a try. But BUCS has always been a big advocate of these beginner events, and he added the beginner quads last year, a few years ago. Sorry, we also had last year a test event, which was the beginner doubles. Which hasn't been brought back for this year, I don't believe. But we are off the start with the E-final, a cacophony of 8, and we got a little bit of a steering issue for Cardiff in lane number 2. Fortunately, looks like they've been able to correct that before they've got too close to that Cambridge crew. It's especially off the start for inexperienced crews who maybe don't have that quite even application of power, and for inexperienced coxes as well, because a lot of the coxes that cox these crews are often beginners themselves. They don't have to be, but they often are. Steering an 8 off the start line of a 2K when you've got so much power being applied down can be really complicated. So good to see that we've been able to get all 4 of those crews away safely from the start without any major dramas. So we've got that first minor final of the women's beginner 8 coming up towards our camera position now. Looks like they're around about 500 meters into their race. Doesn't look like there's much separating these 4 crews. We've just got the 500 meter times coming through, and it looks like it is the Cambridge crew in lane number 4. I think that's a Cambridge College crew, because they're definitely not wearing the familiar light blue of Cambridge. They went through about 1.5 seconds up on Cardiff, who were in second, Lancaster in third, another 3 seconds behind, and then UCL another 2 seconds behind them in 4th position. So around about 7 seconds separating front to the back of that race going through 500 metres. So at the speed of a women's 8, that's probably about 1.5 lengths between the Cambridge crew, who are second from left in your picture, and the UCL crew, who are to the far left-hand side of your picture. I'm so sorry, I'm reading my paperwork wrong. University of Cambridge second from left, and then University College London on the right-hand side of your shot there in the kind of pale purple. But coming up towards 1,000 metres now, and I think we can see that it's those 2 crews in the centre, Cambridge and Cardiff, who are out front in this one, and I think it is still University of Cambridge in lane number 4 who have the advantage in this E-final of the women's beginner 8s. Coming up towards that camera position there at 1,000 metres, and Cambridge see ahead of Cardiff by just shy of a length. Looks like the bow ball of that Cardiff crew just holding on to the stern of the Cambridge crew. Then over on the far side, Lancaster in third, and just coming through closest to your camera now, the UCLB crew. They're in lane number 2. They're currently sitting in 4th position. A good shot there of our leading three crews. So we've got Cambridge in the centre, Cardiff on the right, and Lancaster on the left of your shots. You can see that the Lancaster crew over on the far side, they may be looking a little bit tidier, a little bit neater in terms of the blade work, the timing, but maybe not quite there in terms of the level of power. Whereas the Cambridge crew that are in the lead at the moment have definitely tidy up the timing and the kind of movements together and the blade work in that crew. But they've obviously putting down a huge amount of power because they are still leading this minor final of the women's beginner rates. They've just gone through 500 metres to go, and they're trying to hold off this Cardiff crew who are over their right hand shoulder. You can just see the bow side blades of the Cardiff crew just lingering on the right hand side of your shot, as our camera just comes out a little bit there to capture that Cardiff crew. I think that the crew from Cambridge do still have an advantage, but it's not much, and I really wouldn't be surprised if we see Cardiff putting on a little bit of a push, try and apply some pressure to the Cambridge College crew in these last 500 metres.
You're doing lots of filming of the little chicks.
Into the last 200 metres now, and we can see there our Cambridge University crew. It looks as though it's perhaps even a college composite. I think it's maybe the middle four is one college, and then the stern pair and bow pair are a different college. But they're holding off Cardiff. Cardiff have just been sat just under a length behind pretty much the whole way down this course. Haven't been able to close the margin significantly on this Cambridge crew into the last few strokes now. They've got the advantage maybe down to 2/3 of a length, but just not making enough ground up on this Cambridge University College crew, who are going to cross the line in first position ahead of Cardiff. We go back down to the start now, and we can see the next of our races, which is the D final of the women's intermediate 8, just getting themselves lined up on the start. Looks like we're just waiting for the crews to get straight, so it'll probably be a minute or so until this next race starts. So we will bring you that racing when it looks like they are almost ready to go. Looks like we're about to get underway with this D final. Crews are sitting forward with their blades in the water. out Swansea in 1, Warwick in 2, East Anglia in 3, Southampton in 4, Imperial in 5, and UCL in lane number 6. So all of these crews have a cox who's sitting at the back of the boat closest to you in the camera, in this camera position, and they'll just be instructing their rowers just to take a few strokes on one side or the other, not to move the boat forward but just to turn it round. And there we go, underway in this D final of the women's beginner 8s. The starter, who's in the tower where you can see that camera from now, won't start the race until all six of the crews are ready to go, and that's signified by the cox puts up their hand when they're not ready, and as soon as all 6 hands are down, they know that all 6 crews are happy, and they'll quickly get the race started. And a great shot there as we see our 8 moving away here in this D final of the women's beginner 8s. So we're coming up towards 1,000 metres in this race. Haven't had any timings come through for this, so haven't been able to comment too much on who it looks like is ahead, and probably until they come past us at the 1,000 metre marker will be hard to say for certain. But if I had to hazard a guess, I'd say maybe the crews in lanes 3 and 2. That's Sheffield and Lancaster. They're just the two on the furthest right of your picture at the moment. The two northern crews from the Red Roses and the White Roses of Lancashire and Yorkshire. But as we come up towards that 1,000 metre marker, you can see these 6/8s all rowing fantastically as they come up towards us in this, I believe, the D final of the women's beginner rates. Apologies, down at the bottom it says the C final. I'm fairly sure this is race 189, the D final. So coming up towards that marker now, and I think, yes, the that Sheffield crew, I've seen that blue boat before. I think they are currently in the lead by a good margin as we come up towards that 1,000 metre marker, and through it we go, just ahead of lane number 5, Bath. Lancaster sitting in 3rd position.
As you say, Sheffield look ahead there, Lancaster and York, they look ahead comfortably, but we shall see as we head into the third 500 and the climax of the race. This is where it really starts to burn, where the pain and the lactate build-up in the muscles really sets in, and you kind of really have to just focus on the blade work, focus on rushing the slide, all the fundamentals as rowers that you take for granted. So it'll be an interesting race here.
Some incredible lights and cloud in the background there of that previous shot as we're getting in towards the latter hours of the day here at BUCS Regatta 2023. Thank you so much if you have taken the time to join us, even just for a race or two on the YouTube today. We've had a fantastic day of racing here. We've still got about an hour and a half to go until we wrap up just before 8 o'clock. And we'll then be back with you for the next 2 days as well. So we've got a similar day's racing tomorrow. We'll probably be starting after the time trials around about 11 o'clock and going on until 8. And then a slightly shorter day on Monday, hopefully starting side by side around about 10:30 and finishing just before 6 o'clock. But you can see a great shot there of our leading crew from Sheffield. Those are black and yellow blades just carving their way down what's been a fantastically flat day of water here at the National Water Sports Centre here in Nottingham. It's not always that we can say that. I think it sometimes gets a bit of a bad rap, this place, but it's been a great day of racing and some really good water that's allowed all of our athletes here to show off their rowing ability to their very, very best. And we've got another race here doing just that with this D final of the women's beginner 8s. Oh, looks like there was a little bit of some caught water there in that Sheffield crew, but I don't think it affected their momentum too much. They're still going strong here into the closing stages. They're just through 250 metres to go now, and this Sheffield crew, I think, now have almost clear water on the rest of the field. They've been the dominant force in this race. And coming up towards the closing stage now, about 150 odd metres to go. There'll be some tired bodies for sure. This will probably be the first big regatta for these beginners. They may have done a couple of smaller ones, but trying to do multiple races in the day, it's a very long day as well. They'd have been doing their time trial probably almost about 9 hours ago. But there's a good race going on in the rest of the field as we see Sheffield now coming up towards the finish line. But the battle between all of these northern crews, to be honest, we've got Sheffield, we've got Lancaster, and we've got York. And I think you'll get a see in a second in lane number 1 at the bottom of your shot as Sheffield cross the line. It's going to be York who are going to poke themselves through in second place, just ahead of Lancaster. Lancaster just dropping off a bit and coming through in third. Then we've got in fourth position Bath, just ahead of Leeds. And then there'll be Cambridge B to round out the field in the D final of the women's beginner 8s. But our next race should be the C final, the final minor final of the women's beginner 8s. Can't see them on the course just yet, so I'm imagining that we're probably waiting on them to get themselves attached down at the start. So we can see the umpire raising their white flag. And there we go, perfect timing as we see the women's beginner 8s C final just going off the start now. 6 boats moving away very cleanly. We've got Swansea, Warwick, East Anglia, Southampton, Imperial and UCL racing in this one. So coming up towards the 1,000-metre marker here in this C final of the the women's beginner 8. My sincerest apologies. Again, looks like we've got a fairly tight race here in this C final. If I had to guess, I would say it's lane number 1. Closest to your camera on the right-hand side of the shot, I think is going to be putting their bow in front. I've staked a bit of a claim there, and I hope I'm not going to be proven to look like an absolute idiot in about 20 seconds' time. But I would say that Swansea crew in lane number 1 looking like they are currently out in front of this C final of the women's beginner 8. But there's really not much separating all 6 of these crews. And just as the camera starts to pan round, yeah, indeed, we do see that it is the Swansea University crew. There's pretty close between a few of the crews there, so maybe I was giving them a little bit more credit than I should have. Unfortunately, just our shot just cutting out ever so slightly there from our camera at 1,000 metres. It's a beautiful effect of the kind of ripples on the water from the wake coming off these 6 boats. Just a slight disturbance on this very flat water we have here at the National Water Sports Centre. I was sad that we didn't get to see that camera pan round, because the light that we can see out of our commentary box at the moment, sort of down past the finish line, is really quite something. And I think we're probably about to have a sort of a fairly monumental rainstorm come in here in the next few minutes. And so I'm sure these athletes will be hoping to get themselves off the water before that happens. But this really looks like I'm sorry I can't say too much about who is actually in front of this C final of the women's beginner 8, but it looks like an absolutely cracking race with really not much separating all 6. I'd still say that the crew in lane number 1 from Swansea is looking strong, but a reminder again, going from right to left of that start order, we got Swansea in 1, Warwick in 2, East Anglia in 3, Southampton in 4, Imperial in 5, and University College London A in lane number 6. So a good shot there of our crew in lane number 6, UCL. We're into the closing stages now of this race. And I think it is Swansea in lane number 1, closest to the camera, just out of shot, who have made a commanding move in this one. We're still seeing the crew from UCL, who I think are kind of fighting for second with Warwick at the moment. Just as our shot pans out there, yes, it is the crew from Swansea. Who are closest to the camera. Unfortunately, we can't quite see there. We're seeing the UCL crew, who I think fighting for second and third. around about a length up. Just coming across the line now, we have the crew from Swansea, then UCL over on the far side come across in second. Swansea look delighted. Warwick coming through in third, Imperial in fourth, East Anglia in fifth, and Southampton rounding out the field in sixth.
Yeah, as you said, Will, Swansea looking absolutely delighted, and well done to them on that performance. It's very good to see, even though this is a C final and they're not, contending for the medals at the very top of beginner rowing, it still means a great deal to them because it is the highlight, BUCS Regatta being the national championship. As we pan that back up to the start now, this is the F final of the men's beginner coxed fours between Lincoln in lane in lane 4, Sheffield in lane 5, and Strathclyde University Boat Club in lane 3.
Yeah, so moving on to our next boat class now. So we had the women's beginner 8, we're now moving across to the men, and we're shrinking down from an 8 to a 4. You can see there's a fairly wide gap in this field as we're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker, and I'd say that looks as though it's the crew in from Sheffield who are out in front at the moment by quite some considerable margin. And as I mentioned earlier, that would indicate to me that perhaps the time trial didn't quite go to plan for them this morning, and they've got some wrongs that they want to right and some demons they want to exercise here on this course, and really laying down a good marker here in this F final of the men's beginner fours.
Exactly right. As you can see, Sheffield kind of moving away from the pack by some distance. Clearly want to exercise some demons here as we move towards the 1,000 metre mark, and then into 1,500 and finish.
So through 1,000 metres there for the crew from the University of Sheffield. Incredibly comfortable out in front. I'd say probably a good 30-40 seconds over the crews from Lincoln and Strathclyde. I'd say based on this performance, I think Sheffield, they must have had something go sort of quite wrong in their time trial. Looking from there, I'd say that the crew from Strathclyde perhaps just ahead of Lincoln in the battle for second and third place in this F final here. But really this race is all about the crew from Sheffield in first. So we can see in our shot there the crew from the University of Sheffield. I mean, I'm saying huge amounts about them because it's just been almost silly, really, how far ahead. Definitely in a different class. We know they should have been in a different final. Maybe not quite in the ABs, but definitely should have been in in one of the other minor finals. But crossing the line now, that will be a win for Sheffield. Wait for our crews from Lincoln and Strathclyde to make their way to the finish line. So coming up to the line now, it is Strathclyde ahead of Lincoln in the battle for second position. So our next race now, just going off the start, the E final of the men's beginner coxed fours. So the lineup for this one: Sheffield B in 1, Warwick B in 2, Glasgow in 3, Leicester in 4, Bristol B in 5, and Lancaster B in lane number 6. So the E-final of the men's beginner cox fours coming up towards that 1,000 metre marker. Reminder again of the order for you: Sheffield B in 1, Warwick B in 2, Glasgow in 3, Leicester in 4, Bristol B in 5, and Lancaster B in lane number 6. So coming up towards that 1,000-metre marker, I think it's the crew from Glasgow in lane number 3 who are out in front. Just trying to pick up who is currently in second position. Looks like it might be Lancaster over on the far side of the course. Yep, Glasgow going through in that leading position. The 2 gold stripes going down the sides of the all-in-one. I think it might actually be Warwick in second position, just coming into your shot now. So Glasgow definitely with about a length advantage over, I think, Warwick and then Lancaster in this E-final. There we go, there's that beautiful light that I've been trying to tell you about. It's maybe not quite as spectacular as it was 10 minutes or so ago, but been keeping us entertained here into the early hours of the evening here at the National Water Sports Centre. Just so you can see the crew in lane 1, the lesser spotted stern loaded coxed 4. That's Sheffield University's B crew. So going through 500 metres to go, it was still the University of Glasgow sitting in first position with Warwick in second, around about 3 seconds behind. We then had Lancaster sitting in third, Leicester in fourth, Bristol in fifth, and University of Sheffield just gone through in sixth position. So into the last stages, and a great battle between Glasgow and Warwick for the win in this one. I think Glasgow still have around about 3/4 of a length, maybe a length advantage over the crew from Warwick, with Lancaster over on the far side. That is the crew from the west of Scotland who train on the Clyde, who are going to hold on for this win in the E-final of the men's beginner Cox 4s. Warwick just with a little bit of overlap, but unable to close that margin down. They go across in second position, Lancaster in third. You've then got the Leicester crew in fourth, Bristol in fifth, and it'll be the University of Sheffield's B crew who will round out the field in the E-final of the men's beginner 4s.
That is it from me today, I'm afraid, but I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Andy McDonald alongside Will Hadley-Morris. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
So we're straight on to the D final now of the men's beginner Cox 4s. We've got York B in 1, Southampton in 2, Cardiff in 3, Nottingham B in 4, Manchester B in 5, and UCL B in lane number 6. They're off the start, probably through 500 metres, as the rain continues to come down here at the National Water Sports Centre. It's been beautiful and sunny here all day, and then just as we're all getting ready to go home, it starts raining.
Hello folks, Andy McDonald here again for our most dedicated viewers. You'll recognise me from starting off the live stream all those hours ago. What would it have been? Well, would it have been, what, 6 hours?
At least I think it was just after 11 o'clock that we started the live stream. So about probably just over 7 hours since the live stream started. And for those of you who may have even been here earlier today, it was 8 o'clock that the first time trial started. So I was there ready for the first men's intermediate lightweight single to come across the line for the time trials. And I'm going to be here all the way through to 8 p.m. I'm hoping that we've gone a little bit behind time with some of these beginners just struggling to get attached. I'm hoping we can catch up a little bit of time into the last few races of the day. So we're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker here in this D final.
Yeah, you said just there about them struggling to get attached. Do you want to talk us through, what you mean by that for those that are not as in the know as rowing as you may be?
Yeah, of course. So when you get down to the start line, the umpires and the marshals who are down at the start will kind of group everyone into their groups of 6 who they're gonna race against. Just as we see the crew from Southampton going through the 1,000 metre marker ahead of Manchester, who are in second. Yeah, so then as soon as the previous race has gone off, the start umpire, who's in the tower just past the start line, will call the six crews on. They'll have to row across. They then spin themselves around, so their bows are pointing down the course. I have seen crews who've gone on the wrong way round and they're facing the wrong way, so they can see their way down the course. But as soon as they try and take a stroke, they're obviously going to row into the lap. But yes, they point themselves, their bows are pointing down the course, and then they've got to slowly back down, so they go backwards, very slowly back towards the stake boats. And on each of the stake boats there's a volunteer who'll be there to try and catch them. They hold the stern of the boat, and then it's then the job of the coxes, or if it's not a steered boat, so we're going to see some beginner quads in a couple of races time. It'll be one person in the crew who will be responsible for steering. We'll just call out either battle side or stroke side, just to take some very light strokes, just to try and turn the boat around. But there's a few difficult things there. Actually just trying to get attached onto the stake boat at all. If you're not going directly straight, you're probably going to miss it. Then when you're actually attached, especially if it's in windy conditions, trying to stay straight is really, really hard. You could also have maybe 2 people in an 8 who are basically just kind of tapping on constantly just to try and keep the boat straight. And you've got to estimate when the start's going to be, and especially for these beginner crews, this is probably their first regatta. They may have done a small regatta, but definitely one this size where you're having to back down onto stake boats rather than just doing a kind of a free start. It's a skill that's really, really hard to learn, and there's experienced crews who still struggle with it a little bit. So I really don't envy the coxes of these beginner crews who are having to kind of coax their crews onto the stake boats.
Absolutely, and I know there's a breeze picking up just at the start there. I was up there a couple of hours ago, and I can understand their pain. But as we look onto the course, we can see that as they came through the 1,500 metre mark, it's the crew from Cardiff University who have established a lead over the crew from the University of Manchester, who in turn have established a lead over the crew from the University of Southampton. And it looks as if that is being maintained as they approach the final 250 metre mark of this race. And yeah, it does look like actually the crew in lane 2, that's the University of Southampton, are challenging the University of Manchester for that second place.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more of a spread that we've had in this field than we have had over some of our last races, but definitely, as you say, that crew in lane number 3 from Cardiff who are out in front of this one. But yeah, tight behind in that battle between Manchester and Southampton as we're coming up towards the last 150 metres. So into the closing metres now, and Cardiff University, who really put on a show here in this D final, they are going to cross the line in first position and should take the win. A little splash of the water there from the bow seat, and Manchester and Southampton battling out for that second position. Coming up towards the finish line now, I think Manchester are just going to hold on, and they do indeed by just under a length over Southampton, with York coming through in 4th position. We'll then have Nottingham B in 5th, and UCL over on the far side of the course rounding out the field in 6th.
That's interesting. If you just look at that UCL crew, I'm not sure whether you'll be able to see on your screen at home, but the crew from UCL actually have a tandem, a bucket rig, which it's quite a common sight at the the elite level at the World Championship, World Cups, and Olympics. But in beginner rowing, it's not very common at all, is it, Will?
No, it's not, and I think that the reason for that is you probably don't start, like, at that point you're starting to deal with quite fine margins about the order of the crew. Generally, the kind of the sort of tradition would say as a rowing coach that if you're putting someone, when you've got those 2 people rowing on the same side, that generally the person who is further back in the crew, so let's say in that instance we had 2 and 3 seat, so 2 seat is able to follow 3 seat. That you would maybe use the rhythm of 3 seat to kind of help the rower at 2 along a little bit, and maybe with their technique, with their length. So there's a few reasons, but yeah, you're right. You generally wouldn't see it until you're at the more sort of senior and elite levels of the sport.
There you go. Every day's a learning day. But on your screens now, you can see the C final of the men's beginners. Cox 4. In lane 1, that's Bath. In lane 2, Queen's University Belfast. In lane 3, that's Cambridge. In lane 4, York. In lane 5, Surrey. And in lane 6, Manchester. And as I look at it now, I would say that it would be Surrey who have established a small lead across the rest of the field, but the crew in lane 2, Queen's University Belfast, also seem to be going toe-to-toe for second.
Yeah, when they went through the 1,000-metre marker, I just didn't quite catch it on the screens, but I think it looked like it was the Queen's University Belfast crew in lane number 2 who might have just been ahead of Surrey, but yet not much separating them. We're getting kind of intermittent timings coming through on our screen up here, so we sort of aim to try and get kind of times for every 500 metres pretty much as they go through them. But I think we've been having a few little sort of technical gremlins today. I'm hoping that as the weekend goes on, we'll be able to work those out and be able to give you more timings as the kind of regatta progresses. As you can see there, we're coming up to 500 metres to go. In fact, I think we've just gone through 500 metres to go. And yeah, I think it still looks like it's a battle between the crews in lane 2 and lane 5. That's Queen's University Belfast in lane 2 and Surrey in lane number 5. So coming up to our closing stages now, you can just see the right in the centre of your shot, the Queen's University Belfast crew in lane 2. Just as our mics were off, Andy and I were discussing who we think is ahead. It can be really hard when you're looking from this far away. You get the parallax effect of trying to the crews that are in lanes further away. So the crews that are in kind of lane 5 and lane 6 look like they're further ahead than they are.
But wow, what a move from the crew in lane 3. That's Cambridge B, but I don't think Cambridge B started there. I think Cambridge B and York University may have swapped spaces, because I don't think that is the unless it's a college crew. It could be a college crew. Oh, it is. It's Jesus College Cambridge in lane 3.
Yeah, it is. Just our timings are coming through from the 500 metres to go, but I'm not sure they're right because it's currently saying it's got York in first and they're sitting in fourth at the moment. But it's Surrey and Queens still. I think Surrey in lane number 5. You were right, Andy. I think they are just holding on, but Cambridge still continuing to push through. So as they're coming up to the line, Surrey crossed the line first, very close to Queens and Jesus College Cambridge.
It's York University come fourth, closely followed by Bath University, who in turn are very closely followed by the University of Manchester. And it's really great to see the University of Manchester at BUCS, because a couple of years ago they weren't quite the force they are today. So it's really fantastic to see, a university, slightly outside the Thames Valley to be doing so well.
Yeah, I think that we can get ourselves caught into a trap sometimes when we're talking about kind of university rowing and only focusing on those big ones, the ones at the kind of the high performance centres, the BUCS, UL, Durham, Edinburgh, Imperial, Newcastle, etc. Apologies if I'm missing out any of the really big ones there. But there's so much beneath that, and rowing at university isn't all about training 12 times a week and absolutely destroying yourselves and trying to make it into under 23s or the weekend at Henley. There's a huge number of rowers who are there they want to do a sport, they want to get fit, but there's a huge amount that they're getting out of it other than just kind of the pure sporting side. It's about teamwork, and it's about exercise and movement and making friends and doing a whole load of other things. We're moving on to the beginner quads now, and we've got the D final of those just going through the 1,000 metre marker, and you can see Loughborough University closest to your camera. So we got Loughborough, Kingston, Surrey and Leeds, and it is the purple crew, the more local crews from Loughborough who are in front. Again, a fantastic bucket hat being sported in the 2-seat. Not quite sure there's enough sun anymore to warrant that.
To be fair, I've been wearing my bucket hat all day. They are truly a fantastic piece of headwear. On that topic, what's your favourite piece of headwear to don whilst you're rowing?
If it was while I was rowing, it's mostly about keeping the sun out my eyes and trying to sort of stop the sweat from kind of going down my face. So I'd probably just, I wouldn't usually wear a cap while I was rowing, but any kind of headwear while I was rowing, but probably usually just like a plain white cap.
Classic.
But yeah, I'm not a headwear wearing person on or off the water generally. Don't think it really suits me. So yeah,
I'm sure you could pull it off.
I'll stick to just sunglasses.
I'm sure you could pull it off. I'm sure you could. But as we look onto your screens, I would say from our position here in the tower, it still looks like it's the crew from Loughborough University closest to you who maintain an advantage, but I do think that they're being challenged by the crew on the far side of the lake. That's Leeds University.
Yeah, definitely. It's absolutely not over this one. We're not seeing some of the margins we have seen, and I said about 20 minutes ago that I was expecting a monumental rain shower, and I am very, very glad that I'm tucked inside a nice, warm and cosy commentary box, because the spectator areas here at the National Water Sports Centre have unfortunately completely emptied as the heavens have opened here, and the rain really is coming down with force.
On this lake, rain is often quite a good thing for crews, because when there's rain on the lake, the waves can't rise, so it makes rowing, although you might get a little bit wetter, it's often a lot easier for crews, particularly of the beginner standard, to get down this lake when there's a little bit of a headwind, a little bit of a crosswind, and a lot of the coaches will be thinking, thank the heavens that there's no chop for them to deal with.
Yeah, thank the heavens that the heavens have opened. Yeah, good for rowers, not quite so good for spectators. I think they take the sun and warmer temperatures that we had a little bit earlier today. But we are coming into the last 250 metres of this first race in the beginner quads event, and it is still Loughborough who are out in front. And I think that the race is going on between Kingston and Leeds in the battle for second place. Kingston, who've been trying to follow behind the Loughborough crew, I think are maybe pushing themselves up into that second position. You can see the Leeds crew currently on your shot, just as there we've got Kingston and Loughborough just coming into shot now. You see as they're starting to get tired towards the end of the race, the blade work in that Loughborough crew just starting to get a little bit tired as they hold on towards the finish line.
A little nasty collision there with the boys, flirting with the buoy line there, that bow, well, assuming it's the bow steering, but the Loughborough crew are just flirting with that buoy line as they come through the red buoys. But it looks like Leeds have maintained probably half a length, a couple of seats advantage over Kingston. But Kingston are really pushing now, and I think that Kingston are really going. I think Kingston have just overtaken Leeds University.
Yeah, I think you're right. Kingston have moved through. In fact, Kingston even caught a little crab in the last 100 or so metres there, and still were able to move through Leeds in that battle for second position. And then we've got Surrey coming through in fourth position. And you mentioned about one of the crews there clipping one of the boys, and it's something that we haven't really talked about. Is the steering that's required in these beginner quads. The last couple of beginner categories we've been talking about have been the beginner 8s and the beginner 4s, both of which are Cox boats. But Andy's, just while we're waiting for the next race, why don't you can talk about the kind of difficulties of being a beginner crew, of very new to rowing and having to steer one of these quads down a 2k course.
Well, generally speaking, in these quads you'll have the bow person, that's the person sat at the very back of the boat, will have a small rudder attached to one of their feet, generally the right foot, and they'll point it in the direction of which they want to travel, and it's quite difficult to maintain the differences in pressure from a beginner crew. It's quite unpredictable because you never know really their ability. If they miss a stroke, it'll throw off the balance or throw off the direction of travel, and it's very difficult, particularly when you're racing, when you're in the zone, when you're in the mindset of I just want to get from A to B as quick as I can, to focus on that steering. But I have to say there's been no major issues from any of these crews from what I can tell, so it's been a fantastic showing and really a testament to the beginner rowing scene in the UK today.
Yeah, it really is, because I rowed for 10 years before I hung up my oars, and I remember in my last BUCS here, in my 10th year of rowing, steering an intermediate pair down this course, and I don't think I steered anywhere near as good a line as some of these quads are steering. So I am very impressed by some of these athletes who are able to steer the quads down. So maybe a little bit, it can be a tiny little bit easier in a sculling boat as opposed to a sweep boat, because you've got quite an even application of power. You very rarely in a sculling boat have one athlete who is putting down a lot more pressure on one side than the other. So as long as all four people are kind of rowing normally, it should kind of even itself out. We've just gone through the 1,000 metre marker here in this C final now. Lane call for you. We've got Portsmouth in 1, Cardiff in 2, UCL in 3, Manchester in 4, Bath in lane 5, and Heriot Watt in lane number 6. So it was the UCL crew in lane number 3 who went through that 1,000 metre marker out in front.
Heriot Watt, that's a university we don't really hear too much from in the UK rowing scene. Do you know where they're based?
So Heriot Watt, the university itself, is based on the outskirts of Edinburgh, based in the west of Edinburgh. But similar to how at Edinburgh University, they train out of, well, there's a chance this has changed over the previous few years. But when I was at Edinburgh University, Heriot Watt also trained out of Strathclyde Park with us, which is nearer to Glasgow, so around about a 50-odd minute drive across, which isn't ideal. At any time you want to go out in the water, you've got to spend 2 hours in the car each way, but you do then have the benefit of being able to row on a 2,000 metre 8-lane course. So great for being able to practice things like this. And yeah, rowing has kind of always been present at Heriot Watt, and they've had some really strong crews over the years, especially sort of individual single scullers. Maybe it was sort of haven't always quite had the full crew boats pushing on to big success.
It's great to see that they've managed to get a quad together, a beginner quad at that, to get to this C final, and they'll be racing hard as it's a long way from Edinburgh down to sunny Nottingham.
Yeah, not too sure about sunny, but yeah, I think the introduction of the beginner quads into BUCS Regatta a few years ago was a real catalyst for some university programs, because I think that getting especially a lot of beginners will spend quite a lot of their time in singles over the beginning of the year, because it's really good for teaching kind of skills. But then it's maybe a bit more transferable getting them into a quad than getting them into a four. That not every university is about making 4s and 8s go really fast. That sometimes it's like singles, doubles, quads. If you haven't got as many boats available, you maybe don't have any coxes. That focusing on those smaller sculling boats can be important. But we should pay some attention to this race that is into the last 200 metres now, and it is in lane number 3 on the right hand side of your shot at the moment. The crew from UCL, who is out in front of this C final of the men's beginner quads, and Harriet Watt, who we've been talking about, who you can see on your shot now in the bright yellow kit. They are sitting in second position, just holding on to that second position at the moment over Bath in lane number 5 and Portsmouth in lane number 1.
Well, Harriet Watt have really put up the rate there. You can see. I dare say that they're really pushing on UCL.
Yeah, they're closing down. I think they're maybe going to run out of water. UCL have got about half a length with 20 odd metres to go. Oh, a bit of a crab there in the UCL crew, but they just about held on, crossing the line 3/4 of a length ahead of Harriet Watt, and it is then...
Actually, the crew from Portsmouth is really pushing on Bath there for third place, but just pipped to the line by Bath.
Yeah, Bath just holding on. We've then got Manchester coming through in 5th, and then just popping into your shot now down nearer towards the tower, we've got Cardiff coming through in 6th position, which is going to round out the beginner events for the day. We've just got 2 categories left. I can't believe we're saying that, but yeah, we've just got 2 categories left. The women's intermediate quads and the men's intermediate 8s. So I think we've got 8 races left. 4 quads races and 4 8s races. And we've got the F final of the women's intermediate quads just going through the 1,000 metre marker now. Race 197. We've got Lincoln in 1, Newcastle D in 2, Sheffield A in 3, Exeter B in 4, Manchester in 5, and Kiel in lane number 6. So as the rain seems to get even heavier here at Nottingham, our women's intermediate quads coming into the last 500 metres of their race here, and I think this quads event is one where we had such a strong entry that we've got all 4 minor finals completely filled out, so F through to C. I think in addition to that there was some crews that if you finished kind of below 36th in the time trial, that wouldn't have even gone through to side-by-side racing. So really competitive just to get into the side-by-side here, which I think is why we're seeing that these races are so close.
Absolutely. I think from our position here in the tower, it is the crew in lane 4, that's Exeter University, might have a slight advantage, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking at it at the moment. I'd say lanes 4, 3 and 2 all really close together, to be honest. So where we've got Exeter in 4, Sheffield in 3 and Newcastle in 2, and really hardly anything separating them at all. You can see the Exeter crew, on the kind of right of your shot at the moment, but just over their right shoulder, the crews from Sheffield and Newcastle are right up there, and I'd say those 3 crews, a canvas separating them, if that.
Yeah, probably only 1 or 2 seats between them all. And they're really upping their rates as they come into the last 100 metres here. I think Newcastle is really pushing now.
I'd say Sheffield as well. There's absolutely nothing separating these 3 crews that you can see now on your shot as we're coming up towards the finish line. We've got Exeter, Sheffield steering's going off. Sheffield are steering themselves into Exeter, just managed to avoid a disaster, but I think it was Exeter in all that held on.
What an incredibly close finish on the far side for 4th, 5th and 6th. The chase pack of the behind 3 was incredibly close.
Yeah, so we had sort of 2 trios there racing down the course, but that was I'm very glad that little steering snafu from Sheffield happened when it did and not a couple of strokes earlier, because I think otherwise we'd have been seeing first and second clash on the finish line, and I would not want to be the umpire in that situation.
Absolutely. And now just coming down the course, we have the E-final of the women's inter-quads. In lane 1, Loughborough B. In lane 2, Loughborough A. In lane 3, Edinburgh. In lane 4, UCL. In lane 5, Birmingham. And in lane 6, St Andrews. That's a crew I haven't seen too much of today, the St Andrews University.
Yeah, St Andrews, I mean, they've been had some really strong performances in the last few years with their head coach Alan Sinclair, former GB international, straight out of Lochore in Scotland. And maybe not quite hitting some of the kind of the really high levels that they have in previous years this year, but hey, there's still 2 days of the regatta to go.
Absolutely. And I would say from our position here in the tower, and just looking on your screen, I think that it's the crew in lane 2 that has a slight advantage, but is being challenged by, I would say, the crews in 4, 5 and 6 at this point, 4 and 6 particularly, but really it's all to play for as they come through that final 500 metre mark.
Yeah, probably Loughborough and Edinburgh in lanes 1 and 3, the 2 crews that are slightly off the pace in this one, but again, all these minor finals, you get really super tight racing because of that kind of concertina effect of so many crews kind of fit into that middle part of the distribution. There's really not much separating them. If you were to look at the time trial results from this morning, you can sometimes go through a whole kind of 6 crew final and see maybe 5 or so seconds separating them from the time trial results. But we're into the closing stages now, and I think it is still lane 2 Loughborough who are just holding on.
Yeah, but I would say as they approach this final stage, the last 250 metres, the crew from St Andrews on that far side of the lake in lane 6, just you can see them on your screen now actually. I think they're challenging for second place, but they're being held off, or being held at least by the crew in lane 4, that's UCL. But it's going to be a really exciting finish as they come through the last 250 metres of this race.
As the light starts to fade a little bit, we're struggling to kind of see quite as much detail as we were earlier in the day down the course, but I think Loughborough just coming into your shot on the right hand side there in the purple kit, they are out in front of this E-final of the women's intermediate quads, holding on over St Andrews University. University of St Andrews. My apologies on the far side. Also, I did Edinburgh a disservice earlier. I said that they were one of the crews off the pace, but actually at the moment they're sprinting for third. I think they've had a really strong last 500.
Yeah, it looks like Way and St Andrews are really pushing Loughborough to the very end here, but I do think that it is going to be Loughborough who will take the win in this E final, closely followed by St Andrews, who in turn are closely followed by UCL, Edinburgh, and then the crew from Birmingham.
Yeah, and then finally the Loughborough B crew, closest to the camera, just rounding out that field in the E final. But because we were a little bit behind, they're really rattling through the races now. These intermediate crews able to get themselves onto the stake boats and started a little bit quicker. So through the 1,000 metres, we already have the D final of the women's intermediate quads.
Yes, we do, and it is in lane 1 Exeter, in lane 2 De Montfort University, in lane 3 Hartpury, in lane 4 London, I assume that's University of London UL, in lane 5 Southampton, and in lane 6 Queen's University of Belfast. And as they come through the 1,000 metre mark, it looks like it is the Queen's University of Belfast crew have have created an advantage, closely followed by the crew from University of Southampton, who in turn are followed by the crew from Hartpury University.
Yeah, so Queen's opened up a lead of about 4 seconds. I think you can ignore the clock in the bottom right of the screen. I think the timer for this race was started a little late. I don't think with the best one in the world, I don't think women's quads are going to be going through the 1,000 metre marker in just over 2 minutes. But Queen's had opened up a lead of about 4 seconds over the University of Southampton, who were sitting in second, but really tight behind that, just 0.2 of a second back to Hartpury, and then another second back to the University of London, who are sitting in fourth. And we can see there we've got those 3 crews. We've got Hartpury on the right of your shot, we then got the University of London and Southampton, not much separating them at all.
I would say, and you can't see this on your screen unfortunately, but from our position here in the tower, I would say that Hartpury have pulled out a slight lead over Southampton, and actually the crew in lane 1 pulling up quite quickly, but it is still Queen's University of Belfast who maintain the advantage that they had established from the very beginning.
Yeah, so I think Queen's do still have that advantage, but I think the battles going on in the rest of the field is starting to push everyone up to them, and I would say that Queen's Belfast's lead isn't secure, and you can see Hartpury in the sort of towards the right hand side of your shot in the red kit. They are really riding the water fantastically. There's not a huge amount of check in that boat, so it's not dropping down between strokes. They're really pushing it on, and I think that Queen's Belfast are going to have a battle to hold on to first position as we come into the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, I would very much say so. Queen's University Belfast there, just out of your shot at the moment, but Hartpury University are really pushing them in lane 3, and also the crew in lane 1, that's Exeter University, are really taking them to the line, and I'd say Exeter University are contesting Hartpury for that second place.
Yeah, closest to the tower, Exeter, I think, trying to push up into third and challenging Hartpury as well. But over on the far side of the course, just out of your shot, I think they're just going to start appearing now. We've got Queen's University Belfast just over a length ahead. Hartpury and Exeter right up to the line. Oh, and that's going to be a photo finish for those two. Cannot pick between them. University of London coming across in fourth. Southampton in fifth and De Montfort in sixth. But yeah, second place there, Exeter and Hartpury. Really tight racing. I couldn't call that one.
On our little iPad at the moment, it says that Hartpury have taken the advantage. Oh no, I'm wrong. I was looking at the 1500 metre. That is my mistake. I do apologise there, guys. We'll leave that one to the photo finish. But now we have the C final of the women's inter quad sculls, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the last women's and the last sculling event of the day.
This is indeed. After this one, all we're going to have left is 4 men's 8s to round out the first day of racing here at BUCS Regatta 2023. as our 6 quads in your shot there row away into the sunset. It looks quite nice when you look from that 1,000 metre over towards the finish. When you're at the finish and you look down towards the start, it does not look quite so good. But we've got another 6 quads in this one. We've got Surrey A in 1, St Andrews A in 2, Queen's Belfast A in 3, Durham B in 4, Reading B in 5, and Bath B in lane number 6. And looking there on the shot and as I would say it's the crew in lane number 4, Durham University B, who currently have the advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's pretty level between the rest of the field. Perhaps the crew in lane 3, that is Queen's University Belfast, and the crews in lane 5 and 6, that's Reading University and Bath University, who are really engaging in that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But really, you know, they just come through that 500 metre to go, and we've got some numbers for you. It is the crew from Durham University who have an advantage, closely followed only 5 seconds behind by Queen's University Belfast, who in turn University of St Andrews are only 2 seconds behind them, and University of Reading 0.3 of a second behind them. So it is really hotting up as they come through this final part of this women's inter-quads C final.
Yeah, absolutely tight as we come into the closing stages. Durham University are just about to shoot through the 250 metres to go marker, going past that red buoy that signifies 250 metres to go. The Platinum of Durham, they've had a really, really strong day one. I think that Durham University are going to be in a really strong position to push for the overall Victor Ladorum, this year's BUCS Regatta, because they're strong on both. They're strong on the women's side, they're strong on the men's side. They're strong at sculling, strong at sweep. They've got some decent lightweights as well, so I think they're going to be in a really good position, and they're currently leading over Queen's University Belfast and St Andrews as we come into the closing stages here.
Yeah, as we come to the last 70 metres of this race, it's Durham University who maintain the advantage that they established from the very beginning. Queen's University Belfast pushing hard to keep that 2nd place, but University of St Andrews, they're not going down without a fight, pushing just ahead of Reading University in that lane 5.
Yeah, so St Andrews coming across in 3rd, Reading in 4th, then we've got the crew from Bath in 5, 5th, and Surrey coming across in 6th position. So that rounds out the women's sculling events. We should just have 4 men's 8 races to bring you, starting with the F final of the men's intermediate 8s. We've been slowly trying to catch up time. I think I can see that the next race is on the course. They're not super far down, probably coming up towards 500 metres, but the good thing about men's 8s is that the race is often over pretty quickly.
I heard you mentioning when we were talking about Durham University there, the Victor Ladorum. Do you want to, for those that are not as well read in rowing as some others, do you want to explain what that is?
Yeah, of course. So the Victor Ladorum is awarded to kind of the best overall university, and there's three different titles, I should say. There's the men's Victor Ladorum, the women's, and the overall. And essentially, it's trying to reward not just a singular good crew, but the club that is able to perform best across all events. And it's not just about getting medals, it's about how you perform kind of all the way down. So there are points awarded for every event, and that kind of scales down as you go from first, sort of getting lower in positions. And there's more points available the bigger the boat type, so an 8 gets more than a single, and there's also more points available based on the level of the event. So championship gives more than intermediate gives more than beginner, and the club that wins the men's, the women's and the overall Victor Ladorum, that can be a really, really big thing, and some universities will really target that. So University of Edinburgh won the women's and the overall Victor Ladorum last year, and they really targeted that. They had a lot of athletes who were doubling up, so they were doing 2 events in a day just because they wanted to try and maximise the number of points they were getting towards that Victor Ladorum. And Durham, historically, they won the overall Victor-Lodorum 10 years in a row from 2004 through to 2013. And I don't think they've won the overall since 2015. So if they were able to win it this year, I think that would be a really, really big thing for them.
Well, absolutely. Durham have put themselves on a very good footing even before the racing started. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that they had the most entries. And just looking at your screen there, something's happening.
Yeah, we're coming up towards 1,000 metres here, and we couldn't really see much about this race, but there is hardly anything separating all 6 of these crews. Maybe half a length separating all 6. If I had to pick one, I'd say possibly York in lane number 1, closest to the camera, had a couple of feet, but I think we're in for a really, really good second 1,000 metres here as we're moving into the men's intermediate 8s. I think this F final is going to serve us up a real treat.
I absolutely agree, but just looking down the course from our position in the commentary tower, I'd say it looks incredibly even. Perhaps lane of 3. I don't know whether it's just they're in a darker colour than the rest, so they're a bit more visible, but they look a bit closer to me. But you know, they're just coming through that 750 metres to go mark, so really anything can happen in this race, particularly with the margins that the little margins that they've developed so far.
Yeah, I think trying to spot too much from here when we know how close the margins are between these crews, a little bit of a fool's errand. I'm sure as the crews get closer, we'll be able to tell you a bit more. Maybe we'll get some of the timings from our intermediate timing huts that are situated down the course. That's probably the best way of us being able to tell you exactly who is ahead. Because, yeah, as we look down there, you can see the crews in kind of lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4 in your shot, just as they're kind of, if we start to pan round, yeah, there we go, you can see all 6 crews now, with York on the right hand side there in lane number 1 and Durham over on the left hand side there in lane number 6. I think the Durham University crew, if I'm right, Durham University C, is actually a college composite crew. It's something called the Senate Cup, which we don't think we ever raced BUCS in it, but I was fortunate enough to row in the Senate 8 when I was at Durham. That is all of the best college rowers who aren't doing university rowing kind of all come together to form a mega 8. But just trying to pick as they're coming up towards, I think it's lanes 1, 2 and 3 who are sort of really contesting this one. York, Cardiff and Warwick.
Yeah, as they came through the 1500 metre mark, we've got some data there. Warwick were leading, closely followed by the University of York. Only, what's that?
6 tenths of a second behind. Yeah, really hardly anything separating the top crews there. So yes, we had Warwick and then York 0.4 of a second behind, my apologies, and then another 0.6 of a second behind we had East Anglia. So like it's maybe a couple of seconds separating the top 4. We're coming into the last 100 or so metres now, and it is that crew in lane number 3 from Warwick who are out in front at the moment, but it's really going to be nip and tuck. I think Warwick have pushed on in this second half of the race. They're holding on to that top position, but they've got Cardiff and East Anglia hunting them down into the last 20 metres. Warwick in lane number 3 just get a hold on. Cardiff, East Anglia, York, followed by Cambridge University and then Durham University coming across in 6th. My word, those top 5 crews, I think there was definitely less than a length separating all of them.
That was absolutely fantastic. It was, I would have put it down to, mere seats in the boat, really, that they were down. And just a small correction, that was Harriet Watt, not Cambridge, I believe?
Yes, you're right. I was looking at our who was in lane 5 for our next race, not this race. So yeah, you're quite right. That was Harriet Watt coming through in 5th position, not Durham. So we have that next race, the E final of the men's intermediate 8s on the course now. So we've got the graphic there for the D final, but I think it is the E final that we're looking at. So we've got Southampton B in 1, Bath in lane number 2, Newcastle C in 3, UCL in 4, Cambridge B in 5, it really is Cambridge this time, and Imperial in lane number 6. So yeah, so just right, yeah, so yes, we've got the E final. There we go. We've got the correct graphic on your screen now as we're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker.
This will be a very interesting race, I think, because you've got some decent, some really big names in here. Imperial, Cambridge, UCL, Newcastle. These are generally some big programs, big funding. Quite a lot of depth. So we saw some really classy rowing in that F final. So I'm really looking forward to this E final.
Yes, I think we're going to see something like this Newcastle crew. That'll be their 4th 8. I think so. If they've got one in Championship and then they've got their 2nd, 3rd and 4th 8s racing here in Intermediate, so that's why we're seeing Newcastle C. Cambridge, I wouldn't be surprised if that Cambridge crew is actually a college crew in lane number 5. Looking at the picture now, I'm definitely not seeing the light blue that you'd usually use to identify Cambridge with, but we're coming up towards 1,000 metres. I'm just going to take a look at our screen now and see if we can try and get a good idea, but again it looks super tight. And maybe the crew in lane number 3, that is the Newcastle University C crew, just about a 1/3, half a length ahead. But then the crews in lanes 4, 5, 6 and even in lane 1, just coming into your shot now, Southampton, I think they're in 2nd. So yeah, Newcastle have taken a bit of a march in this first 1,000 metres, but behind them it's really anyone's game.
Really is. You can see that iconic blue star on the Newcastle blades. Blue Star, that's the name of their alumni boat club, I would say.
It is indeed, yep. Blue Star BC is the alumni, but it's been the logo of Newcastle University for a long time. They take a huge amount of pride. You often see all the Newcastle athletes with their Blue Star bumper stickers on their car. They, while we were up at BUCS Head, they were taking great pains to paint a blue star on the side of their boathouse. I believe there'd been some words said between them and Durham, and potentially some actions about Newcastle have a blue star that is painted on a wall that the Durham and Newcastle, who both train on the River Tyne in Newcastle. They both row past, and I believe, don't know who it was, but something may have been painted over the blue star on that Newcastle takes so much pride in. So I think that's why they were taking the effort to paint a massive blue star on the side of their boathouse that was about 2 metres tall. But we can see the Newcastle University crew, the blue stars we mentioned, on the back of their blades. The royal blue, white and red kit of the Newcastle athletes. But yet we got 3 8s in lanes 4, 5 and 6. UCL, Cambridge and Imperial trying to chase them down.
I'd say Southampton actually in lane 1 are really pushing just as hard as the far lanes there.
Yeah, we saw going through the 1,000 that it was that they probably were the crew that was closest to Newcastle. But I was just saying, because we couldn't quite see them in our shot. Going through 500 metres to go, it was Newcastle. Southampton were in 3rd, but in 2nd position we had University College London. But that gap from Newcastle was 3.4 seconds. And in men's 8s, 3.4 seconds, that's quite a lot to take in just 500 metres. So I think it could be tight. It could be very tough for anyone to close that down. But I just want to mention that down beneath us, below the finish tower, the Newcastle supporters are almost always some of the best supporters here, and it's wet. They probably all want to go home and get some sleep, but all the Newcastle fans have piled onto the metal pontoon to scream this Newcastle crew home.
Some really classy rowing there from Newcastle, cheered on by their crewmates and colleagues. And just on the far side of your picture there, you can see the Imperial College London crew really pushing for that 2nd place. And the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th is incredibly tight between Cambridge, UCL and Southampton. That is going to be Newcastle. And wow, what a push from Southampton there in the end.
Yeah, Imperial just holding on over Southampton. And then it was UCL over Cambridge, with Bath coming through in 6th position. Really tight racing here, as it is starting to get properly dark here at the National Water Sports Centre. I think we're going to be cutting it very fine to fit these last 3 races in before it's too dark. It's this low dark cloud that is just sapping the light out of the air. We've still got about 50 odd minutes to go until sunset, but yeah. I think the cameras here are making it seem a lot lighter than it is in reality. So just 2 races to go now, the D final and the C final. I'm coming up towards 1,000 metres. I'll give you the lane order in just a second, but just going to try and spot who we've got ahead here as we go through. And it looks like Southampton A in lane number 1. Their B crew was just doing a job in the D final, but here in the C final, where we got Southampton A in 1, Edinburgh B in 2, Nottingham in 3, Exeter in 4, Manchester in 5, and St Andrews in lane number 6. And yeah, I think it was Southampton A who had the advantage there.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. Particularly, wow, what a beautiful sight that actually is on the. You've just it's just gone off the screen, but looking down towards the finish there, it really is stunning with that sunset. Just as you can see the River Trent. But just looking up the course from, actually you can see what we see. I'd say actually the crew in lane 4, that is Exeter University, may have made a move because they look quite close from our position at least. But you know, it's still 750 metres to go. It's a long road to Nazareth.
Yeah, I think at least from that first 1,000 metres, Southampton definitely had the advantage. But yeah, plenty of water still to go in this penultimate race of the day. And then you can see that the last race of the day, the C final, is lining up on those state boats. We're just going to be probably finishing around about 10 minutes late today, I would say, which, considering these conditions, considering the number of beginner crews we've had, I think that is a pretty good effort, and a huge thank you to all of the volunteers that are involved in BUCS. Reminder that BUCS is pretty much entirely run by volunteers. All the people who are doing the stake boats, all of the umpires are here on their completely on their own free time, and we're incredibly grateful to them for it. Going through 500 metres to go, it was still Southampton with the lead. They had 3 seconds advantage over Exeter, who were in second, and then over on the far side, St Andrews were in third, less than a second behind Exeter. So Southampton in lane number 1, still pushing out in front, just out of the right-hand side of your shot as we look at it. But I think we've got the crew that's in second position. Exeter, they're in the green, they're marching through the middle. St Andrews seem to have just dropped off a bit, and Manchester in lane number 5 have pushed up, but you can just see that white bow of Southampton was just for a second was starting to creep into your shot there.
Yeah, some incredible scenes there, and you know it is going to get really tough when we just zoom out slightly as they come to the last 20-30 metres of this race. Manchester are pushing, Exeter are pushing, Southampton are pushing. Wow, what an incredible finish it is going to be to this penultimate race, and I'm going to say it is Southampton who will take the win, closely followed by Exeter, in turn followed by Manchester, and then I wouldn't be able to call that.
I think Edinburgh might have just snuck through. St Andrews really dropped off in that last 500. I think Edinburgh just snuck through for 4th position. St Andrews in 5th, and then Nottingham coming through in 6th position. As you can see what we've been saying about the beautiful light that's been going on in the back of our shot, and we can see the last race of the day lining up in on the start line. And a little note for this race, as it's the last race of the day, we actually have a 7 crew race going in this one. We've got Durham in 1, Cambridge in 2, Sheffield in 3, Queen's in 4, Lancaster in 5, York in 6, and Liverpool in 7. Well, actually, looking at now, I can't see a crew in lane 7, so I wonder if they might actually be in lane 0, kind of all the way off to the left of our shot.
I would hazard a guess and say they must be, because I don't think it's possible to row down safely on that far side of the lake because of various pontoons that are there for safety reasons. But you know, a seven lane race is really quite an incredible thing at Holme Pierrepoint, because it's only designed for 6 lanes of racing. And we had a 7-lane race, was it last year or the year before?
I think it might have been two years ago. Yeah, after there was a little bit of a disagreement about some steering in the time trials, and they decided that the best way to resolve that was to have a 7-lane race. Obviously, This is only a six lane course, so you do have to take some kind of additional safety protocols. I think there's a secondary umpires launch that is following this race just to accompany that boat down in lane number 0, just to make sure that they there is the kind of the infrastructure on the side of the lake that you don't want to. If you stay close to the buoy line, you'll be fine. If you drift too far to your stroke side, then you might be getting a bit close to the safety boats and the kind of fixtures around the timing huts. But into our last race of the day, coming up towards probably about 500 metres in, and they're going to be rampaging down here because these men's intermediate 8s are going to be moving fast. So coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker, and I think it is the white tops with the blue and green hoops of Queen's University Belfast in lane number 4, who are going to go through just ahead here. We've got Lancaster A in lane number 5, I think they're in second. You can just see our 7th crew there from Liverpool just coming through our shot. They're actually quite high up. But yeah, another super tight race. Maybe not quite as tight as some of the other ones we've seen here in the men's intermediate 8s, but really, really close as we're going into the final stages of day 1 here at BUCS Regatta 2023. Thanks so much for joining us here today. You can see there's still 188 of you still live on the live stream on YouTube. Hopefully more of you on Facebook as well.
Wow, what a beautiful shot that is, just on your screens there. You know, you often hear a lot of criticism of Nottingham and the National Watersports Centre for being quite a tough venue to row, and a lot of negative things, but if you just look at that, it really is.
It's put on a show for us today. And also, interestingly enough, I just noticed that we haven't had much wind today, but any wind there has just been a gentle head breeze. And as this the rain has just started to abate, if anything, I think the wind has swung round, and we've now got a tailwind that's going to be pushing these crews down the course, which is going to make this last 500 metres even quicker, and it'll help those tired legs. It's always nice when you've got a bit of a tailwind pushing you on rather than a headwind slowing you down.
Absolutely, but some crews can find it quite difficult with the wind getting tucked into their sculls, their oars, and being pushed further. You know, particularly at the beginner level. I don't think it'll happen in this men's Inter 8 C final, but you know, for a lot of smaller crews, maybe a beginner double, they could probably see that as a slight issue.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But as it might get you to the finish line quicker, but it may not row quite as well. We're into our closing stages here, and what a race we have in store for you as the last fans come piling down towards the riverbanks to cheer on these 7 crews. And Lancaster University have had a storming second 1,000 metres here, and I think Lancaster have stuck themselves out in front. I saw the timings come through from 500 metres to go, and I wasn't quite sure whether to believe it, but Lancaster, and also closest to the tower, lane 0, Liverpool University, really pushing on strong as well into the closing stages of this one.
Yeah, some fantastic racing as they come into the Red Boys here. It's relatively even throughout the entirety of the field, but it is going to be Lancaster University who lead through the Red Boys. And as we go into the last 15 metres, it is Lancaster University stroked by Matthew Trotman, who pull out to almost a full length.
Yeah, the afterburn is lit there by Lancaster, But then York coming across in second, Queen's Belfast in third, really tight for fourth between Sheffield and Liverpool. And then we've got Cambridge A and Durham B who round out the field there in that C final of the men's intermediate 8s. Wow, that was a really electric second 1,000 metres from Lancaster, because they were a little bit behind Queen's Belfast going through the 1,000 metres, and they just lit it up.
Wow, what a day, what a race to end this day on.
Yeah, a really fantastic race. So it just goes me to say thank you so much for joining us here today on day one of BUCS Regatta 2023. Please make sure to join us again tomorrow, where we'll be bringing you again all the side-by-side racing the Sunday at BUCS. Thank you to my co-commentator Andy McDonald and all of the commentators who've been on the feed for you today. My name's Will Hadland-Horrocks. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.